Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto universe as the Uchiha's Genjutsu Demon. Let the tale begin. Chapter 224, Care or Not. Hideki didn't argue much with the Patriarch as he knew that no one would let go of a spy once they got their hands on them. The Patriarch looked at Inko and said Inko took the three of them to the appropriate rooms and sealed their chakra points. Keep them together if they want. Anko bowed at the Patriarch, and while taking the twins on the left and Hideki on the right, he started exiting from the side entrance of the mansion. Hideki and the twins thanked the Patriarch for not treating them like usual prisoners and spies, or else they wouldn't receive such humane treatment and would have been taken to an underground prison to be tortured and interrogated. Like the hidden leaf, the hidden mist had no way of reading minds. The Patriarch nodded and watched them leave the mansion. The crowd had also started dispersing as they would need to prepare in case the problem in Koza village blows up and ends up becoming a full-blown conflict. The Patriarch stood up from his chair and walked near the hall as he was thinking about something. Ao and Elder Wu found this to be a little strange, so they walked up to him. The first one to ask was Elder Wu. "What's the matter?" The Patriarch seems to be lost in thought. The Patriarch waved his hand and said, "It's probably nothing, Elder Wu. I just found something strange." "What are you talking about?" Ao was the one who asked this time. The Patriarch glanced at Ao and said, "Ao, did Hideki look like someone who was worried about his nephew? He accepted my decision of not letting him go very easily. Do you think his nephew Yuda is also a spy?" Ao asked. The Patriarch shook his head and said no. If he was, he wouldn't get on the same boat as Elder Wu and the others. Even the twins didn't show any change in expression after Hideki said that Yuda was alone. Ao nodded and sighed as he said, "Looks like Hideki and the other two don't care about Yuda." Elder Wu also felt a little bad when he heard this, and he also agreed with Ao's conclusion. Unfortunately, even though most of the people had left, Toru and Nana were still standing there. As they heard the conclusion Ao reached, they were a little pissed. "What do you mean, Uncle Ao?" Toru asked. This was the first time he was speaking to Ao, as he had stayed in the land of forests for most of his life. But this time he didn't have the patience to follow proper etiquette, so he directly butted in the elder's conversation. Toru quickly realized what he had done, and he saw the Patriarch's gaze on him, so he quickly looked down and apologized. "I am sorry, Lord Patriarch, for eavesdropping on your conversation." Nana, who was standing behind Toru, also followed his action and looked down. She didn't want to stare into those eyes of the Patriarch. The Patriarch's gaze softened as he said, "Both of you, look at me. Don't ever apologize for something you don't think is a mistake." The siblings quickly looked up, seeing that they weren't being scolded. Elder Wu patted Toru's head and said, "Toru, Nana, the world is more cruel than you think. The spies can use whatever tactics they want to save themselves." Nana closed her wide-open mouth as she heard this and then said, "Are you saying that they will even sacrifice Yuda's life if it saves their own? Why doesn't he care about his own nephew?" "Because right now he is thinking of ways to save his own life," Ao said in a cold tone. He didn't like doing this to kids, but it would be good if they accept this sooner than later, or they might face betrayal one day and die in regret. Toru grit his teeth and said, "At first, when he came forward and revealed his identity, I thought it was because he cared about them." "Was that also a lie?" Elder Wu shrugged and said, "Maybe. It could also be that he thought his identity might be easily revealed now that his students were caught. By coming clean himself, he might be trying to trick us into having a favorable impression of him like you had. Now let's just stop jumping to conclusions and focus on the current situation. Ao, make sure that the spies are properly secured and not treated as prisoners, as they could become our potential allies in the future. Elder Wu, I have realized that Kana cares about the boys, so I hope you can stop her if she tries to jump into danger." Elder Wu nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lord Patriarch, I will make sure the kids stay in line." Luckily, Kana listens to everything young Miss May says and sees her as her idol. I am sure Miss May won't let her do anything reckless. The Patriarch nodded at that, and soon after that everyone went back in different directions. They were all waiting for the report that came from the Koza village. Whether this will be nothing and just a failed assassination attempt or a full-blown conflict, now everything depended on the report. Outskirts of Koza village. Mei along with the others just reached the outskirts of Koza village. They had expected the entire area to be covered in thick fog like the patrol guards had reported, but to their surprise, the fog had become very thin. "You call this thick fog?" Kana frowned as she looked at the injured guard who had given them the report. The guard hurriedly shook his head and said, "No. Miss Kana, believe me when I say that the fog was really thick when we left." Mei held her hand up in front of Kana, signaling her not to speak. "Kana, the fog is thinning out. It means the Umbu group has already left. Now you along with Santo go and find our men who were in patrol. We need to know who came and what they did in the thick fog," Mei said as she rushed inside the village. Chapter 225, The Burnt House. Kana wanted to rush behind Mei, but Santo held her hand and stopped her. "Kana, I know that you are worried. But remember what Uncle Wu taught us. Don't let your emotions rule your mind. Do as per Sister Mei's instructions and we have a high chance of finding the kid." Kana hesitated for a second, but in the end, she nodded and left. Her attachment to Yami wasn't too much, but he gave her a different feeling which made him unique in her eyes. Kana moved around the houses to see what the situation was. Luckily she didn't find any enemies, but she heard a few people calling each other for help. She looked in that direction and saw a house had caught on fire. Kana ran in that direction and saw that Mei along with a few missed shinobis was already standing there. Mei was talking with a few locals while the shinobis were dousing the fire. They couldn't use too strong jutsus as it could destroy any evidence that was inside, but they couldn't just let the fire destroy everything. "Lady Mei, we will need to use stronger water-style jutsus as this fire doesn't seem to be natural and it is flaring again and again," a shinobi reported to Mei and along with two others sprayed a big jet of water at the house. "Sister Mei, what happened here?" Kana asked as she approached Mei and the locals. Mei turned to her and said, "This house was on fire when I came here and normal means aren't working while the shinobis on patrol tried to put it off. We will know more when we go in. What about the work I gave you? Is there anything to report?" Kana shook her head and said no. "The people are scared, but none of them are hurt or even know what happened exactly." "Whose house is this?" Kana asked the question as she looked at the locals standing beside Mei. A woman who looked to be in her mid-30s came forward and said this belonged to a fruit vendor in our village named Kenji. Luckily he had gone to deliver some fruits, so I don't think there was anybody home. Kana widened her eyes as she heard this, and then another local who was standing there quickly said, "And did you forget that Kenji's nephew came back a few days ago? Though I haven't seen him since morning, I don't know where he is." "Oh God, yes. How could I forget Yuda? I brought fruits from him not long ago. I hope that kid wasn't unfortunate enough to get caught in this tragedy." "Sister Mei," Kana said in a desperate tone, and Mei understood what she meant. Fine, let's go in and see what's going on," Mei said and looked at the house which was almost burned down by now. The shinobis had managed to put off the fire, but most of the house was already destroyed. They didn't even know where they should go inside as the roof had collapsed on the door. Hearing that Mei was going inside the house, two shinobis quickly went forward and started pulling out the big parts that were blocking the entrance. As the entrance cleared, Mei and Kana entered the burned-down house. As they entered, a foul smell quickly assaulted their nose. Mei immediately understood that this was the smell of burnt flesh. As someone whose Kekkei Genkai is lava and boil release, she knows better than anyone how a burnt corpse smells. Mei looked around and saw the furniture and everything else had been reduced to dust. They went inside the back room from where the smell was coming. As they entered, they saw a burnt torso on their left, the legs of the body were missing and the head was crushed. The torso wasn't too big, which gave the impression that the body probably belonged to a teenager. As Yami was just 10 years old but looked 12 to 14 years due to his size and muscular build, it could easily be concluded that it was Yami's corpse. Kana was about to jump to that conclusion, but then Mei's voice entered her ears. "It isn't him, the corpse is bigger than him, and look over there," Mei said as she pointed at some distance from the corpse. A half-destroyed hidden mist headband was visible. Mei wouldn't have been able to find it, but due to it being shiny and metallic, it shined and this caught Mei's attention. Kana went ahead and picked up the headband. She looked at it for a few seconds and then passed it to Mei. She didn't find anything from that headband except for it belonging to a mist shinobi. Mei looked at that headband for a few seconds and said this does not belong to our faction. There are some minor changes in the headband of the Bloodline clans. These look like the ordinary ones which are worn by the 4th Mizuki's faction. Kana sighed in relief and said this means that this corpse is not one of our allies nor is it Yuda. But who could have killed an enemy here in this house? Mei shook her head and said that's not the question that you should be asking. The Anbus of every village don't wear any kind of headband that could give away their village's name. If the ones attacking were only Anbus, then how did a normal shinobi come here? Kana was confused by hearing all this. She felt that her head would just blow up after hearing all this information. None of this makes sense, Sister Mei, and where is Yuda? Mei smiled seeing the troubled expression on Kana's face and said Yuda isn't in any immediate danger. They must have taken him hostage. He is a good leverage against Hideki and the Hidden Leaf. Moji wants to either get them on their side or just have them leave the Land of Water so there isn't any interference. Because it isn't just us two factions fighting. The Hidden Stone has poured a lot of resources into the Mizuki faction. Chapter 226, Prisoner. Mizuki building underground tunnels. In a long dimly lit tunnel, two people wearing mist shinobi headbands were walking. They weren't alone as they were dragging the body of a child with them as well. The child had worn civilian clothes and only had a few minor injuries on his body. There were a lot of screams coming from the other end of the tunnel, but the two shinobis were unnerved by it. One of the shinobis looked at the other and said, Ron, I don't know why these people made such a big fuss for a kid. We should have just killed him, he said in annoyance. Ron, who hadn't spoken a single word from the time they were transporting the kid, looked at the shinobi and said, it is not our place to ask, is it? For now, let's just follow orders. Don't worry, Sho, leave this prisoner to me. Sho, who seemed tired and annoyed during the whole time, instantly looked at Ron and asked, what? Are you sure? You are the laziest of us all. Ron waved his hands and said, yeah, I know, but I said I will take care of feeding and keeping this prisoner in line, then trust me I will. Sho smiled brightly and said, hee, I will take the easy win. You can do it on your own. I hope we get this conflict over with already. I am just dying to taste those women from the Bloodline clans. They are so much better than what I have now at home. Sho's expression became ugly as he remembered the wife he had at home. As they were walking, heavily enforced metallic doors with small grills started appearing on both sides of the tunnel. There were sounds of mumbling and screaming echoing through the hallway. I don't know why these people are even here. They should have already been killed. This only increases our work and gives me nightmares. Sho said, to which Ron only glanced at him but didn't say anything. After walking for a while, Sho pointed toward a door on his left and said, I think this is it. Ron nodded and brought the unconscious kid in front of the door. Sho pulled out a key from his pocket and opened the door with it. As the door opened, Sho picked up the kid by his shoulder and threw him inside the cell. Who looked at Ron and said, you have been quiet today. What's the matter? Ron looked at Sho and said, I am just tired of this conflict. Like you said, I want this to be over with. Ron then walked inside the cell and said, I'll make sure the kid is alive because that's what the captain commanded us to do. They want this kid to be alive until Moji-sama gives further orders. The kid is like a cockroach. He survived the fire, then why won't he survive some minor injuries like this? Don't worry, let's go. Sho said. Ron nodded and crouched in front of the kid. He gave a few light slaps to wake the kid up, and after 3 to 4 of them the kid opened his eyes. Ron looked at the cold blue eyes of the kid and said, stay alive, I will come back. Sho expected the kid to start throwing insults at Ron or attack him like the usual prisoners do, but surprisingly the kid nodded. Sho saw Ron get up and turn back to exit the cell. He then proceeded to lock the door and take a final glance at the kid through the grill on the door. As the two of them left, The kid opened his eyes and looked at the door and he said, "Up close the Sharingan looks even scarier," the kid said. He then looked at the walls and touched them. The walls were damp and had water seeping inside through small cracks. The kid waved his hands and the water floated up in front of him and in no time formed a small handheld mirror. The kid looked in the mirror and smiled. "I really do look like Yami. This is the first time I have used transformation jutsu. I wonder what Zabuza is doing now." Flashback, 45 minutes ago, Koza Village, Hideki's house. Yami had sensed multiple chakra signatures moving around the village as if scouting something. These chakra signatures weren't weak like the ones before, which means these guys meant business. And just as he was thinking what his next move should be, he saw that there was fog building up outside his house, and not just his house, but the entire village. Yami quickly went through various scenarios and formulated a plan which could give him an advantage. He then quickly let out a bat from his sleeves, and the bat flew away. Yami packed all his stuff, and within a minute, a mirror formed in the room Yami was. "Do you have any instructions for us?" Haku asked. Yami nodded and said, "Have Zabuza leave the village now and you come here quickly." Haku was instantly shocked by this. She hadn't been separated from Zabuza until now, and having Zabuza go away and her getting in the center of something was too much pressure on Haku. "But..." Haku hesitated, but Yami didn't have time for that. "No buts, just come here fast. I don't have time to explain much," Yami said and smashed the mirror, marking his words as final. He then got back to packing his stuff. The mist was getting thicker and now it was obstructing people's vision, which made them notice as well. They knew that the mist was a common occurrence here, but when it gets this thick then it means it is a shinobi's doing. After getting his stuff packed, Yami saw Haku sneak in through the back door. She removed her hoodie and said, "Why the sudden change in plans? I thought you had planned everything." Yami flicked his forehead and said, "Haku, things going according to a plan is a myth. Make a plan, expect it to go wrong, and prepare a backup plan. There are small variables that affect the stability of the plan. So now, according to the new plan, I need you to use transformation jutsu and become me." Chapter 227, Last Minute Changes. "So, what is the new plan?" Haku asked. She was a bit scared as she had never done anything alone. Yami had her use transformation jutsu and turn himself into Yami. "Now listen to me carefully. There are some people who are coming here. There are too many to fight, and even though I can deal with them to some extent, our aim is to infiltrate. Most probably their plan is to kidnap me, but if it is to kill me then we don't have any other choice but to kill them and leave the village. Now if they are trying to kidnap me, you will get caught like me and become a prisoner while I kill one of theirs and go into their ranks." "But what good will that do?" Haku asked in confusion. "At first I doubted that the spies had a traitor among them, but now I am sure about it. Then the second thing is I want to know about the Mizukage faction's deal with the Hidden Stone, and lastly, I have to put the Bloodline clans in my debt, so either helps them win the fight or make the fight hard for them enough that they ask the Hidden Leaf for help," Yami explained. He would normally not explain the entire plan to someone, but he knew Haku was a scaredy cat, so he had to tell him the entire plan, which would reassure Haku that he isn't in much danger. "I have never been held prisoner. What if I get into a fight with other prisoners?" Haku asked, biting his nails and looking at Yami with puppy eyes. This trick had worked on many people including Zabuza, but Yami wasn't going to fall for it. "Don't worry, I will take care of you. Now stop making excuses and get started," Yami said as he flicked Haku's forehead. Haku, who had transformed into Yami, now wore his real clothes, which contained his scent, and then lay on the bed in the bedroom. Moji and his people were under the impression that Yuda isn't a shinobi, and Yami didn't want to change that. Yami dressed in all black and hid inside a cupboard. He then used his enhanced senses to hear what was happening outside. He instantly heard the sound of fighting and a few screams, but they were too light and were coming from afar. Did Zabuza get into a scuffle with anyone? I hope that bird brain doesn't end up ruining my plan, Yami thought. Within the next few seconds, many chakra signatures gathered around his locality. He heard a few shinobis talking about it as well. I thought the squad leader said that there is an enemy here whom we need to distract. Hee hee, maybe he saw us coming and ran away with his tail between his legs, ha ha ha. After all, we aren't normal shinobis. We are umbu and we don't fight like weeds. Hey, aren't you running your mouth too much, asshole? Shut up, you weed. We had to come because you guys couldn't handle it and kept dying. Just then Yami heard another shinobi landing. Someone killed 2 of our people near the gate of the village and escaped. We think he is the same guy who was protecting this house. Does that mean the protection this house had was gone? Should we go in? Why should we? Our job was to keep the one protecting this house busy. Why would we lower ourselves by kidnapping a civilian kid? Let these wastes do this. How dare you, asshole? I'll kill you right here. Maybe I will go and visit your wife and daughter. I am sure they will welcome me with their legs spread wide. You. Stop it, you two. Show handle Ron properly. He is getting too cocky for a mere chunin, and you too. Now you are umbu, so stop with the childishness. So our job is to keep the protector away, and by chasing him out of the village we did it. Now you both go in and get the kid. Make sure that he is alive. Let's go, Ron. The umbu captain is right. Humph. Why is there a need for 2 chunins to take care of 1 civilian kid? I will do it alone. Ron said and entered the house. Hearing all this from the outside gave Yami immense joy, as they all won't be invading his home together and only 1 chunin was barging in. As Ron entered the house, he looked around and saw that the hall was empty. Yami wasn't able to see him as the cupboard he was hiding in was in the bedroom. After looking around in the hall for a few seconds, Ron entered the bedroom. He directly looked at Haku, transformed into Yami, lying on the bed. There you are, little one. Sleeping so carefree. Should I torture you a little? I'll tell Sho and the captain that you tried to resist. Ron said and walked ahead close to Haku. He was 1 step away from reaching Haku, but he felt an odd sensation. He looked down and saw that his lower body hadn't taken the last step, and there was a thin sheet of glass that separated his waist from his lower body. Yami, who was seeing all this from the narrowly open cupboard door, saw that before Ron took the last step, Haku flung a thin sheet of glass at him. Yami didn't stop the attack as it would make too much noise, so in the end, Haku ended up killing Ron. When Ron realized this, he tried to call out for help, but his vision started blurring and he saw a hand on his chest. He looked at the owner of the hand and saw the same kid who is sleeping on the bed is standing in front of him. The kid removed his hand, revealing a thin blade that had pierced his heart. How can there be 2 of them? Is he a shinobi? Was the last thought Ron had before his upper body fell on the ground. Chapter 228, Unsteady Planning. After killing Ron, Yami looked at Haku with a deadpan expression. Haku felt a little embarrassed and said, "You said may hurt me a little but won't do much and take me as a hostage, but this guy kept saying things which made me feel creeps all over my body. I didn't think things would turn out like this just at the start. Well, now I should take care of this idiot's body." Yami took off the equipment and missed shinobi things that Ron had on him. He finished doing it for the lower half and stored half the body in a storage scroll. He wanted to devour it and get this over with, but Haku was in the same room as him. Yami was about to take things off from the upper half, but then someone kicked open the door. What the hell is taking so long, Ron? Yami, who heard Sho's voice come from the hall, knew that he didn't have enough time to hide the body and even the smell of blood, as Sho was walking straight toward the bedroom. Why do I smell blood? Idiot, I hope you didn't do anything to the kid. Who shouted as he entered the bedroom. He saw the torso of a missed shinobi laying on the ground and Ron standing beside him with one of his legs on the crushed head of the corpse. Who looked at the corpse and then at the kid that lay on the bed. He sighed in relief, seeing that the kid they had to kidnap was unharmed. Who is this? Sho whispered to Ron. Yami, who had now transformed into Ron, already knew how Ron behaved just from listening to his conversation outside. He looked at Sho and said, "Just some idiot was here to protect the kid. Don't worry, I have already knocked the kid unconscious. I didn't want those assholes from the umbu looking down at me," Ron said with a scowl. Seeing that his friend was behaving as usual, Sho didn't even doubt whether the Ron standing in front of him was real or not. "Are you dumbfucks done? We are burning this shitty hut down." A voice came from outside, who looked at the door in annoyance and said, "Come on, take the kid. These people won't wait for us to come out." Yami nodded and threw Haku on his shoulder and walked out of the hut with Sho, and just as Sho said, the Anbus started throwing fuel all over the house to burn it down. Seeing the two come, one of the Anbus laughed and said, "It is good that you two idiots came out, or else we would have barbecued you inside." Yami was getting tired of their trash talk, but he understood that the discipline the Hidden Leaf puts in their shinobi is way higher than the current Hidden Mist, where even murderers and rapists are shinobis working for the Mizukage faction. The Anbus lit the entire house on fire and then turned to Sho and Ron and said, "Go and escort this kid into the underground prison and make sure to take care of him properly. If not, we will come to give you pointers to your seniors." Sho clicked his tongue and started running toward the Mizukage building. Yami, with Haku on his shoulder, also followed him. As he was running, he looked around and even passed a few small villages which were under the Mizukage faction. It was a terrible sight, as the villages were in a very dire state. People here were hiding in their houses, and the ones on the road all looked scared, while the shinobis openly threatened and pushed around the civilians. No wonder it was called the Blood Mist. He even saw a few shinobis snatching kids from families. He understood they must be doing that to make the kids shinobis at a very young age. Yami, Ron, then along with Sho went to escort Haku, Yuda, into the prison. Present-time Kozu village Kana, who now had little hope of Yuda surviving, stood aside while Mei and Santo were instructing the shinobis on what to do and what to investigate. After they both were done, Santo signaled Mei to talk to Kana. He knew that her sister is very soft-natured and she doesn't even like killing. Even when training, she would hesitate to attack her siblings. It took a lot of time for Kana to get the resolve to take another life. Mei sighed as she looked at the beautiful girl lost in thought, so she went close to her and with a smirk on her face hit Kana on the head. "Ouch, what was that for, Sister Mei?" Kana asked as she broke out of her stupor. "Kana, why are you so attached to that kid? And don't tell me because he felt different," Mei stated. Kana tried to give her another reason, but she couldn't think of anything. Mei then smiled and said, "Kana, you care about him because he is a kid. You would have acted the same if it was any other kid as well. I have seen many people lose their rational thinking because of anger and despair, and so I am telling you to stop this." Mei's tone became serious at the end, which made Kana look at her. Mei continued as she said, "In this world, those who are strong kill those who are weak. It is a very simple rule. When the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju was alive, all villages were quiet and didn't even dare to look at the Hidden Leaf, but when he died, all the villages repeatedly tried to exploit the Hidden Leaf in more ways than one." Kana understood what her sister was trying to tell her. She realized that even if it was any other kid from the land of forest, she would feel the same care for the kid. Kana looked at Mei and said, "Sister Mei, then I will become strong so that no one can hurt those who I care for." Chapter 229, News and Negotiation. The fact that Kozu village was attacked had spread out throughout the Land of Water. The Bloodline clans had increased their presence in the area, and the whole place was now swarmed with shinobis. The Terumi clan also called a meeting with the heads of other Bloodline clans to discuss further moves. The variable of Hidden Leaf shinobis getting in the midst of an internal conflict of the Land of Water was unexpected for everyone. While the Bloodline clans were arming for conflict, the Mizukage faction had gotten a bit lax. They had prepared themselves to face more than a few casualties and even direct confrontations with the Hidden Leaf shinobis. Terumi clan estate underground conference room, around a round table for people were seated. And there was one person standing behind each of them. These 6 people were the heads of the 4 Bloodline clans, and at one end of the table was the patriarch of the Terumi clan. There were 2 empty chairs where the Yuki clan head and the Kagaya clan head would sit, but now they were wiped out. The person standing behind each seated person was the head's advisor. Such meetings were only called when the situation was dire. Ao was standing behind the patriarch, and for security Mei, along with Santo, Kana, Elder Wu and Enko, were leaning against the wall. The security this time round was even tighter than what was yesterday at the Terumi mansion. Mei reported all her findings and also her opinions to the Patriarch. After doing some investigation, her father called this meeting. I hope you all know why we have gathered here. The Terumi clan Patriarch Yoshiro Terumi started the meeting. The name of Mei's father isn't mentioned in the anime, so I just used a random name. In fact, he is dead in the anime from the start, but not a single fuck was given. Some of the people at the table gave a nod, but Yoshiro knew that they had just been informed about a spy being caught and a small conflict with negligible impact in Koza village. One of the people sitting at the table turned to Yoshiro and asked, but would such a small thing warrant a meeting like this? He was the head of one of the 4 clans and had become the Patriarch just 2 years ago. He was in his late 20s. One of the other clan heads, who was in his 60s, stopped the young clan head from speaking further and said, Riko, let Yoshiro explain the entire situation first. There is no need to be so impatient, is there? The man said in a grandfatherly tone which made Riko nod in understanding. The man was someone who even his father respected, so he wouldn't be rude. The man signaled Yoshiro to continue, to which Yoshiro stood up and said the arrest of the spies and the attack on Koza village are connected. The spies don't belong to the Mizukage faction. In fact, they aren't from our village. The old man looked at Yoshiro and asked, so were they from the Hidden Stone? As the old man asked that question, the other clan heads quickly looked at Yoshiro. They knew they wouldn't stand a chance. No matter what Kekkei Genkai they have, they can't go against one of the 5 great villages directly. Yoshiro shook his head, which gave everyone a sigh of relief, only to give them a bigger shock. They are from the Hidden Leaf. That's even worse. The old man said in a serious tone, making Riko frown and ask why. Haven't they suffered an attack recently? I don't think that they are much of a threat. A woman who was sitting opposite him instantly leaned forward and said, and that's why we say that you have much to learn from us, kid. It was a woman named Asami. Another Bloodline clan patriarch. Riko didn't say anything and just looked away from her with an annoyed expression which made the woman smirk. The old man looked at Riko and said, the Hidden Leaf is not said to be weakened, but there are many who protect it in the light and the shadows. Yoshiro, if they are truly from the Hidden Leaf, then I'd suggest we not prosecute them. Yoshiro nodded and said, I understand what you mean, and I have confirmed that they are telling the truth. The good thing is the new Hokage Tsunade Senju wishes to help us in this conflict, but I don't want the fight to end up becoming a war between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Stone, with the Land of Water becoming the battleground. That would be disastrous. We will have to think carefully about our next step. Asami said. It doesn't end there. The place attacked in Koza village was where the head of the spies lived along with his nephew, who arrived a few days ago. Now that house is burned and the nephew is missing. The Mizukage faction used Enbuz for such a small task, so I am sure they are going to use him for negotiating. Yoshiro dropped the final bomb. The 3 clan heads quickly started whispering with their advisors, as this wasn't a small thing. They even started discussing among themselves. Yoshiro decided not to intervene and wait for them to come to a decision of their own. After a few minutes, the old man looked at Yoshiro and asked, why is a spy's nephew here and how did he even come here? Mei decided to intervene and said, as far as we know, the kid Yuda didn't know about his uncle being a Hidden Leaf spy, and nor did he know the spy's real name. He traveled with my cousins from the land of the forest after the death of his relative. Mei pointed at Santo and Kana, and the 2 siblings nodded, making the clan heads understand the situation deeply. The old man rubbed his chin for a few seconds and said, Yoshiro, Mei, I will be honest with you here. Things aren't as simple as they look, that's for sure. But the immediate steps that we need to take is we need to inform the Hidden Leaf about this development. Maybe we can receive actual help from them to get the kid back. There is a chance that instead of negotiating with us for the kid, they might directly ask for the Hidden Leaf's help or tell them not to intervene in our internal conflict. This could be a huge blow to our faction. Toshiro nodded at the old man's suggestion and said, I will also speak to the spy personally about this. He needs to know that his nephew has been kidnapped. Toshiro was about to continue when the old man stopped him and said, I would also like to be there. Riko and Asami were confused when they heard that and asked, could you tell us why? If it is something important, then we will be there as well. After all, we all are in the same boat. Asami said. She didn't want to be left in the dark, so she mentioned that they all are in the same boat. The old man laughed and said, "All right, if Yoshiro permits, then we all will be there. You kids are really the suspicious type and don't let go of this." Toshiro had no problem with taking them to meet Hideki, so he said, "Let's go now. I don't see any reason to delay this matter." Toshiro and others stood up. While this was happening, Kana looked at Santo multiple times, desperate to say something, and at last, when the clan heads stood up, she walked ahead and said, "Lord Toshiro and the other clan heads, forgive me for my interruption, but I have a request." Toshiro and the others who didn't take such honorifics seriously didn't mind the intrusion, so Toshiro looked at Kana and said, "What is it, Kana? You seem restless. Could I also join you all?" Kana asked as she hesitated a little. Toshiro looked at Mei, who nodded and said, "Let's all go." No one argued with Mei's decision, and without wasting any time they all headed toward the cell where Hideki and the twins were kept. As they reached the cell, they saw that the conditions they were kept in were way better than what the other spies were kept in. Toshiro wasn't sure whether they would be future allies or enemies, so he had them taken care of. "Let's wait in the interrogation room. Anko, Santo, go and bring those three," Elder Wu said, and they all went into a dimly lit room with a table in the middle and handcuffs attached to it. Within a few minutes, Anko and Santo walked into the room with Hideki and the twins. They didn't have cuffs on them, but their chakra was sealed. Yoshiro signaled them to sit at the chairs in front of him, and without saying anything they sat down. "I hope you are being treated well here," Yoshiro said. Hideki nodded and said, "Yes, thanks to you, Lord Yoshiro, that we are in such good condition. Is there any special reason for today's visit with the Bloodline clan leaders?" Chapter 230, Prison Meet. Asami and Rika raised their eyebrows as they heard this. They weren't surprised that Hideki knew that identity right away, but that he was bold enough to say this blatantly. Mei and the others were also a little surprised by Hideki's behavior. He looked more confident that he was at the mansion. They guessed he must have calmed down and had time to recollect what next steps to take. Being calm and having an understanding of the situation is one of the key qualities a spy must have. The twins didn't say anything and just sat looking at the people around them. They had been instructed by Hideki to not say a single word and leave everything to him. They didn't want Yoshiro to get any other information from them, but the twins weren't as nervous as before. They had some amount of confidence that nothing would happen to them, and they had gained this confidence only a few hours ago. Terumi Prison, a few hours ago. In the cell where Hideki and the twins were kept, Hideki and Daichi were sitting on opposite beds while Daiki was pacing around the room nervously. Daichi looked at his brother and said, "You have been at it for hours. How is pacing around the room going to solve your problem?" Daiki looked at his brother and said, "Then do you think that just sitting on the bed will make a solution fall on your lap? It's all because of that kid. He put us in this situation. He must have made a deal with the Hidden Stone people when he was at sea, and now he has gotten us trapped here." Daichi shook his head and said, "Stop jumping to conclusions, Daiki. We are already being given better treatment than any other spy. Isn't that a good thing? We are from the Hidden Leaf, so they are being cautious." Daichi then looked at Hideki and said, "Sensei, one thing that Daiki said is right. If it wasn't for the kids' lies, none of us would be in this situation." Hideki looked at his students and said, "The Hokage had sung his praises when she sent me the letter, but even she said that all those things are what she has heard from others after she became the Hokage. And also that the kid agreed to work this mission with us on her insistence, and he doesn't trust any of us." Daiki got annoyed when he heard that Yami didn't trust them, so he sat beside Daichi and said, "Humph, if he is such an amazing kid, then why haven't we heard about him in the past year? She must be exaggerating the things about him." Daiki was about to rant more, but he then heard someone opening the lock that was put on the outside of the cell. All three of them looked at the door, and it wasn't odd for this to happen, as a mist shinobi would come every few hours to give them food. The shinobi would open the door halfway and slide the stack of lunch boxes inside and close the door back. This time was, however, different. Instead of the door opening halfway, the door opened completely, and they saw a mist shinobi standing outside the door with a stack of lunchboxes in his hand. Still, the three of them didn't say anything. Daichi stood up to get the lunch boxes from the mist shinobi, but he came in and closed the door behind him. This alerted all three of them. Right now they didn't have any kind of weapons, and their chakra was also sealed. If this mist shinobi turned out to be a spy from the Mizukage faction or Hidden Stone, then killing them would be a piece of cake for him. Seeing the three spies on alert, the mist shinobi smirked and said, "Is that how you greet your nephew, Uncle Kenji?" Hideki's eyes widened as he heard this. He took a step back in hesitation. Daichi jumped in front of Hideki and asked, "Who are you?" The mist shinobi closed his eyes and opened them the next second and asked, "Are you telling me to put you in the same Genjutsu?" The three spies looked at the eyes of the mist shinobi, which had now turned into the Sharingan. Hideki walked ahead and asked, "Is that you, Yami?" The mist shinobi was instantly covered in a puff of smoke and Yami walked out of it. "Who else could it be?" "You asshole, because of you." Daichi stamped his foot and started walking toward Yami in anger. The person who had gotten him and his brother in such a bad situation was standing in front of him smiling. How could he not be angry? Daichi quickly stopped him and said, "Daichi, our chakra points are sealed and his are not. Don't do anything." Daichi was able to successfully stop Daichi from rushing at Yami. "How and why are you here?" Hideki had many questions for Yami, but these two were the ones that mattered at the moment. Yami didn't want to waste much time, so he said, "What's hard about this? Just kidnap a shinobi who already works here and roam the estate freely. I don't know how you two got caught, but at least you are safe here." Hideki frowned as he heard the last part and asked, "What do you mean safe here?" "Your house was attacked by the Mizukage faction's Umbu. If any of you would have been there, then I guess only one of you would have managed to escape. They came to kidnap me." "Then how did you escape from them?" Daichi asked. "I didn't. I got kidnapped. I mean, they sent a few people to kidnap me and I had one of my allies transform into me. I killed one of their shinobi and transformed into them." "You make it sound so easy that it is difficult to comprehend whether you are lying or not," Hideki said as he massaged his forehead. He then proceeded to ask, "And which ally is this? Is it one of my spies? And why did the Mizukage faction send Umbu to my house directly? You don't need to know who my ally is, but know that I trust them. They hate the Mizukage faction, and as for why they sent Umbu to your house is thanks to someone who betrayed us. I don't know who did it, but I will find him eventually." This was too much for Hideki and the twins to take, but after a few minutes, they started to understand what was going on. "What do you need us to do?" Hideki asked in a serious tone. The twins didn't understand why their sensei, who didn't trust Yami, was suddenly willing to take orders from the kid. "For the next few days, I will find out who the traitor among the spies is, as well as what interest the Hidden Stone has here. Maybe we can give them a blow in the process so we don't have to worry about them for the next few years." Yami explained, to which Hideki nodded. He also agreed with Yami's thinking, and he understood that Yami was seeing the big picture here. "Do we need to distract the Bloodline clans with something else while you do this?" Hideki asked. "No, in fact, enjoy your stay here. They aren't in any position to fight with us. For now, let's see what steps both factions are taking. Whether the Mizukage faction tries to negotiate with the Bloodline clans or the Hidden Leaf, and whether the Bloodline clans ask for the Hidden Leaf's help or not. I have already sent Lady Tsunade a letter explaining what has happened, so if the Terumi clan's patriarch asks you anything or shows hostility, hint to him that you aren't the only Hidden Leaf spy here and there is one more left who must have informed the village about their capture," Yami said. He had never worked like this during his missions, as he and his teammates would do their own thing and never had to face any problems. But now Yami understood that a small mistake could cost Hideki and his students their life. Although he had killed many after coming to this world, he never spilled blood without reason. Hideki glanced at the twins and said, "I hope you both understand what to say and what not to say," to which the twins nodded. Yami then performed some hand seals and transformed into a mist shinobi. He left the lunchboxes on the ground and left the room. Chapter 231, Plan of Action. What? How? But he was safe at home. Hideki acted surprised. Yoshiro explained to him that the Mizukichi faction had sent a team of Enbus to kidnap Yuda, and it all happened so suddenly that they couldn't do anything to help. Hideki's face became red as if he was about to cry, and he clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, "I am sorry, Yuda. I couldn't protect you." Hideki looked a little sad, and Kana wanted to go and comfort him a little, but Mei stopped her. "Don't interfere now. Let father handle this," Mei whispered. Kana understood that she was with all the clan heads, and interfering now could be rude. Yoshiro saw that Hideki looked a little vulnerable now, so he thought to talk about a few more things and extract information from Hideki while talking. He was about to ask something, but the old man intervened. "Yoshiro, I think Hideki needs a little time to digest everything we have told him. Let's talk some other time." Yoshiro looked back at the old man with a frown on his face. What is the old man even thinking? He isn't someone who will think solely based on emotions. Yoshiro didn't know why the old man said so, but he decided to listen to the advice. "I think so too. Enko, Santo, take these three back." Asami and Riko also looked at each other but chose to remain quiet. Enko and Santo took the three spies and left the room. Riko looked at the old man and said, "You seem to have gotten soft." Asami also chimed in and said, "Unfortunately, Riko is right. This was a very good time to get information from Hideki when he was at his most vulnerable." Yoshiro didn't ask anything as Asami and Riko had already spoken about their concerns. The old man nodded and said, "I am far from being soft, brat. Don't worry about this old man going senile. No wonder Hideki is such a good spy and was able to stay in the hidden mist for so many years without any of us knowing." "What do you mean?" Mei asked. She understood politics more than her father, but even she was confused why the old man cut the conversation short abruptly. "Hideki is good, but not good enough. I must commend him for fooling you into thinking he was sad." The old man chuckled, making everyone else look like fools. Yoshiro stood up as he heard that and asked, "Are you implying that he was faking it? That he isn't actually sad?" This was the last thing anyone in that room could think as they all saw Hideki's Oscar-winning performance. Of course, he was faking it. And it was difficult to confirm that, but the two behind him could be read like an open book. And the most shocking part wasn't that he didn't feel bad about the kidnapping, but he wasn't even surprised when you told him that his nephew was kidnapped. The old man said. Elder Wu stepped forward and said, "Sorry for the interruption, but Hideki and the other two have been here since that day and no one had contact with them. Even when the kidnapping happened, he was in front of us at the mansion. At that time no one knew that Yuda was kidnapped. I don't think this news has even spread to the shinobis of the Mizukichi faction, and now you are claiming that he already knew all this? It won't be a surprise to me that there are more hidden leaf spies in our village, but one of them must have managed to infiltrate our prison and give him the news, or he knew it was going to happen and left his nephew there as bait." Riko completed the old man's thought. The old man looked at Riko and smiled. "Look at you, finally grasping how the world works. What kind of an uncle uses his own nephew as bait?" Santo questioned as he felt it was very disgusting to do something like that. The old man stopped everyone from talking and said, "Stop jumping to conclusions, all of you. What I said was based on facts, but you guys are just speculating. Then what should be the next move now? If what you are saying is right, then things are very complicated, and one mistake of ours could make us the target of the hidden leaf and the hidden stone." Asami said. "I am tired of all this. I say we just negotiate with Moji and get that kid back. All this weight is making me more and more restless. Let's just launch an attack on those assholes." Riko said grumpily. He was a simple-minded man, and all these politics and deception were becoming too much for him. "Riko, I don't know what your father was thinking when he made a meathead like you, the clan head," Asami said. She didn't like the barbaric solution that Riko had just given. Riko was about to retort Asami's words when the old man stopped him and said, "I think we should do what Riko just said." "You must be joking, right?" Asami asked with shock evident on her face. She never thought that the old man would listen to a meathead like Riko. "Can you explain why you support Riko's strategy?" Yoshiro asked. He knew that the old man wouldn't joke about such a thing. "We have been on the back foot in this conflict from the very start. Another thing is that I don't think the new Hokage is a scheming one. She is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and the best medical ninja in the shinobi world. I don't know why, but if she wants to ally with us, then we should go all out against the Mizukage faction. If traveling at such a time wasn't unsafe, then I would have gone to meet her personally. The old man replied. You are not someone to place blind trust on someone just because of their lineage. Asami said. She did agree with what the old man said, but still wasn't convinced that a barbaric method suggested by Riko is going to end up becoming their next plan of action. Yes, I am not. Because of Tsunade Senju's expertise in making antidotes to any poison, I had someone monitor her movements from time to time. Nothing specific, but to only know if she intends to come back from retirement. All that time she never showed any interest in internal politics, nor did she claim anything because of her being a Senju. Even after hearing the old man's explanation, Asami and the others weren't convinced, but one thing they were sure of is that they need to take action soon. The old man is a stubborn one. Even if we all disagree with his opinion now, he will send a letter to the Hokage. The last thing I want is for our faction to appear divided. Yoshiro thought. We will make concrete decisions on this later. For now, let's go on the offensive. We need to appear as if we are trying to rescue that kid Yuda. Yoshiro said. Trying to? Mei asked confusedly. Yes, as we now know that things aren't as simple as they appear, we need information. Mei along with Santo, Kana, and Enko launch a few offensive attacks on them to distract them. Elder Wu and Ao both focus on the information gathering part. We don't have much time. Yoshiro said. He quickly delegated tasks to his people. Some wanted to retort, but they decided to follow instructions for now. Sai, I will also send a few squads to attack their people, but my clan's main source of info is the Merchants Union, so I don't know how much info I can get. Asami said. They had all decided to be in this together, so cooperating now was the best thing to do. Hee hee, now we are talking. Let's go and kick some stone ass. Riko laughed. He never expected this suggestion of his could actually be their next plan, and now he was in heaven. Always with the foul mouth. Asami muttered and ignored Riko. Everyone moved out of the prison shortly after and started making preparations to carry out the things Yoshiro ordered them to do. Whether it was getting information about key positions of enemy supplies and their movements to scouting the best place and way to launch an attack. Everyone had gotten to work, and the Mizukage faction could tell that things were about to become chaotic. While all this was happening, Yami was busy infiltrating a few buildings swarmed with shinobis. But these shinobis weren't hidden mist ones. In fact, none of the people here were hidden mist shinobis. Everyone here was wearing red clothes and ninja headbands showing the insignia of the hidden stone. A man could be seen standing on the top of one of those buildings surrounded by a few people. The man was none other than the same man who was dealing with Moji a week ago. Chapter 232, Strange Cargo. The people surrounding the man on the terrace were discussing something while looking at the papers in their hands. One of them looked at the man and said, Master Jiro, we have already helped Moji's faction a lot till now, but we haven't got any results. Another man beside him nodded and said yes, and we don't even know if giving all those resources to them has any advantage to us. The blood mist might end up becoming a problem for us in the end. The man named Jiro, who was the emissary of the hidden stone sent to aid Moji in becoming the next Mizukage, looked at his subordinates and said, yes, I know the investment has already exceeded our expectations, but stopping is not an option now. If we go back empty-handed, Lord Suchikage will vaporize our bodies with his particle style. Everyone gulped when they heard that. Jiro then looked at the man to his left and asked, have Moji been making any movements? The man nodded and said recently he did have his right-hand man Hari attack a village in the Bloodline clan's vicinity, but that's all I know about it. Any reason it caught your attention? Jiro asked with a hint of anger. He thought that his subordinate was just wasting his time. Small skirmishes in civilian villages were a regular occurrence. The man nodded and said Hari himself organized the attack, and the ones carrying it out were his own squad mates. I don't know why he needed Umbu to attack a small village, and we heard that the only damage they did was burn down a house. Jiro frowned as he heard this go and find out why he performed this attack. He is not such a big idiot to waste the umbu strength he has on civilians. The man sighed in relief seeing that Jiro had taken interest in this attack. When are the caravans arriving? Jiro asked, to which the man looked at him and said they should have reached here this morning but had to take a detour because they needed a few more supplies. Jiro smiled as he heard that and said, that's what you are going to write in the report. To which the man nodded. What about the loss we suffered at sea? Do you know what happened? Jiro asked his subordinates and everyone started looking at each other. Jiro looked at them in anger and scowled. So many ships and shinobis from our village along with 100 pirates just vanished at sea? Do you expect me to believe that? No. No, Jiro-sama. The thing is, one of his subordinates hesitated when Jiro stepped forward and held the man by his collar and said with bloodshot eyes, I am already getting grilled for that incident. We had so many people whom we groomed for so many years on that ship and there was no chance of defeat in that battle. Then why the hell did Wu and the Terumi siblings arrive unscathed? Seeing that no one was answering his question, he threw the subordinate aside and said, by having people like you with me I have already doomed myself. He then stormed off the terrace and went inside the building. Yami was listening to all this from the bottom of the building. He didn't disguise himself like a hidden stone shinobi but like a laborer who was in his mid-30s. His job here was to empty the caravans that come from the hidden stone in the storage room. Hey you, why are you dwindling here? I will cut your pay for 2 hours if you don't start working within 10 seconds. One of the stone shinobi guards called out seeing Yami stand leaning on the building. Coming. Yami shouted and went to the caravans and started lifting the boxes. The first few boxes were square in shape and Yami could smell fruits and herbs from them. He kept all those boxes in the warehouses behind the offices. After those boxes were done, transporting the boxes which were at the end of the caravan were a bit different. They were more secure and seemed heavy. At first, Yami thought it was a weapon, but while he was transporting it, it smelled like chemicals. I don't think anyone will notice if I open it and take a peek, Yami thought as he placed the box in the warehouse. After finishing everything, he saw that there were 5 such boxes in the warehouse. Yami hid in the warehouse and created a shadow clone who transformed into the laborer he was and had him go out of the warehouse, take his daily wage and leave with the rest of the porters. As night arrived, the door of the warehouse closed and Yami could hear the guards assigned near the warehouse had increased threefold. He tried to hear what was going on with his enhanced senses, but he only heard the guards talking to each other about mundane things. Nothing could benefit him in determining what the goal of the hidden stone was. After the surroundings became a little quiet, Yami came out from hiding and stood in front of one of those boxes. The lid of the box was tightly shut with nails and wrapped around with a cloth. Yami removed the cloth carefully and proceeded to remove the nails one by one. He made sure to not make any noise and not damage the wood around the nail. He didn't want to leave any trace of him being here. After a few minutes, he was able to pull out the 12 nails that were hammered into the lid. These people are way too careful to transport simple supplies. I wonder if this is some kind of chemical weapon created by the hidden stone. Yami thought and took off the lid. He saw 10 jars kept inside the box and properly packed with grass and other materials so they don't touch each other. Yami saw one small piece of white tape which sealed the jars along with the lid. The smell of chemicals became even more strong when the lid was opened. Yami then noticed a few drops of dried blood on the grass that was in the box. He picked up one jar and his eyes widened as he saw what was inside. It was a heart. And it didn't look like an animal's heart but a human's. The thing that shocked Yami the most was that the heart was still beating. Yami was totally confused as to what a human heart was doing in a jar and how it was still beating. Why don't I hear the heartbeats from this? In fact, when I carried the box here, I should have been able to hear the heartbeats of at least one of these hearts. Yami broke the white tape from the lid and before he could do something the lid popped with a loud sound. Yami could now hear the heartbeats, but there were also screams. Loud and painful screams of a man coming from the heart. As the sound of screams spread throughout the warehouse, the guards that were standing outside became alert. I thought the tape was only a silencing seal that kept others from hearing the sound of a beating heart, but it seems like it was to keep the sounds of screams inside the jar. Yami looked around for the lid and the tape attached to it, but he saw that the lid had fallen to his side and the tape was burnt black now. This meant that the seal was no longer going to work. That's why these assholes didn't put these boxes in a storage scroll. It wasn't to save money, but because the scroll doesn't store living things. Yami gritted his teeth as the screams coming from the heart were gathering people from the warehouse, and even the scream itself had become irritating for Yami. He quickly pulled out a kunai from his pocket and stabbed it in the heart. The screams increased for a second or two, but it then started becoming quiet. But it was already too late, as almost the entire camp had gathered around the warehouse, including Jiro. Yami could hear Jiro's voice shouting at their men from the outside. "Who the fuck is inside?" Jiro lost his cool as he shouted. No, Lord Jiro, me and my men were standing here the whole time." "How can someone go inside?" a guard said with hesitation. "Erg, you all are idiots," Jiro said, and looked at his man and said, "Let's just hope it is not what we think it is." "Go in with your men," Jiro said, and the man along with 5 hooded figures went ahead to open the doors of the warehouse. Jiro then looked at the guards standing outside, curious to see what was inside, and said, "Stop standing here like idiots and go search the entire camp. This could also be a distraction." Chapter 233, Jiro's Ambitions. Listening to the fuming Jiro's command, the guards scurried away. They knew how cruel Jiro was with his own people, and the only reason that such a kid ignored his atrocities was because he got results, and most of the time he would be out of the hidden stone plotting something and finding new land to capture. Seeing that everyone except his own personal guards had left the vicinity of the warehouse, Jiro looked at his guards and said, "You both stay here and kill anyone who tries to enter the warehouse. Even if that person is someone from our village." The 2 bodyguards simply nodded and stood in front of the door while Jiro proceeded to head inside. The man had already gone inside with the hooded figures. When he reached the source from where the scream had come, he saw that one of the boxes was lying open and one jar was smashed on the ground with the bloody heart crushed into pieces. Anger welled up inside the man and the color of his skin started to change, but then one of the hooded figures stepped forward and put his hand on the man's shoulder and said, "Priest G, don't lose yourself." The man who was called Priest G by everyone gritted his teeth as he looked at the destroyed heart and said, "How can I not be angry? Such a perfect specimen was destroyed. It takes much to create even one of these demonic hearts." The hooded figure nodded and said, "I understand what you are saying, but as long as Lord Jashin's blessings are with us, we can have hundreds of such hearts. Our priority is to become stronger without the great villages finding, and the perfect place to do it is the hidden mist. So don't do anything to blow your cover." Hearing this, Priest G calmed down a little and heard the sound of someone coming toward him. He looked back and Jiro walked toward him. Jiro also looked at the destroyed heart and asked, "How did this happen?" G looked like he wanted to strangle Jiro, but he said, "Lord Jiro, someone seems to have stumbled upon these boxes. We didn't find anyone when we came in here. I don't think there is much reason to worry." Jiro looked at him in annoyance and said, "No reason to worry? Are you out of your mind? What if the one who did this is a spy? What if he leaks this information to the outside world? I only agreed to help you fanatics with my goal. If this news gets out, then I will be dead before I know it." G nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lord Jiro. We will keep our promise. As long as you let our cult grow, we will keep supplying you with a few of these hearts so that you can create shinobis who are way stronger fighters and more obedient than usual shinobis. You have already seen the strength it gives, and we have even implanted 2 of such hearts in your bodyguards who were hopeless when you sent them to us. Clean up this mess and find out who came in here. I will send you a few of my people to get the hearts implanted. I want to see what they can do in the conflict against the Bloodline clans. Their lava release is quite annoying, and that bitch May already has 2 Kekiai Genkais." G clenched his fists but didn't say anything. Seeing that G was just quiet after all this, Jiro turned around and left. "I will have his heart implanted in an animal for sure," G muttered. Seeking help and hiding in return of giving Jiro stronger soldiers, G formed an alliance with Jiro. But now this was getting more of a relationship where Jiro would bark orders and expect G to accept it. G also had to swallow all the humiliation because right now he needed cover to hide himself and his cult. His most special experiment had already gone and joined a criminal organization named the Akatsuki. "Haiden, you idiot, just come in my grasp once and I will tear you apart," G muttered as he saw Jiro walking away. After Jiro left, the hooded figures started inspecting the jars for damages. A common symbol was visible on their hands. It was a simple symbol with a red triangle inside a red circle. "We need to find who did this," G said. The hooded figure who was overseeing the inspection and who had calmed G looked back at G and said, "Whoever did this is already long gone. We have to work with the probability that whoever saw this will tell the world about it. We have to make a big move, all the hearts that arrived today, and plant them in Jiro's people." As the hooded person said that, everyone turned around to look at him. Even G was shocked by this. "What are you saying? To waste such precious specimens for those filthy stone shinobis?" The hooded figure nodded and said yes. The problem isn't what the other villages will do if they find out, but what the hidden stone itself will do. No matter how cunning the old man Inoki, current Suchikage, is, he will never be in support of Lord Jashin. He will do everything in his power to find us and attack us. Before that, we need to make Jiro strong and independent and also overconfident. G nodded and said yes. Jiro has no idea what the consequences of the heart implant are. I even tried to suggest to him that he should get his implant, but he denied my suggestion. "I guess he isn't a fool after all," the hooded figure said. G nodded and said, "You all continue. I will go and give Jiro the good news." After saying that, G left the warehouse. Yami was listening to all this from the inner roof of the warehouse. He had blocked even the tiniest amount of chakra from leaving his body. He even created a pocket of air around him so that not even his breathing could be sensed by whoever entered the warehouse. Lord Jashin? Haiden from the Akatsuki? Damn, he was a pain in the ass and not so easy to kill. Even Asuma fell prey to him. Very less is known about them. As far as I remember, they did find a small base in the land of hot water, Fugaku, but what are these bastards doing here? Probably preying on Jiro's thirst for power. I can't let them use the rest of their hearts, Yami thought. He didn't know how much strength would a shinobi gain after getting one of these hearts implanted, but he didn't want to take a risk because, in the end, he was going to end up fighting with them. Except for Meitarumi and a few others who had Kekkei Jinkai, Yami didn't expect them to be much useful. Maybe Chojuro because he is one of the 7 mist swordsmen, but Yami had seen Chojuro and wasn't ready to get into such a fight. Damn, the shinobi world that they had shown in the anime was already complex enough, but I didn't know so many things were going on behind the scenes, Yami thought. He saw the hooded figures inspecting the glass jars and making sure that those specimens weren't damaged in the slightest. Yami looked at a hooded figure exactly below him who had one of the jars in his hand and he was checking it properly. Yami jumped down toward him as he propelled himself from the roof. He didn't use any chakra as he didn't want to get spotted instantly. He used raw physical strength to do this. Though it didn't give him much of a boost, it sure caught the hooded figure who was under him off guard. Yami plunged the thin hidden blade that he had hidden under his sleeve into the hooded person's neck. The man didn't even get to know what happened as he coughed up blood. Everyone looked back as they heard the sound on him falling on the ground. The jar that he was holding in his hand also fell down, making it smash into pieces. Due to this, the painful scream rang through the entire warehouse and the area around it. All the hooded figures except the one who talked openly with Priest G rushed at Yami. They pulled out sickles from their robes. The sickles had many things drawn on them as if they were made with some kind of ritual. Yami didn't recognize what its effect was, so he wasn't going to take any chances and get hit by them. The scream had alarmed everyone outside the warehouse as well, and things had started to get pretty chaotic now. Seeing the hooded men come to him, Yami spewed a fireball at them. He had already kept most of his ninja weapons, including his sword, inside a storage scroll. The hooded figures dodged the fireball pretty easily, but the hooded men's leader quickly shouted, "Idiots!" The hooded figures didn't understand why their leader, who had even calmed Priest G, would lose his composure, but they understood pretty quickly. Chapter 234, Jiro's Heartbreak. Yami's aim while spewing the fireball wasn't killing the hooded figures rushing at him, but only slowing their momentum. He knew very well that the fireball was indeed too slow and could be easily dodged by them in the spacious warehouse. The real aim was the jars that had hearts in them. The leader of the hooded figure quickly moved to save those boxes, but the fire had already destroyed a majority of those boxes and many jars had already smashed, and the sound of the screams had increased fivefold. Even the hooded figures and Yami felt that their brain was vibrating inside their skulls. Wish I had some good noise-canceling headphones at this time, Yami thought. He covered his legs with lightning chakra and moved through the hooded figures as fast as he could. He cut them down one by one with the hidden blade. He knew that this weapon wasn't made for such confrontational fights, but the hooded figures were pretty weak themselves. Yami didn't know if he had gotten too strong or if most of Jashin's followers were this weak. As he reached the last hooded figure, who was their leader, Yami swiped his blade through the man's arm to cut it off, and he even felt the blade go through the man's flesh like a hot knife, but when Yami looked back, he saw that the arm had already reattached itself to the man. "You have dishonored the gifts Lord Jashin has granted us. He will punish you," the man said in a husky voice. The calmness in his voice that he had while talking to Priest G had suddenly vanished. The man removed his hood and showed his face, which made Yami shocked. The man had black veins running through his face under the skin, and his eyes were red. Did he go in some kind of berserk mode after I destroyed those pickled hearts of his? Yami thought. The hooded figure took out a folded weapon from his back and straightened it out. The weapon was none other than a scythe. It had many similarities to Haiden's weapon. Yami expected the man to rush at him like his companions, but the man suddenly screamed at Yami, causing a red blast of air to blast toward Yami. It looked as if the air looked like blood when it came to Yami. Yami, who himself had a certain level of mastery over the air, pushed both his hands forward, negating the attack, or so he thought. The blast of air stopped, but the red circular blood-like slashes coming towards him didn't. Yami dodged those slashes and let them hit the wall behind him. He looked back for a second and saw that the slashes hadn't caused a deep cut on the walls, but the falls seemed to have eroded a bit. "You are quite light on your feet. But that won't help you at all," the man gritted his teeth as he threatened Yami. He rushed at Yami with his scythe pulled back. Yami also decided to use some hand-to-hand combat to deal with an enemy. The man's regenerative ability had already cleared the fact that sharp weapons aren't going to do anything to him. Just as the hooded figure was about to swing his scythe and Yami was about to punch him, the man let go of the scythe with both of his hands. This greatly confused Yami, and the next second, Yami and the man were standing with each other with the man catching Yami's arm. Only that idiot Haiden uses a slow and troublesome weapon like the scythe. I prefer to fight up close and personal. I like to take everything that belongs to my prey, he said and started laughing like a madman. Take this offering, Lord Jashin, the man shouted, and Yami could feel the blood in his body becoming turbulent and wanting to flow toward the hand that the man had held. What is this? Yami murmured. He had never heard of or seen such a technique in Naruto or even Boruto. This is a blessing given to me by Lord Jashin. He takes your everything and gives me a little more strength. Feel proud to become Lord Jashin's strength, you insignificant bug, the man started blabbering. Who knew that Lord Jashin of his could do something like this? But I also have something that he doesn't expect. Yami thought as he realized that the hand the madman was holding was the same one that had the devouring law tattoo on it. Yami quickly opened his palms and interlocked his fingers with the madman. The madman was confused as to what Yami was planning and asked, "Have you gone senile?" He didn't understand why the person who should be desperately trying to push him away would lock his hands with him. Yami then activated his devouring law that made his hand turn black. The madman was watching this thing happen with a confused face until it turned into a panicked one. As the madman wasn't dead, Yami couldn't devour his body, but he sure as hell could devour the various tattoos that were shining on the madman's body. Yami was sure that these tattoos are what gave the man strength. They were what connected him to his god. Devour. Yami gave the command, and the various symbols on the madman's arm started to burn brightly. Yami expected the devouring law to simply dim and disappear the tattoos, but instead it made them burn brightly. Yami then felt energy flow from the tattoos to his own arm. He could also see the red eyes of the madman come back to normal white ones, and the black nerves on his body were also turning back to normal. For a second or two, the man looked like a normal civilian, but the next second he began to dry up. "No, no, don't take it from me," the man started shouting while trying to pull his hand away from Yami. "So all the people's blood he absorbed stores in the form of energy in those tattoos, and when I started devouring the tattoo, the energy started transferring to me, and in the end, it's taking his own energy as well." Yami understood what was happening. Even after Yami understood what was happening, he continued to devour the madman until he became weak enough and fell down to his knees. In the end, when the man was at the door of death, Yami stopped. He let go of the man's hand and looked at him, falling on the group with wide-open eyes and murmuring something. Yami went closer to him to listen to what he was saying. "Lord Jashin will not forgive you. He will punish you. Lord Jashin will not forgive you. He will punish you." Yami wanted to devour the man's and his people's souls as well into his devouring eye, but he didn't know what that power did, and these people were someone who had already sold their soul for power. In the end, Yami abandoned the idea of devouring their souls. He could also hear a lot of commotion around. The guards standing outside didn't enter inside because they feared Jiro, and he had strictly ordered them not to step inside the warehouse. Soon the commotion died down and Yami realized that Jiro must have come back. "I can't stay here for long. I need to leave now. I have already destroyed all the hearts they had in the boxes. I wish I could put these hooded people in a Genjutsu, but I am not sure how that will work. Energy continuously keeps running through those tattoos of theirs, so it's pretty hard to keep them in a Genjutsu. At this time, I can't even go and find the hearts that they already had transferred here during the last batch of supplies. They will keep them safe, and I won't be shocked if Jiro wants his personal bodyguards to guard them 24/7. For now, I will just leave and let Lady Tsunade know the things that are happening here. I wonder if I hadn't interfered, would the future remain the same? Would Mei still become the Mizukage?" Questions started flooding Yami's mind as he kept thinking about these things. Yami didn't have much time as he heard the footsteps of 4 to 5 people coming inside the warehouse. He took out a few explosive tags that he had kept on himself for emergencies. He stuck them on pillars which were in the direction where Jiro and his guards were coming from. Yami then looked back at the supplies and smiled. "How can I waste all these things so easily?" Yami took out 3 storage scrolls, and in 2 of them he filled it with the supplies that were stored in the warehouse, and in the last one he stored the destroyed hearts. The steps of the people coming inside the warehouse were now clearer than ever. Yami knew that they had reached the entrance, so he ignited the explosive tags, making the pillars near the entrance blast and the entrance collapse on itself. He could hear a few voices and understood that Jiro and his men had narrowly escaped the falling debris. "Someone is inside, open the entrance fast," Jiro shouted from the other side. He had left the hooded figures inside, and so when the screams came, he thought they had messed up and dropped one of the jars. He was furious while he was coming, but he wasn't in a hurry to run inside. Now that the entrance had collapsed, he understood that this was the doing of an enemy. Either the one who had caused the previous scream or one of the hooded figures was a spy. Chapter 235, Negotiations. Jiro was getting impatient as his men were trying to take the debris aside and make a clear way to get into the part of the warehouse where today's supplies were kept. "What the hell is happening inside?" Jiro fumed. He then heard someone running behind him. He turned back and saw it was none other than Priest G. "What the hell just happened?" G asked as he saw the collapsed entrance. Jiro looked at him and asked, "It is your people who went inside and you are asking me?" G felt insulted when Jiro said that he couldn't say anything, so he just swallowed the insult and started throwing debris around. As another fanatic of Jashin, he had tremendous strength. He was able to clear a small entrance quickly and the whole group reached inside. As they went in, the smell of foul blood assaulted their noses. They looked around and saw the corpses of the hooded figures laying in a pool of blood. "What the hell? How is this even possible?" Each of them holds the strength of a mid-shunin rank shinobi. His eyes then fell on the dried corpse that lay in the middle. Ji along with Jiro walked ahead and saw the dried corpse. "Who is this?" Jiro asked as he looked at Ji. Ji took some seconds to recognize his own teacher, but by the scythe that had fallen near the body and some of the Jashin tattoos he knew that this man was none other than his own teacher. He couldn't believe his eyes as his teacher who had stepped on a mountain of corpses to reach here was lying dead. Who did this? Who is capable of countering Sensei's absorption technique? It was a blessing given by Lord Jashin Ji. He went ahead to touch the corpse, and as soon as his fingers touched, the entire corpse collapsed. Ji looked around and saw the crates in which the hearts were stored. They didn't have a single jar inside. Even the supplies were gone. "I will look into this," Ji said in a calm tone and left the warehouse. "What do you mean by looking into this? After all this mess? Where are you going?" Jiro barraged him with questions, but Ji didn't say a thing. He just kept walking and left the scene of the crime. He was fuming inside and wanted to tear apart Jiro and everyone around him. He knew that his religion needed more time to bear their fangs, so he couldn't fight against Jiro and the stone shinobis now. Ugh, this worthless fanatic needs to be shown his place, Jiro said as he kept looking in the direction that Ji had gone. He then turned back to the blooded scene in front of him and ordered his men to find anything that would help him find a clue. One of Jiro's bodyguards came near him and said, "Lord Jiro, the roof has a small opening. We think the attacker entered and left from there." Jiro looked at the bodyguard with anger and asked why was the warehouse not properly secured. The guard moved a step back and said, "Lord, the warehouse is in the middle of our camp, and except for our usual supplies, we never kept anything here. Except for shielding against tough weather, there was never any need to secure this warehouse." Jiro just clenched his fingers and left the warehouse as well. "I need to go to Moji and get him to end this Cold War once and for all. This is stretching too long now," Jiro thought as he left. By this time Yami had already left the Stone Shinobi's camp and was moving toward the Bloodline clan's area. By disguising himself many times as different people, Yami reached the Bloodline clans. He reached one of the isolated places where only the drunkards hang out after work. Taking cover behind a big rock, pulled out a piece of paper and started writing everything he wanted to Tsunade. At first, he was confident to turn the Mizukage faction hollow from the inside. He didn't think the intervention of the Hidden Stone would cause a big problem, but now seeing how committed they were, what Jiro's ambitions were, and who his allies were, Yami wasn't sure to win this conflict on his terms while keeping casualties on the Bloodline clan side to the minimum. Neither the Bloodline clans nor the Mizukage faction knew how far Jiro was willing to take things. After writing the letter, Yami made a few hand signs and summoned the fat bat. He then pulled out the scroll which contained the destroyed hearts which the Jashin fanatics like to call demon hearts. He put the scroll inside the bat's mouth and tied the letter to the bat's legs. As the bat left with the letter in the direction of the hidden leaf, Yami also headed in the direction of the Terumi clan's prisons. It was time to step up things. As he was walking through the streets, he heard some people whispering. Using his enhanced hearing, the first sentence he heard was, "The Mizukage faction has sent an envoy to the Terumi clan for negotiations." Yami stopped his advance and smiled internally as he thought, "So you chose to negotiate with the Bloodline clans instead of the Hidden Leaf. Good choice." Terumi Mansion. Outside the Terumi Mansion, it was heavily guarded by shinobis with the same headband but different uniforms. Some were the guards from the Mizukage faction while the others were from the Bloodline clans. Everyone was on edge as to what was going to happen. Inside the mansion, all the clan heads from the Bloodline clans sat on one side of the table while 3 people sat on the other side. Leaning along the walls of the mansion were everyone the Bloodline clan leaders trusted, including Mei, Ao, Chojuro, Anko, Elder Wu, the Terumi siblings, and the advisors of the other clan leaders. The people sitting in front of them were Moji along with 2 other people. One of those was the same purple-eyed man whose squad had headed the operation to kidnap Yami. "I thought that Hari was the envoy when we got the letter. I didn't expect you to personally come here disguised as a guard, Moji," the Terumi clan patriarch Yoshiro said. At first, when the envoy came, the surrounding was a little tense, but the clan leaders knew that this day would come. They knew what cards Moji held now, so they were a little ready to negotiate, but after entering the mansion, the ambassador stepped aside and one of the guards pulled off his mask, and it turned out to be Moji. This was a little shocking for them. A leader of a faction going inside another faction so openly could be either confident, brave, or simply foolish, and all the clan leaders knew that Moji was definitely not foolish. Moji didn't say anything and looked at Asami, who was little to Yoshiro's left side, and said, "It has been a while, Asami. How about we get married and end this conflict here?" Moji asked in a teasing tone. Asami just waved her hand and said, "Not even with my dead body, Moji." As if he expected that answer, Moji just chuckled. Seeing him like this, the clan leaders became a little nervous. The confidence Moji was displaying in their midst was way more than they expected. "What do you want, Moji?" Rico asked, to which Moji looked at him as if looking at a kid and said, "Always the impatient one, aren't you, Rico?" The taunt was obviously to rile up Rico, and it worked like a charm. Rico was about to get up from his chair, but the old man stopped him and made him calm down. The old man looked at Moji and asked, "If you are here to waste time, then I'd suggest you go and prepare for the battle that is about to come." Moji's laughing face suddenly became serious as he heard the old man say. He tilted his neck and said, "Do you really think you could handle fighting all of us together, old man?" "What do you mean to all of us?" Yoshiro asked. "Don't act like you don't know anything, Yoshiro. You know that I have the backing of the Hidden Stone, and the Mizukichi himself wants me to win. On top of that, I have a chess piece that will prove to be my trump card." He said the last part in a playful way. Yoshiro didn't say anything, so Moji continued talking. "I don't want to waste more time on this, so I will be clear. I know that you have 3 hidden leaf spies in your custody, and we both know that the leader of those spies has a nephew who is currently with me. Are you naive enough to threaten us with a civilian's life, Moji?" the old man asked. He wasn't someone who would give up so easily. Chapter 236, Fallout. Moji just shrugged his shoulders and said, "When have you known me to let civilians get a free pass? Think about it. What will happen if Hideki finds out that his nephew died because of the stubbornness of you 4? Are you thinking that the Hidden Leaf will declare war against us just because one of their spies' nephews died? The Hidden Leaf is a peace-loving village. They aren't going to start a war," Yoshiro said. The Terumi siblings and the advisors were listening to what the leaders on both sides were dishing out. "You don't seem to have come here in good faith, Moji," the old man said. "I came to ask you for your surrender. As long as I am negotiating with you, that's the best deal you can get. If I go to the Hidden Leaf with this, you might end up in a worse state. They have a new Hokage now. Don't know how she will react." Moji stood up from his seat, and so did the 2 people sitting on both sides. "I think you should go and prepare for the war, Moji, or else everyone will think it's a war between us, the Bloodline clans, and the Hidden Stone. In the end, they are the ones who call the shots anyways." Rico taunted, and it surprisingly worked as Moji gave him the stink eye. Asami giggled a little and said, "Come on, Rico, you can't throw facts at his face like that. I see you guys still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. I still haven't talked to the kid since he has been kidnapped. He doesn't even know who did it," Moji said. He was indirectly threatening them that he will twist the story however he wants and present it to the Hidden Leaf. "I think you need to leave, Moji. Go take care of the preparations," the old man said and sat back down. Moji didn't say another word and just left. The people standing in the mansion had never seen such a short and direct negotiation. But none of them said anything as they knew both sides weren't ready to end this peacefully. What was his intention when he came here? Elder Wu asked, but he didn't say it loudly enough for the clan leaders to hear. From the ones near him, Anko looked at him and asked, "Sensei, what do you mean?" "Moji and his people have killed a lot of people from our faction, and we have killed theirs. There can be no peace among us. Moji isn't the kind of guy to bow down for his people that are suffering, so when conflict is certain, why would he even come here? He definitely didn't think that we would back down after the 4th Mizuki's death." Santo just shrugged and looked at Mei, who was standing beside him. Even though she was being groomed to be the next patriarch, there were many things where her father had kept her in the dark, and the only one who knew everything was Ao. Mei leaned forward as she looked at the confused faces of the siblings Kana and Santo and said, I came to the conclusion that Moji isn't sure whether having Yuda in his custody is enough leverage to demand anything from the Hidden Leaf. The new Hokage has not done anything which would help others predict her next step. And it could even backfire. Backfire? What do you mean, Sister Mei? Kana asked. What if the new Hokage does decide to give attention to a spy's nephew? What if she sends a squad to break into the Mizukage faction and get Yuda back? Mei put forth her thoughts on this. Kana's eyes widened and a smile bloomed on her face as she heard this. Sister Mei, that would be the best, wouldn't it? It will save Yuda and even weaken the Mizukage faction. Santo tapped Kana's shoulder and said, did you forget the fact that we have a few Konoha spies in our custody as well? Kana's face instantly deflated as she heard this. Santo continued as he said, and what's the guarantee that Konoha will be successful in getting back Yuda? What if they end up putting the kid's life in more danger? Mei nodded at that and said, Santo's right. The chances of him getting rescued successfully are too low, and even if they decide to do it, they won't send their best people to save a civilian's life. Kana just sunk back on the wall and looked down. Santo was about to go and console her, but Mei stopped him and whispered, let her deal with it on her own. She needs to become strong enough to handle this. Meanwhile, the clan leaders were talking among themselves and the guards inside and outside the mansion were dispersing. Riko looked at the old man and asked, did this happen because of my strategy? Did our small assaults on their places compel him to come here? Asami shook her head and said no, the support Hidden Stone provided him was more than we expected and many of his borders were already fortified and not many valuable resources were present there. The old man looked at Yoshiro and said, let's keep preparing for the main battle while burning a few fires in their area. I don't want to go into the rabbit hole as to why he came, so let's not dwell on that. Yoshiro nodded and said, I have also told my people to increase the facilities and food being provided to the spies to be better so that even if the Hidden Leaf contacts us to get them back, they will understand that we didn't have any ill will against them. The rest also stood up and the old man said they could also take the initiative to attack us, so be on alert. I tried to send a letter to the Hokage, but the messenger returned within an hour or two saying that the waterways are heavily guarded by the Mizukage faction and the Hidden Stone. They are even taking pirates from faraway lands. Yoshiro shook his head and said Santo and his siblings were ambushed at sea and they managed to kill and come here. They must be trying to find their bodies as they didn't expect Santo and the others to win. What you are saying is possible. We don't have the hawks that great villages use to contact each other. They all are in Moji's hands. Our only option is to send an armed envoy or a Jonin shinobi in disguise, and both are time-consuming. The old man nodded. After discussing a few more things they all left. The meeting with Moji didn't come to any conclusion, but one thing that everyone understood is that Moji is going to start the conflict very soon. A few hours later, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Building. Tsunade was buried in a mountain of paperwork while Shizen was sitting on either side. In front of her was standing Team Kurenai. Their clothes looked a little dusty as if they had come back from a mission. Tsunade closed the file in front of her and looked at Kurenai's team. Good work, Team Kurenai, your mission was successful without any kind of loss of life or supplies. The merchant who hired you is happy and requested another mission 2 weeks later. We are the best squad after all, haha, very soon we will become Chunins as well. Kiba said in a confident tone while Akamaru sitting on top of his head chimed in bow bow in excitement. Kiba also fist bumped Hinata, who hesitated at first. Shino on his own was nodding at Kiba's statement. That's enough for you three. We are in Hokage-sama's office. Kurenai reprimanded his team and smacked Kiba's head. Now, don't let my words go to your head or else you won't progress as you have in the past month. Tsunade said. She was about to say more when Hinata tilted her head and looked outside the window. The others also did the same. Tsunade and Shizen had their backs against the window so they didn't know what they were looking at. As they turned back they saw a fat bat flying toward them. Is that a bat? Kiba asked as he walked closer to the window. What is a bat doing alone in bright daylight? Kurenai asked. Tsunade's face became serious instantly. She turned to Kurenai and said, wait with your team outside, this is a messenger. Kurenai immediately nodded at the Hokage's order, but the curious Hinata asked who sends messages through bats, to which Shino immediately replied, why am I? Everyone's heads instantly turned to Shino, who said, I remember Lee mentioning that during missions Yami uses bats for recon purposes as well as to send messages. It's his summoning animal. Chapter 237, Report. Tsunade nodded at what Shino said and then looked at Kurenai. Kurenai understood what that meant and guided her students outside the office. Shizun went to the window and slid the window panes aside. The bat came in and hung upside down on the curtain rod. It's about time I receive a report now. I have been getting news of pirates moving in groups and a lot of stone shinobi presence around the land of water. Tsunade said as she untied the letter from the bat's legs. She was about to turn around, but the bat opened his mouth and a big scroll fell from his mouth. Shizun quickly caught the scroll, and contrary to what she expected the scroll to become wet due to the bat's saliva, the scroll was dry and had no odor. Shizun nodded at Tsunade's statement and said, I agree, the last report Yami sent us was about the village in the land of forests. I have sent 2 Chunin squads there to maintain order there. I am already in talks with Shikaku to set up an outpost there so that the land of forest can also be managed by the Hidden Leaf. Having another dock for trading is a good thing and the land there is fertile. Yes, Shizun, if Yami is able to build up friendly ties with the Hidden Mist, then we will need the trade routes that connect the sea to the land of fire as well as forests. The only thing I am worried about is Yami's attitude. That kid doesn't do things the easy way. I hope this letter isn't a headache. Don't open the storage scroll until I have read the letter thoroughly. Tsunade said as she proceeded to open the letter. At first, she was overwhelmed by the amount of content in the letter. She knew that Yami wouldn't waste time on mundane things, which means multiple things have been happening and there is too much to report. Shizun kept looking at Tsunade's expression as they changed with every passing second. It reminded her of the time when she received the letter from the 2 mercenaries. As Tsunade kept the letter back on the table, she looked at the scroll in Tsunade's hand with a hint of anger in her eyes. What's the matter, Tsunade-sama? Shizun asked with a confused expression as she saw Tsunade stand up. Tsunade didn't say anything and just took the scroll from Shizun's hand and said, I am going to the medical research center. Bring Kakashi here. Tell him it's urgent. I will have an booze bring them right away, Lady Tsunade. Shizun said and was about to leave the office when Tsunade stopped her and said, no, Team Kakashi isn't ready. Shizun has Kurenai and Asuma come as well. How low can people go to accomplish their desires? Tsunade muttered and left the office as well. At that time Kakashi was sitting on a tree branch reading his favorite book, Makeout Tactics, at the edge of a training ground. He looked to his side and saw his friend Guy doing a handstand and running around the ground. Guys, we gave our students time to rest, that doesn't mean we train ourselves. Kakashi said, which Guy completely ignored and continued running on his hands. Kakashi then heard footsteps coming toward him, looked to the side and said, Kurenai, looks like you are back from your mission. Asuma isn't here. Kurenai understood that Kakashi was teasing her, so she just ignored the comment and looked at Guy and shouted, this is about Yami. Guy quickly stopped running and looked at Kurenai to confirm what he just heard. Guy jumped and stood back up straight on his legs. Who, now that was a youthful run, so is Yami back? It's already been 2 weeks since he's been gone. Guy asked as he walked toward Kakashi and Kurenai. Kakashi also jumped down from the branch and stood beside Kurenai. Kurenai shook her head and said, no, he isn't back yet, but he sent a messenger to Hokage-sama and she had me and my squad leave the office. If she did, that means the mission he is on is an important one. Kakashi said. Yeah, that's obvious. He is the youngest jonin in our village and his first mission is a solo mission. Kurenai said. You hear that, Kakashi? My student became the youngest jonin in our village. Guy said as he pointed to himself in pride. Kakashi's face palmed himself and said, till when are you going to keep floating on that guy? Guy just laughed at that and was going to say something when Umbu landed beside him. Kakashi Hatake and Kurenai Yuhi, you both have been called by Hokage-sama to the research center urgently. Umbu said. Not me? Guy asked the Umbu, to which he shook his head saying no. Guy, your squad just came back from a B-rank mission yesterday. I don't think you will be getting one anytime soon. Kakashi said. Yeah, I think that's for the best. Karen isn't ready yet to get into anything serious. Even though Neji and Lee are ready, their teamwork has suffered greatly as Yami was the one holding them together. Guy said. He wasn't discouraged by the fact that he wasn't called as he knew his strengths and weaknesses. The obvious fact that Kurenai and Kakashi were called meant that they didn't need strength but sensors and spying-capable ninjas. Let's go without wasting any more time. Kurenai said, and along with the Umbu and Kakashi they left. Guy looked at their vanishing backs and said, Yami, I hope that you aren't taking everything on your own shoulders. Guy then went back to doing handstands and running around the training ground. Umbu accompanied Kurenai and Kakashi to the entrance of the research center. As they reached, they saw Asuma standing there as well. Umbu looked at them and said, all three of you should go inside. Hokage-sama is already there. Just then the door opened and Shizen came out. It's good that you guys are here. I don't know what Yami wrote in the report, but Lady Tsunade looks pissed. Asuma threw away the cigarette he had in his hand, and his demeanor, which had always been lazy, also changed to that of being alert. He understood the seriousness of the situation through Shizen's words. They all entered the research center and Shizen guided them to one of the rooms. She knocked on the door and said, Lady Tsunade, it's me, Shizen. I have Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma with me. Come in. Tsunade's muffled voice came from inside the room. As they entered, they saw Tsunade wearing a surgical mask and gloves. In front of her were 8 to 10 containers made of glass kept on the table. Inside each glass box was what looked like a human organ. Shizen and the others were veteran shinobis, so they didn't have any change in expression and walked to Tsunade while glancing at the glass containers. I will tell you what these are, but first you need to get the entire context of this. Tsunade said and started explaining Yami's mission and what his report had said. After about 10 to 15 minutes, the expressions on the faces of the Jonin standing inside the room had changed for sure. How despicable of them to do this, and to think one of the great villages is taking their help. Kurenai said with disgust on her face as she looked at the destroyed hearts that were kept on the table. Lady Tsunade, can't we inform the other hidden villages about this? I am sure they will take action against the Tsuchika Jinoki for recruiting such people. Asuma asked. As the son of the previous Hokage, he knew that there were some things that the great villages equally hated, and one of them was religions that practiced human sacrifices. Tsunade nodded at Asuma's question and said, you are right, Asuma, and that was what Sensei or I would have done, but according to Yami's report he doesn't have any evidence that the Tsuchika himself ordered it. In fact, Yami thinks that the higher-ups in the Hidden Stone don't have any knowledge of this. Yami thinks this all is the doing of Jiro and the man who Yami called Priest G. Yami wouldn't make his assumptions based on baseless things, so let's trust his judgment for now. Asuma said. He hadn't conversed or spent time with Yami, but he knew that Yami wasn't a shinobi to make reckless statements. The mission to provide assistance to a faction that could become our ally in the future was already tough enough, but now he has to deal with this too. He got a pretty tough mission for his first solo mission. Kakashi said. Luckily the side Yami chose to side with is the Bloodline clans and not the Mizukage faction. But things are quite messy out there, with the Bloodline clans having 3 of our spies in custody, the Mizukage faction having Yami's accomplice in custody as him for leverage, and one of our spies leaking information. Kurenai summed it all up in a single sentence. Yes, that's why I have called the 3 of you here. I wanted to send Jiraiya there, but he is already out training Naruto and I don't know where he is right now. Chapter 238, Intentions. So you want us to go to the Hidden Mist with our squads? Asuma asked. His team had never done such a mission, so he was a bit hesitant. Even though the Ino Shikacho combo is a really good one against multiple enemies, Asuma knew that the 3 kids weren't ready. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi once and then looked back at Asuma and said, I want yours and Kurenai's team to go, and Kakashi, I want only you to go without your squad. Kurenai was about to ask the reason for it, so Tsunade quickly said her mind. Kurenai's team is best for sensor and information gathering, while Asuma's team has Ino for reading a person's mind, Shikamaru to make plans and lead a small number of people in battle, and at last Choji can use expansion jutsu, which is useful against multiple opponents. So Tsunade-sama knows that Choji has gotten a basic understanding of his clan's jutsu. Seems like she is keeping an eye on everyone at such a time of alertness. I even heard that many departments which used to be under the control of the elders and the civilian council are now managed by her. Asuma thought as he heard Tsunade's justification. Tsunade then turned to Kakashi and said, as for your squad not accompanying you, I will thank you for that. Kakashi said and nodded in understanding. Asuma and Kurenai didn't understand why he did that, so Kakashi said Naruto is already out training with Jiraiya-sama, Sakura is spending most of her time training medical ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade, and Sasuke seems to have found Neji and Lee as his training partner. I never thought those three would become friends. All in all, I don't think my team is ready yet for this. They are busy honing themselves. Now the thing is, the stone shinobis heavily guard the waterways as per Yami, so you all might need to take a longer route to go. Tsunade said. Shizune, who had been quiet until now, peeked ahead and said, Lady Tsunade, wouldn't that take almost a week for them to reach if they go like that? Yes, it will, and I am sure Yami knows this as well. Now Yami did say that the conflict will start soon, so either it really is going to start soon or he plans to be the catalyst in inciting the big conflict. Kakashi completed Tsunade's sentence. He knew how Yami was. He knew how to manipulate people and make them think, believe, and act as he wanted. Tsunade nodded and said yes, Kakashi is right. And Yami's thinking is also right. He doesn't want priests G and Jiro to provide Moji with a lot of support. The three of you plan the entire thing properly and don't tell your students what the mission is until it's necessary. The three of them understood why Tsunade had to say that. Although this isn't a big war like the Great Ninja Wars, for the Hidden Mist it was a war which had no common ground and no room for compromise. At times like this, it was obvious for Genins and Chunins to be captured by the opposition and for them to be tortured for information. The three Jonins nodded and then turned to the hearts. Tsunade also looked at them and walked ahead to one of the containers and said Yami said that when the seal on the jar was broken, sounds of painful screams came from these hearts. As for their belief in Lord Jashin, we do have information that people of this religion do practice human sacrifice. Yami doesn't know how much a person's strength increases, but he did say that the people he fought didn't have these hearts implanted, which brings us to the conclusion that there are serious side effects. I will study these hearts, but I am not very hopeful as they are destroyed and I do not know what kind of power Lord Jashin holds. Lady Tsunade, we will make the necessary preparations and leave tomorrow morning. Have you sent any reply to Yami? Asuma asked. Tsunade shook her head and said no, I thought I will write the reply after you guys have left. Is there anything you want me to write in there? The three Jonins talked among themselves for a few seconds and said, Lady Tsunade, as we already need to take the long route to go there, we would be thankful if the Bloodline clans know that we are coming. The last thing we need after we go there is to get thrown in their prison. And Kakashi has a better suggestion. Asuma said. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, who scratched his head and said, I think you should send a letter to someone from the Bloodline clan so that Yami doesn't have to do anything and the misunderstanding is cleared at the top level. Tsunade looked at Kakashi for a few seconds and nodded as she said, fine, I will contact someone from the Bloodline clans and tell them about our readiness to help them and send 2 squads as well. After talking for a minute or two, Asuma and the others were leaving when Tsunade removed her surgical mask and said, Kakashi, stay back for a minute. Kakashi nodded and waited for everyone to leave. As everyone left, Tsunade's expression became a little more serious as she said, don't think I don't know what you are trying to do, Kakashi. Kakashi just shrugged and said, I don't know what you are talking about, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade sat on one of the chairs nearby and said, cut the crap, Kakashi. You knew that if we told Yami to tell the Bloodline clans of your arrival there, then his identity would be exposed and he won't be able to do what he intends to. I also liked that tactic as it would have made the situation more controllable and predictable. Now by telling someone from the Bloodline clans, our people in their custody become free, which means Yami doesn't have to worry about them, and Yami also gets to keep his identity as Yuda. Why would you want to do that? It would have been obvious if the one standing in front of me was Lord Third, but Lady Tsunade is also good in all this. I shouldn't have underestimated her, Kakashi thought. He hadn't indeed underestimated or looked down on Tsunade, but he knew she was someone who liked things straight and simply. Lady Tsunade, I don't think the 3 spies getting caught or the kidnapping by the Mizukichi faction was out of Yami's expectations, Kakashi said, to which Tsunade slammed her hands on the table and leaned toward Kakashi while half standing. Exactly, why did he risk so much? I don't think that it accomplished anything except. That's when Tsunade realized something and said in a calm tone, he is pushing a small conflict into a full-blown war, isn't he? Kakashi nodded and said that's the direction he is currently headed in. And if I look at the big picture, then it is the right direction. You mean it will give a significant blow to the hidden stone, and since the hidden sand and mist are already in enough peril, we can focus on the Akatsuki, Tsunade said as she massaged her chin. Yes, we hardly know anything about their organization, and according to what Jiraiya-sama told me, every member of that organization is an S-ranked criminal in the bingo book, Kakashi said. Fine, I will permit Yami to do anything he wants till it is for this village and its people. But when you reach there, make sure that he isn't seeing and doing more than one should. We can't forget that he is just 10 years old. Lady Tsunade, I have already stopped considering him a kid. The fact he even went toe-to-toe with Itachi last month is already enough to consider him S-ranked. Kakashi made his point as he turned around to leave. That same Itachi will go ballistic if something happens to Yami. I have never seen a talent like him. No wonder Sensei chose to keep even the smallest detail about him hidden from the public eye, Tsunade thought as she watched Itachi leave. She then turned to the destroyed hearts and said, I should start my research and find a way to make them useless, or they could become a big problem in the future. While Kakashi was discussing with Tsunade, Asuma and Kurenai went to their respective squads to tell them that they will be going on a mission soon. The problem was they couldn't disclose anything about the mission until the last moment, so they were a little hesitant as to what to say. Asuma knew that Shikamaru would try various different ways to figure it out. As for Team Kurenai, at first, they were a little annoyed as they had just come from a mission an hour ago, but when they heard that Team Asuma will also be going, they were pumped up to show their progress. Chapter 239, Rest was needed. Hidden Miss Koza Village. Yami, disguised as a merchant, was having lunch in a tavern in Koza Village. At first, he was going to the underground prison to tell Hideki and the twins what to do next, but after hearing that an envoy from the Mizukichi faction was having a meeting with the Bloodline factions, Yami decided to change the plan. The atrocities the Mizukichi faction has committed against the Bloodline clans will never be forgiven, so I am sure that negotiations are going to fail. But I am sure that Moji knows this too. Maybe he wasn't just trying to leverage Yuda against the Bloodline factions, but wanted more time. I can't let that happen. When Lady Tsunade sends backup, I will no longer be in the commanding position. I need to do something. Yami was planning what to do. He wanted to find out what had happened in the meeting, but that would be too risky to do at such times. It would have been hard for even him to enter the prison and meet Hideki because Yami didn't know that the old man was already suspecting something. After a few minutes, Yami went to the reception and asked, "Do you have a room available for a few days?" The receptionist, who was a woman in her 40s, looked at Yami's disguise, who didn't look too poor nor too rich, and said 100 Ryo for 1 day, but if you take it for a week then you can get it for 550 Ryo. Sounds good, Yami said and paid the money to the receptionist. He then took the keys and went upstairs to his room. He used enhanced senses to find out what kind of people live on his floor. Luckily, except for a few travelers, all the other rooms were empty. He went on his own and said, "I better get a good sleep, tonight is going to be a long night." After that, Yami went to sleep. He was already exhausted from fighting those fanatics of Jashin. After a few hours, Yami woke up. He understood that he had slept for at least 6 to 7 hours because the entire room was dark. Yami stood up from his bed and went to the window. It pulled the curtains aside and saw that it was already late evening. Doing so many things on my own is really tiring, Yami said as he saw the market lit with lamps and people buying and selling stuff. Yami freshened up and went down to the diner of the tavern and sat in a corner. He also saw a few mist shinobis sitting in the tavern talking. From the insignia on their chest, he was sure that they were from the Bloodline clans, and the people around them also didn't seem nervous, which was another confirmation. Yami ordered his food and started eating it while listening to what the guards were saying. The guards weren't idiotic enough to say something truly important out in the open, but from their talks, Yami understood that the Bloodline clans had sped up their preparations for the conflict. Yami sighed in relief as he heard this. He was afraid that the conflict would be delayed, but now he was happy to know that it was going in the direction he wanted. Yami then paid his bill and left the tavern. Instead of walking on the well-lit road of the market, Yami went into the jungle. After walking for 15 to 20 minutes, he stopped walking. While leaning on a tree, he pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. As he opened the paper, it seemed like a map. There were many markings on the map. Some were green while the others were red. On top of each marking, there was a range of numbers written. It is good that I took the important documents with me when the Mist Shinobi and Boos came to kidnap me. These maps were made by Hideki and the other spies. It contains the locations of enemy and ally bases. The ones in green are the bases that belong to the Bloodline clans, while the red ones belong to the Mizukichi faction. The range of numbers written on them is an approximate number of people in that base. Hideki told Yami that this map wasn't complete yet, as many of these places weren't explored yet, so no one knew how important they were or what was stored in those bases. I have only read books on how such raids were done and the different strategies, so my best bet would be to start from where the people are the least, Yami thought. He was confident in his strength, but this time he knew that if he starts doing it himself, then it will take a lot of time and many people will escape as well. Backup could also arrive from a different base till that time. Yami then started following the map and started running toward the enemy base he had just chosen. After roughly half an hour, he reached the fences of that base. To even reach the main gate and enter the base, one would have to follow the designated road. Yami saw that the fences were patrolled every 20 to 30 minutes. The shinobis patrolling the fences were mist shinobis, but Yami also saw a few stone shinobis who seemed like the superiors when compared to the guards. The stone shinobis must have had the mist shinobis do menial tasks while they take care of the important tasks along with the higher-ups of the Mizukichi faction, Yami said as he saw the guards. They didn't seem particularly healthy and were even a little sleep-deprived. It was almost 9 p.m., so the entire area was dark and the only source of light was the small lamps which were kept a few meters away from each other. Yami knew he wouldn't get such a good chance again, so he scouted some areas and found a tree that was near the fences. He quickly went there and collected a handful of small rocks. After collecting them, he went up the tree and sat there waiting for the next round of patrolling. And just after 10 minutes, Yami heard the sounds of a few shinobis coming that way. As he heard multiple voices, he threw those small stones at the fences, which made a lot of sounds. As the shinobis heard this, their footsteps halted for a second or two, and then Yami could hear them running toward the fence in front of him. He could also hear their voices. What could make such a noise? No need to hurry, it must be a rabbit that got stuck in the fence. Yeah, I hope it happens. These stone shinobi bastards don't let us sleep or eat properly. Let's go fast, or if one of them reaches first, then we will get scolded again. The guards kept talking as they were running near the fence. Within 5 to 7 seconds, 4 guards came to the fence. They looked at the fence for a few seconds and then went closer to inspect it. This is where the noise came from, right? One of the guards asked the other one, who nodded and said, yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. To us as well. The animal must have escaped already. Damn, we lost some good meat then. Now I suddenly feel hungry. That's when one of the guards crouched down near the fence and said, wait, this looks suspicious. What do you mean? Stop behaving like an investigator. We're just guards, the guard standing beside him said. No. Look here, there are small stones here. They must have made the noise. It wasn't some animal. Maybe someone from those filthy bloodline clans through these, the wannabe investigator said. Ugh, so what? We will go and kill a few of them in a few days to get all the frustration out of us, haha, the other guard said, and everyone laughed until they heard a voice from the other side of the fence. I will give you a way to vent your frustration. All the guards looked in the direction from where the voice came. The voice came from this tree, a guard said, pointing at the tree Yami was sitting on. That's when the four of them saw bright red eyes look down on them from the tree. Who or why? Before the guards could complete what they were saying, Yami had put them in a genjutsu. Yami then jumped from the tree and crossed the fence. He landed in front of those four guards. Yami didn't say anything and those four saluted him and said, Captain, what are you doing here? Yami took out a bundle of paper bombs and handed a few to each one of them and said, I want you to plant them on each pillar of this base and detonate them at the exact time. Captain, why are we abandoning our base like that? And there are people inside. I don't care about those stone shinobis, but our people are there inside. Are you defying a direct order? Yami said in a firm voice, making the four of them turn stiff. Chapter 240, The First Fire. No. No, sir. The four of them hesitated for a bit but then quickly replied. Yami stepped forward and sent wisps of his chakra to their hearts. He then adjusted their heart rate rhythm to be focused. The expressions of the four changed drastically. They now looked like people who were ready to sacrifice their lives. Now do what I have told you to do, and I assume you all know the vital points of the base, Yami said. Yes, sir, we built this base, sir, one of the guards answered quickly. Damn, they seem like military soldiers. The rhythm worked way too well. Yami thought as they saw the stiff expressions of the four guards. All four of them took a few paper bombs and left quickly. Yami knew that using this technique it wouldn't take long for him to destroy the base, as this base was just a temporary one and not as big as solid as the one in which Jiro stayed and stored the supplies. I wonder what supplies are stored here, Yami muttered. The spies who had prepared the map couldn't investigate deep enough to find out the storage material of each base. As Yami was thinking to himself, he began to hear blasts happening at different places. All didn't happen at once, as the paper bombs needed to be ignited by a shinobi personally, and there was only a slight amount of fixed delay. What is happening? Where did the explosion occur? Is this an attack? Have the Bloodline clans started moving? Voices started coming from inside the base. Yami guessed that they must be the higher-ups who didn't see any attack coming and were now full of questions. Yami didn't need his enhanced senses to hear the screams and angry shouts of the people inside. Time to have a little fun myself, Yami said and cancelled his transformation jutsu. He also took out his sword from the storage scroll and tied it to his waist. He was now tall enough to keep the sword on his waist rather than his back. Yami didn't put on his Konoha headband, as that could become a big problem if someone saw it. He hid his face halfway from the nose with a black cloth and then started walking to the entrance of the base. The explosions kept happening after every few seconds. Yami sensed some movement near the entrance of the base. Even though there was smoke coming out from the entrance due to one of the fires, Yami could see everything clearly as he had his Sharingan activated. Yami unsheathed his sword and covered it with a thin layer of wind chakra. He used the same technique that Asuma had taught him and gave him a scroll. As he entered the base, he saw it was filled with more shinobis than the map said. The people also noticed someone coming from the entrance, but due to the smoke, their visibility was the lowest. Who are you? Show me your identification or we will kill you. Why are your eyes like that? The shinobis nearest to him started asking questions. Due to the smoke, the only thing people could see was the bright red eyes. Before they could ask even one more question. Arg/NOO. Sounds of flesh tearing apart and blood spraying through the hallway fell on everyone's ears. The red eyes now only looked like a blur as they moved throughout the room. The anger that the shinobis had when they heard the explosions were now turning into fear, as wherever the red blur went a scream emerged. Some wanted to run and scream for help, but looking at those red eyes made their scalp numb and their legs refused to move. They didn't know what to do. One shinobi who had just become a chunin stood in the middle of the hallway and he was too scared to even take a step or even make a sound. He felt like he was trapped in the human body. He couldn't do anything but watch the people around him die in the bloodshed. His eyes could only see the red eye that would look at him once every few seconds and then again disappear to cause another scream. Yami sliced, stabbed, and slashed everyone in that hallway. He saw the shinobi standing in the middle of it and thought killing him would be a mercy for him now. He then left the hallway to go to the other parts of the base leading the chunin there. As Yami entered through one of the doors from the hallway, he saw the entire room was covered in mist. But something like that was useless in front of the Sharingan and enhanced senses. Yami could see everyone clearly in the room. There were certainly fewer people than in the hallway, but the people here seemed to be more organized and were waiting for whoever had attacked them. As for the people that were in the room, there were 2 mist shinobi jonins and 2 were stone shinobi jonins. They heard the screams from the hallway, but they knew instead of going out there blind they should wait for the enemy to come in and attack together. They were sure that so much destruction wasn't the work of a single enemy. Even 5 seconds hadn't passed since Yami entered the room and he saw 2 of the 4 people make hand signs. He saw the third one just standing at the back and assumed that this must be the one who spread the mist. Yami quickly jumped to the side and 3 pointed stakes made of rocks emerged from the ground. Then a large jet of water came from a shinobi's mouth. Yami was sure that the jet was strong enough to make a hole in the wall, and as he dodged the jet by jumping and standing on the roof upside down, the jet went and hit the wall, decimating it. Seeing the hole in the wall and his jutsu fail, the mist shinobi shouted he dodged again, restrict his movements. One of the stone shinobis made a spear out of the earth and lunged at Yami, but before he could even reach halfway, he saw Yami disappear and appear behind him looking at the shinobi who were standing on the ground. The stone shinobi felt ignored and was about to curse Yami when he saw that his arm had been cut off from his shoulder and the spear was falling to the ground. He wanted to ask when Yami did that, but then without even looking back, Yami thrust his sword into the shinobi's neck and pulled it back as well. The shinobi fell on the ground while using the one hand that he had left to cover up the hole in his neck, but he knew that it was hopeless doing that and he died just like that. What? How did he do that? The mist shinobi who had spread the thick mist shouted. The others were shocked as well. Even they couldn't see how Yami moved. It must be some trick. It's just a kid, kill him, the stone shinobi who Yami was facing shouted. He made some hand signs and erected a wide wall. Yami was going to rush at the wall when his senses told him that something was happening behind him. Yami just glanced back and saw a wall of the same size was getting erected behind him. The stone shinobi had expected that Yami wouldn't know that because of the mist. Yami understood that the stone shinobi wanted to slam both walls on Yami and make him a sandwich. Yami made some hand signs while running at the wall in front of him. The stone shinobi felt happy seeing that his plan was working, but before he could move the 2 walls, the wall behind Yami was suddenly destroyed. How did he do that? The stone shinobi muttered. He got back to reality and was about to prepare something for his defense, but then he heard the wall in front of him break and then the sound of thousands of birds chirping entered his ears. He closed his eyes for a second due to the dust and a blue flash. When he opened his eyes, he saw a fist-sized hole in his chest. He looked to the side and saw the same red eyes looking at him without wavering. That's when he understood that he never stood a chance. As for Yami, before rushing toward the stone shinobi's wall, he created a lightning clone of himself and had it run and slam itself on the wall behind Yami. Now after the 2 stone shinobis were killed, the ones left were the mist shinobis, and they were both scared right now. They knew that the stone shinobis were stronger than them but didn't stand a chance against the monster. Wait, I will give you whatever you want. Tell me. The mist shinobi was talking when Yami's body flickered and appeared at a different angle from him. The mist shinobi didn't understand why Yami did that, as the distance between them was still the same and he saw that Yami's sword was now sheathed. Chidori beam, those were the words that fell on the mist shinobi's ears when they saw Yami use his hand to aim at him while showing his palm and his hand curled like a claw. He then saw a bright blue beam of lightning shoot from that palm and enter his chest. The entire beam didn't have any kind of sound. In fact, it was silent. The room was too silent. The mist shinobi saw the hole in his chest and then heard gurgling sounds, With much effort he looked back and saw the second mist shinobi was lined up perfectly behind it and the same lightning beam had pierced his chest as well. Yami looked at the two of them falling together on the ground and then looked at his palm which had a few burn marks but they disappeared within 2 seconds. I created the Chidori beam as a more concentrated form of Chidori stream and it has no lightning wastage due to which it doesn't make any sound and doesn't even require hand signs. Kakashi told me never to use it because it harms the wielder as well just like the Rasen Shuriken but he doesn't know about my body's healing capabilities. Chapter 241, Left to Fate. Yami then looked around and saw that there was no one left in the room. As he had killed the mist shinobi who had spread the thick mist in the room was clear now. Yami saw a few papers spread out on the table nearby. He approached them and saw there were many reports which included the movements of the mist shinobis and the stone shinobis. Yami then took all the reports as he didn't have the luxury of time to go through them thoroughly. I will go through these reports in my room. For now, let's not waste these corpses, Yami said as he pulled out his sword. He cut the heads of the corpses and devoured the corpses. The heads were neatly placed on the table. He also devoured the souls of the shinobis just like he had done for the two elders. After devouring them, he used his enhanced senses to understand what was happening outside. While he was fighting the 4 shinobis in this room, the explosions outside had stopped. Yami understood that the 4 people he had put in Genjutsu must have been killed or captured for this to happen. With his enhanced senses he heard some shouting outside. Why did you do this? Who gave you the order? Yami also heard footsteps of many other shinobis at the back side of the base. Yami went through a few empty rooms and eventually opened a door where he was greeted with 10 to 15 shinobis from the stone and the mist surrounding 2 people. Yami tilted his head to the side and saw that the 2 people were among the 4 that he had put in a Genjutsu. These idiots didn't even know that these 2 are in a Genjutsu. People really have no idea. Dangerous it can be. Yami thought while everyone in the room turned around to see who just opened the door. Who are you? The guy closest to the 2 tide guards asked. Some of the shinobis standing around him quickly pulled out their weapons, seeing a man with red eyes and the rest of his face hidden with a black cloth. You must be here to save him. The guy sneered as he looked at Yami. The guy wore a stone shinobi headband and had 2 short swords on his back. Catch him, you idiots. The man shouted and the shinobis around him quickly rushed at Yami. As they reached Yami's location and were about to stab him, Yami dispersed into multiple bats and spread around the room. What the hell? The man looked around at the bats flying. He took out his short swords to kill every bat, but all the bats that had surrounded the shinobis opened their mouths and blasted sound waves at the shinobis. The guy wanted to plug his ears, but he suddenly started coughing blood. He looked around and saw his allies were doing the same thing. A sound attack, the guy muttered as he felt the sound waves impact the insides of his body and make them vibrate enough that there was internal bleeding. Wouldn't that kill the guy he came to save? The man thought as he was already on his knees with both his fingers in his ears. He looked at the 2 tide guards and saw that they had already died because they couldn't even cover their ears. All they could do was scream for a few seconds and try to untie their hands by biting the rope. But that didn't go their way, so they died a gruesome death. He wasn't here to save them but to kill us. The guy realized as he saw the people around him who were struggling a few seconds ago had already died now. The sound attack of the bats also stopped the very moment and the bats flew to the center of the room in front of the last stone shinobi who was alive. The bats merged into each other and Yami was formed. He looked down at the kneeling shinobi who could only look at him with eyes filled with despair. Who are you? The guy asked. Yami smirked and said, you managed to survive the sound attack, so you must be strong. Yami knew that even though he said that, the man's internal organs were a mess and his chakra network was completely tangled with each other. Only a medical shinobi at the level of Tsunade could make him healthy enough to wield chakra again. Without answering the man's question, Yami started to leave. There was nothing more in the room. Cough. Why are you killing me? The man asked as he coughed blood again. Yami turned back and said, I leave you to fate. If you die, you are free, and if you live, That's where hell begins for you. The man didn't even have the strength to say anything else, so he collapsed to the ground. The people in this room were pretty weak, so Yami only devoured their souls. Yami was about to leave the room as all of the people in the base were killed, but he felt something in his chest. At first, he thought it was his chakra core that was acting up, but it wasn't that, it was something in his heart. I don't know what this is, but it is definitely something about the souls I devoured. I better get out of here as I don't know how much time it will take and what effects it will have. And I am sure someone must have gone to another base to ask for help, Yami thought as he transformed into a stone shinobi and ran out of the room. He saw a few more empty rooms, but nothing of interest. As he came out in the open, he saw a few more corpses lying on the ground. The shinobis had burn marks on them, which brought him to the conclusion that these people died because of the explosions caused by the guards. Yami used his enhanced senses again, but except for the two he left alive, there was no one left. Getting back up from the nearest base would take approximately 40 to 50 minutes, and right now only 20 minutes had passed. Seeing that there is nothing else to do, Yami left the base through the thick jungle. After getting at a safe distance, Yami got himself a little cleaned up and ate some of the food he had stored for emergencies. Yami then brought out two of his bats and instructed one of them to contact Zabuza and bring him to Yami, while the other bat was ordered to keep an eye on the surroundings. After 15 minutes, Yami heard someone running through the forest heading toward him. Yami packed up his things and waited for the man to come. Within a few seconds, a man wearing civilian clothes landed in front of him. Yami seized the man with a smile and said, "You look totally different, Zabuza." Zabuza didn't seem to care what Yami said and quickly asked in anger, "Where's Haku? I escaped that day as you told me, but I can't find him. He didn't meet me at our usual spot as well." Yami waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, he is in the Mizukichi faction's prison." "Oh, wait, what? How did you let that happen? What if they torture him?" Zabuza bombarded Yami with questions, which made Yami activate his Sharingan and say, "Shut up, stop yapping or I'll burn your lips together." Zabuza quickly stopped talking, seeing such a side of Yami. It reminded me of when he first met Yami. I thought after training so much I had become stronger, but the fear I feel standing in front of him is even more than that day. It was a good decision to get on this monster's good side, Zabuza thought. He decided to ask Yami only one question as to how Haku is, but Yami didn't give him the chance and answered it. "Don't worry about him. He is transformed into me and is kept as a bargaining chip. They won't even interrogate him, forget about hurting him," Yami said. This made Zabuza sigh in relief. For the past few days, he had been trying to find Haku's whereabouts, and he knew the only way to do that is to find Yami. But the house Yami was staying at was burned down and no one knew anything. "Why did you call me here?" "Something happened in the Mizukichi faction. Everyone is running here and there. Looks like the Bloodline clans made a preemptive strike," Zabuza said. Yami shook his head and said, "It wasn't them, but me. I infiltrated one of their bases and killed most of the shinobis there. There were stones as well as mist shinobis." "What did that accomplish? And what do you mean by most of them? Don't tell me someone escaped from your claws?" Zabuza asked. He didn't let the opportunity to tease Yami go. "No. I left them alive after killing everyone around them," Yami said as he leaned on a tree nearby. "But wouldn't they be interrogated by the shinobis of the Mizukichi faction and Hidden Stone Village? They will know that it wasn't the Bloodline clans that attacked them and it was a single man who did it." Chapter 242, Terrorizing the Bases. "That's what I want," Yami said and looked at Zabuza, becoming more confused, and continued, "The ones I left alive already fear me now and will even have nightmares of mine, but it was necessary to make the others feel fear as well. When that happens, the stone and mist will realize that they have an enemy they don't know anything about. As humans, it's our tendency to fear the unknown. If the mist and stone think that it was an assault from the Bloodline clans, then they will retaliate by sending multiple squads to attack the Bloodline clans." Yami stopped suddenly because he saw realization dawn on Zabuza's face, and sure enough, Zabuza completed his sentence. "But now they will know that it was only one person, which will make them cautious, and at this time they won't attack the Bloodline clans but take a step back and try to figure out your identity. Zabuza said. Are you perhaps developing a brain after becoming a human? Yami smirked as he said that. By becoming a human he meant that when he saw Zabuza the first time wrapped in tape and speaking like a savage and attacking everyone in sight, he was more of an animal. Now that he had spent so much time with Haku and was roaming from village to village on Yami's orders, he had become more civilized and had started using his brains. But the base you just attacked is the smallest of them all. Do you think it will be enough to convince Moji and Jiro to think about this together? They may decide to attack the Bloodline clans together and get rid of one enemy. For the past few days, the Bloodline clans have been launching small guerrilla attacks on them anyways. Zabuza said. He knew how the Mizukichi faction thought and they were pretty short-sighted, so there was a high probability of that happening. Why do you think you are here then? One of my bats is already finding which of the 3 nearest bases to the base I attacked is providing backup. Once I find that out, you and I are going to attack that base. Tonight is going to be a long night, Zabuza. Yami looked into the sky as if he was looking at his bat who had already gone far. You are a madman. How could you make such a crazy plan and now you are pulling me into it as well? Zabuza said as he stepped back, indicating that he didn't want to be a part of it. Zabuza, does that mean you want to side with the Mizukichi faction? Did you forget what they did to the Bloodline clans over the past few years? You do know that Haku is also among them and it was them that annihilated his clan. Yami said, making a serious face. Zabuza immediately pointed at Yami and shouted, you asshole, don't try to do that. I know you don't give a damn about what the Mizukichi faction did or who suffered. You only care about things going your way. But I can't let Moji's people do this anymore. What do you want me to do? Zabuza asked. Nothing much, just create chaos outside the base while I go inside and take care of them. You don't even need to kill anyone with your sword except those who try to leave the base to ask for help from another base. Just place a couple of explosive tags in the right places and run. But won't that be too slow as I am the only one doing this? Can't you have your clones do it for you? Zabuza asked. Yami nodded and said yes, but the regular ones patrolling will get suspicious, and if I even kill a few of them before the explosions, it won't take long in this climate for the smell of blood to spread. Zabuza was about to ask something else, but Yami looked up and saw a bat fly toward him. Yami lifted his hand on which the bat hung upside down. As the bat summoner, Yami was able to understand what the bat wanted to say. Yami pulled out the map from his pocket and pointed at one of the bases which were northeast of the one he had just attacked. This is the base that sent reinforcements to the one I just attacked. Let's not waste time now. Yami said and started running without waiting for Zabuza's decision. What the hell? Zabuza cursed and followed Yami. After traveling for a few moments, Yami suddenly stopped and signaled Zabuza to do the same. He made hand signs instead of saying something, so Zabuza understood that there must be someone nearby. He also stopped and waited for Yami's further instructions. Yami, who was peeking through a few branches on top of a tree, saw 3 squads standing in front of the base. They were all facing a man who was a stone shinobi, while 2 of the 3 squads had hidden mist shinobis. I don't know where those bastards of the Bloodline clans got the guts to do such an attack, but you 3 squads are the second and last batch of reinforcements I can spare for their tiny base. Find out who did it and which Bloodline clan they belong to. We will have our revenge within the next few days. The 3 squads listened carefully and then left. The man also went back inside the base, and even the people who opened the doors bowed to him. He must be the one in charge of this base. This is a middle-sized base. So there might be something they must be storing. Even normal food and medical supplies can prove to be useful in such warlike situations. Yami thought. Do you know who that person was? Yami whispered as he looked back at Zabuza, to which the rogue mist shinobi shook his head. Yami then turned back and started walking away from the base and said, let's go and scout the base first. Zabuza nodded and went in a different direction to scout the base while Yami scouted the other half of the base. After a few minutes, they met again and discussed their findings. After discussing all of that, they decided on a plan. According to the plan, Zabuza spread the hidden mist technique near one of the least guarded places of the base. Seeing the mist spread, the guards who were patrolling there thought this was an attack from someone from the hidden mist, and since they themselves were adaptable to moving in the mist, they entered the mist confidently. As they entered, they felt that they had entered a whole new world, because they saw themselves standing in the middle of a large farm. They could see each other and even talk to each other. "Where are we? How did we get here? I remember entering the mist, but after that I am here." He looked around at the open farm where the breeze was swaying the crops as well. "I entered the mist too. Do you think it is a space jutsu or an illusion?" another guard asked. One guard touched the crops and looked at the setting sun and said, "This all feels so real. I don't think it is a Genjutsu. But space jutsus are very rare, and I don't remember anyone from the Bloodline clans having it," a third guard said. Suddenly all their attention was gathered by some buzzing sound. They looked in that direction and saw some insects flying over the crops. Within seconds the insects' quantity increased by several folds, and it wouldn't be an understatement to call them a swarm. The buzzing sound became louder as the swarm got bigger and came closer to the guards. "What are these insects? Why do they make so much noise?" "They are just harmless locusts." One of the guards blocked his ears with his hands as the sound had gotten louder than he could take. "I think we should all run. Whatever they are, they don't look or sound friendly," another guard said and started running in the opposite direction. The others also followed him, but when they looked back they saw that the swarm was getting closer and closer. The sky that was yellow and orange due to the sunset was not getting darker as the swarm was covering it. Not long after, the guards were surrounded by the swarm of locusts. By this time, the guards had realized one more critical thing: they were unable to use or even feel chakra. They pulled out their weapons from their pockets and began to group together and started to attack the locusts, but it was hard to kill such a small insect, and the effect was negligible because the locusts were in millions, so killing a few made no difference. On a hill at some distance from the open field, two figures were standing, Zabuza and Yami. Chapter 243, Change of Plans. "Why did you pull me into this Genjutsu as well?" Zabuza asked as he looked at Yami. His job was only to spread the mist in a small area so that Yami could put the few guards in that small area in a Genjutsu, but Zabuza found himself standing on top of a hill along with Yami. He saw what the guards were seeing. Zabuza was shocked to hear when the guards said that they weren't able to use chakra. Yami didn't look at Zabuza and said, "Because the backup arrived earlier than we expected, I had to make some changes." When Yami executed his Genjutsu, suddenly multiple shinobis rushed out from inside the base. Yami didn't know that when Zabuza used the hidden mist technique, someone from inside the building quickly sensed that. Yami and Zabuza didn't think that there would be a sensor jonin inside the base they were attacking. Zabuza suddenly heard many other sounds than the guards that were in front of him. He looked around and saw another swarm of locusts, and there were voices coming from inside the swarm. "I didn't know people other than the guards also entered the mist," Zabuza said, to which Yami replied, "They came shortly after you spread the mist. Either it was a trap, which is really rare, or they have a strong sensor shinobi among them. I did the same that I have done to the guards, but I can't keep two different scenarios going at once. The fight has just started, and the chakra consumption is high. Even doing it to one group of normal guards is a big feat, and he is doing it to another group that has jonins in them?" Zabuza thought. He never thought Genjutsu would be this strong. In the mist, Genjutsu was not taught, as it was just considered a kind of trickery and method to slow down or confuse the enemy. In the academy, Zabuza was taught to hurt himself a little and get out of Genjutsu. As it wasn't deadly enough, no one had any interest in teaching or learning it. But now he is seeing a 10-year-old kid making multiple jonins and chunins dance on the palm of his hand. The guards were still struggling to kill the locusts or even run away from them. Due to the swarm, there was darkness all around and they didn't know which direction to run in. The locusts maneuvered between them from time to time so that they are some distance apart. On the other hand, the big swarm was not so lucky. Although they had covered everything around the jonins and chunins, they could separate them. The jonins and chunins had gotten together and maintained an organized formation so that the swarm doesn't overwhelm shinobis one by one. What is all this? One of the stone chunins asked as he was swatting away the locusts on his side. I don't know, this place doesn't seem to trigger any memory. Another stone chunin said. Just said a Miss Jonin stood behind them and said, this is not real, idiots, this is an illusion. The Jonins had understood right away that it was not a space jutsu but a Genjutsu. Are we going to die like this? A Miss Shinobi asked nervously, to which a Miss Jonin patted his shoulder from behind him and said, no, whoever did this hasn't killed us. They must have something else planned. He then looked at a man to his side, which was the same man who had given instructions to those squads, and asked, what are your thoughts on this, Commander? The man was in his 40s and had a hint of white hair and a slight hint of beard on his face. He chuckled at the Miss Jonin's sentence and said, why is there a need to get scared of something that isn't even real? The Genjutsu was created for the good-for-nothing guards. Our sensors sensed the fluctuation and we all stormed from the hidden door we had prepared for emergency evacuation. I am sure the ones who have cast this Genjutsu must be drenched in sweat by now, trying to keep us in. It isn't easy to keep Jonins and Chunins in such a complex and real-life Genjutsu. Contrary to what the commander thought, there was only one man casting the Genjutsu and he wasn't drenched in sweat yet. His chakra core was supplying him with loads of chakra, but Yami was a cautious man and didn't want to feel tired just as the fight started. He knew how unpredictable this world is. Yami then lifted his hands together and slammed them against each other, making the land between the big and small swarm of locusts collapse in the middle as if it was folding inwards. Zabuza saw as the two swarms got close and eventually mixed into one. He saw both the swarms entangle among themselves. The guards, who were now fearful and confused, now started to see their superiors, and they quickly called them. Commander, how are you here? Did you get caught in the space jutsu as well? One of the guards asked. You idiot, this isn't a space jutsu but a Genjutsu. Did you think that this is all real? The commander asked in anger. The guards hung their heads low as they heard that. TSK, this whole generation is full of weaklings. Why are you all scared when the insects didn't even attack you? The commander asked, but the guards didn't reply. Just when the commander was about to give orders, he heard the sounds of someone trying to scream, but it was a muffled sound. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw locusts flooding inside the mouth of one of the guards. Everyone looked at the guard in horror as they saw the locusts go in his mouth and his eyes bulging out. The next second, the same thing started happening to others as well. At first, it was only the guards who were the weakest, but the sight of this happening planted a sense of fear and disgust in the hearts of others. The Chunins were also overwhelmed by this. The commander saw all this and shouted, stop fearing it, it feeds on your fears. The moment he said that, the eyes of the locusts shined red. Millions and billions of small red dots, and everyone felt that it was looking at them. This even made the commander stop talking as he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He saw a big swarm of locusts come toward him. The commander covered his mouth with both his hands to stop the locusts from getting inside his mouth, but to his surprise, they weren't aiming for his mouth, but they started scratching his body little by little. At first, everyone around the commander and the commander himself was confused as to what was happening, but quickly the ones around him had locusts flooding their mouths. Within seconds, the clothes that the commander had worn were already riddled with cuts, and soon they started making wounds on his skin as well. You think you can do anything to me with this? Then you are mistaken. The commander tried to free himself, as even though the small wounds caused little pain, the sheer amount of wounds being inflicted on him every second was enough to make the commander scream in pain. This kept on going for a few more seconds, and even Zabuza couldn't stand the sight of this happening. I think this is more than enough. I would be begging for death if something like this happened to me, Zabuza said. He didn't know why Yami had to be so cruel to someone who wasn't even his direct enemy. Yami waved his hand and all the locusts disappeared into dust. Most of the shinobis fell on the ground as that happened, while the commander and the Jonins were barely hanging on to their life. This eye isn't real, it's just an illusion, the commander kept muttering. You are right about it, but you still can't be free from it. Yami's voice fell on the commander's and the Jonins' ears. They looked up and saw two people standing on the hill. They couldn't see the people's faces as the sun, which was setting, was on above the two people's heads. Even some guards who were on the ground responded to the voice and looked at the hill. As they were trying to figure out who these two people were, the color of the sky began to change, and right before everyone's eyes, the sky became dark and the sun started to change. The eyes of everyone watching were half closed due to the suffering, but now they were wide open, and even their hands started shivering as the sun changed into something else. The entire sun changed its color and started to look like a big three-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 244, Exploring the Base. It's a S Sharingan. One of the Jonins muttered as he looked at the big red eye. The commander didn't say anything but only stared at it for a few seconds. He then looked at the two figures standing and said, I had read about how strong the Sharingan was in the hands of the Uchiha clan, but this is the first time I am seeing the horror of it. No one from the mist can use the Sharingan like Ao uses the Byakugan, which means you guys are leaf shinobis. The commander had taken time to calm down a little. He had recovered his composure, but his eyes still looked tired as if life had been sucked out of them. Yami canceled the Genjutsu and saw all the shinobis from the base in front of him, just like the Genjutsu majority fell unconscious while some were kneeling. The commander and the Jonins that were kneeling quickly felt chakra run through their bodies. Before they could recover a little of their strength from the dreadful experience of the Genjutsu, Yami waved both of his hands sideways and multiple blades made of air rushed at the commander and the rest of the shinobis. Under a second, all the shinobis including the commander were beheaded. Zabuza looked at all this and said, I thought you were going to leave some alive like the last base. Yami nodded and said I was going to, but I didn't want to create a pattern through which I can be tracked. There is only a small chance that they will think these people were killed by someone else. The main aim was to collect the resources that are in this base along with whatever documents there are. Maybe we will know what their next step is. That does make sense. By the way, your chakra mixing into my mist made the mist spread through the entire base, so even if they didn't have a sensor and come out, they would have come in the Genjutsu anyway. Zabuza said as he went inside the base through the same hidden door that the shinobis had used. Yami stood there looking at the bloody corpses. Seeing that Zabuza wasn't there, he devoured all the souls of the shinobis lying dead. As for devouring their corpses, he only did that for the Jonins and the commander while keeping their head intact on the ground as he did for the previous base. Yami didn't feel anything while devouring the corpses of the weaker ones, so it was just useless. As for devouring their souls, Yami had felt something when he was at the previous base, and even now as he devoured the souls, his heart started throbbing. I should stop for tonight. I need to know what devouring those souls did for me, or else it might be too late when I find out. Yami thought. As he had said a few minutes ago to Zabuza, everyone fears the unknown. After placing the heads in the puddles of blood, Yami went inside the base. He used his enhanced senses to find something hidden. If a base had a hidden door, it is highly likely that it must have a hidden compartment where all the confidential stuff or resources are kept. As he entered the room, he quickly understood that this one belonged to the commander. There was a big table with his painting hung on the wall behind his chair, but Yami could see that there was an outline on the same small where the wall was less worn out, which meant the painting of the commander was recently put there and someone else's painting bigger than the current one was here. Yami went close and slid the painting aside as it was hung on just one nail at the top center. He saw a small locker behind the picture. Damn, that's the most common place to hide vaults in a movie, Yami thought as he ejected the assassin's blade that was under his sleeve and passed chakra through it to create a thin sharp blade. He then cut the four corners of the locker's door with the thin chakra blade. As Yami expected, the chakra blade cut through the metal like a hot knife through butter. Yami held the handle of the locker and threw it aside to see what was inside the locker. Contrary to his expectations, there were only a few scrolls. Yami recognized one of them to be some kind of jutsu which had the symbol of the hidden mist in gold on it, while the others looked like those that Nbus and intelligence-gathering shinobis use. Just then Zabuza opened the door and asked, "You found anything?" His eyes fell on the open vault and he asked, "I don't think that this is a hidden stone base, but the hidden mist, and it is a pretty old one. Was there anything in the vault?" Yami waved the normal scrolls he found and said, "Just some normal scrolls. I haven't read these, but they must be pretty important for them to be kept here." Yami had already put the jutsu scroll inside his pocket as he didn't know if Zabuza would insist on keeping an important-looking mist scroll in his hand or let Yami have it. Even if he didn't want Yami to have it, then Yami would need to kill him, and that would be a waste of a good ally. What did you find? Yami said, to which Zabuza smirked and said, weapons, a lot of them. Zabuza said and signaled Yami to follow him. Yami followed him to the underground basement, which looked worn down way more than the rest of the base. They kept weapons in such a bad environment? Yami asked as he was following Zabuza, but then Zabuza looked back a little and said these weapons seem to have been brought here not long ago. They must be from the hidden stone. As both of them reached the place where the weapons were kept, Yami saw crates and crates of weapons kept there. Some of them were open, which Yami guessed that Zabuza must have opened to check. So are you going to give these to the mist or take it back to the leaf? Zabuza asked. Zabuza tried to sound casual when he asked that, but he really wanted to know the answer as he knew how much of a boost this would be for the Bloodline clans if they get these weapons. Yami didn't answer his question and went closer to the crates that were still closed. He pried them open with a nearby rod and saw stacks of explosive tags in one crate while the other one was full of kunais and shurikens. Yami picked up the crate and kept it down on the floor to open the others. As he lifted the next crate, it felt very light to him. This one's so light that it feels empty. Yami said as he pried it open as well. What's this? Yami said as he saw reels of transparent thread. Zabuza came closer and also held one of the reels in his hand and said, oh, it's something only the land of iron can make. It is a very thin thread that's covered with very fine glass powder. I don't know much about it, but it is very sharp. The only problem is it doesn't conduct chakra at all. I remember Itachi using something like this. This seems to be a sharper version of it. Yami thought. He then looked at Zabuza, who seemed to be still waiting for an answer. I will keep the crates that contain the threads, put the rest of them in a few storage scrolls. I will find a way to give them to the Bloodline clans. By the way, why aren't these supplies kept in a storage scroll? Yami wondered. He had used the storage scrolls many times and for different things. He didn't understand why a village would do such heavy lifting and all that instead of putting things in a scroll. It would be safer and faster that way. You belong to one of the oldest clans, which is why you have that many storage scrolls. But in reality, for others, it is hard to get one, as Fuinjutsu is a very hard thing to master and very few have the aptitude for it, and since it isn't too offensive, many don't even try. Zabuza said. Fine, I will look around the base once again to be sure that we didn't miss anything. After that, we will leave. Yami said and was about to leave the room when Zabuza stopped him and said, wait, are you planning on raiding another base as well? Yami shook his head and said no. That's it for now. You can leave after we reach a safe distance from this base. I am already tired. Let's see what the news is tomorrow morning. Depending on that, we will plan out our next move. We are one step away from conflict. I just need to weaken them a little more and make them more desperate for victory. Seeing Yami talk to himself midway, Zabuza understood that Yami's motive wasn't the freedom of Hidden Mist from the Mizukage faction but something else. It was not like he was curious or anything, but he expected Yami to have some kind of personal angle in this. Chapter 245, Being a Messenger Ain't Easy. While Zabuza was packing all the weapons in a few storage scrolls and also separating the crates that had the threads in them, Yami continued to look around in the base to make sure that he didn't miss anything. Yami was also using his enhanced senses to find if there are any hidden enemies. He didn't find anyone except Zabuza to be in the base, but then he sensed someone running toward the base. The person was a few hundred meters away from the base. The man who was running in the woods wore a mist shinobi headband. He had a thin build and anyone could tell that brute strength isn't his forte. But his speed was impressive, which made him the best guy to swiftly exchange messages from one base to another. As the man was running, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "Why do I smell blood? The commander is brutal, but the smell shouldn't come this far unless it's a complete massacre. Do I go back and report this to the squad captain or go to the base and see what happened?" The man was confused, and as he was struggling to make a decision, he didn't notice that Yami had already reached close to him and was sitting just a few trees away from him. I don't know who this man is, but he doesn't look like the fighter type. Either he is someone with some abnormal skills like a Kekkei Jinkai, or he is a simple messenger. Yami thought. At first, he was going to kill the man straight away, but seeing that he stopped, Yami decided that if the man came towards the base more, then he would be killed, but if he returns or stays there, Yami doesn't need to show any mercy. The man, who was now sitting on a tree branch, put his hands in his jacket pocket and took out a scroll. He was told to send the letter to the commander, but didn't know what was written in it. If I knew what was written on the scroll, then it would be so helpful. If it's too important, then I will go to the base and give the letter to the commander. If not, I will just go back. If I go back now and the contents of the scroll turn out to be something very important, then the squad captain will hack me to death. The man thought. He wasn't someone who would be willing to give his life for his village or anything. He was in it for the fun of bullying the Bloodline clans and the civilians, and most importantly, money. Ah, fuck, I'll just go to the base now, or else. Leaving the squad captain aside, the commander will do worse things to me, the man muttered and took a forward stance to jump on the tree ahead of him. He realized that he still had the scroll in his hand, so he was about to put it back in his jacket. Just as he expected the scroll to go into his pocket, it fell down. He didn't understand what happened for a second, because holding the scroll was his hand as it was falling down. The man's eyes widened as he saw that and looked at his own hand, which now had blood bursting out from it like a fountain. The man was about to scream when the voice wouldn't leave his throat. He looked to the side and saw a kid holding a kunai that was thrust into his throat. What? That's the only thing that escaped his mouth, as the next second his limp body fell from the tree to the ground. Yami also jumped down to take the scroll that was still attached to the man's hand. Yami didn't know where this man came from, so when he saw the scroll in his hand, he recognized that this man must be a carrier. If that letter is someone from Moji or Jiro, then he needs to read that letter. So Yami had decided at that moment that he must get his hands on this letter. Seeing the man on the ground, Yami devoured his body and his soul. He felt the throbbing sensation, but it disappeared within 2 to 3 seconds. Yami opened the scroll with a simple sealing technique. He was ready to use devouring law if need be, but things were pretty simple due to the lack of Genjutsu masters in the shinobi world. Unfortunately, after he read the scroll, Yami realized that this letter was from the base he had attacked first, and the squads that were sent there to investigate the matter had sent this letter. According to the letter, the base was destroyed and everyone was killed brutally. The ones who survived the massacre had lost their mind and are receiving medical attention. The only thing that caught Yami's attention was the last line of the letter, saying that Moji and Jiro both are at the base and are planning some move, and that the commander should come and put a stop to this as soon as possible. Yami understood that the squad captain and commander were maybe loyal to the Tsuchikage or someone else and was keeping an eye on Jiro, or else the squad captain wouldn't suggest the commander stop Jiro's plan without even knowing what it is. If I knew about this internal strife before, then I wouldn't have killed this commander and used him to pressure Jiro more. Whatever is done is done now, Yami thought as he left the forest and headed toward the tavern where he was staying. Before going, he had stopped near the base for a quick second and collected the storage scrolls that Zabuza had filled. He said he would contact Zabuza again within a few days and told Zabuza to keep on gathering information as to what was happening in the Mizukage faction. As Yami reached the tavern, it was almost morning. He made sure to go through the back window in disguise, as he knew the village was going to be in chaos when everyone woke up. Yami went to his room and quickly sat on the bed meditating. He was eager to know what the feeling in his heart was. As he closed his eyes, he didn't need to focus on his heart, but because he instantly felt a suction force from his heart which pulled his consciousness immediately. As Yami opened his eyes, he saw himself sitting in a white chair in front of a white table in a white room. Yami instantly recognized this room, as this was where he came first when he applied for the job of transmigrator. Yami quickly looked around as to what was happening. He didn't think that he would be back in this room ever again. "I see that you have been well." A voice came from the chair opposite to Yami, and the old man appeared. But along with that, something else happened. A document appeared on the table. The document was the same document that he had signed when he took the job. The only difference was that the white-colored document was now completely black in color and the letters were in red, and it looked as if someone had carved those words with a knife. Yami saw his previous life's name and everything. He didn't greet the old man and quickly asked, "Isn't this the document that I signed?" To which the old man nodded and Yami could tell he was in a serious mood. "But why does it look like this now?" "It feels," Yami said as he was struggling to find the last word, to which the old man said, "Ominous." Yami nodded. That's what he wanted to say. "The contract changed the moment you got that tattoo. The tattoo has also stopped me from interfering or even watching what is happening in the shinobi world right now because you are in that world," the old man said. He said it in a way that was bad news, but Yami didn't know why. In fact, he was happy that no one was monitoring him the whole time he was in the shinobi world. "I don't know how that happened or why it even matters." Yami shrugged. "Remember when you signed for the job, it said urgent job requirement?" the old man asked, to which Yami nodded. "That's because the previous transmigrator didn't fail his mission, but he went rogue. The tattoo he got was life energy, but using some research of the shinobi world, he turned something pure into something truly disgusting." Anger was evident on the old man's face when he said that. "What do you mean, and what is life energy, and what did he turn it into?" Yami asked. He didn't even know that there was a previous transmigrator, but over the years he had noticed a few changes in this world. The recent one was Meiterumi's father being alive, because as far as he remembered from the anime, Mei's parents were dead and she didn't have any siblings. Ao was her right-hand man. Life energy is what the shinobi world calls sage chakra or nature energy, the old man said, to which Yami could help but say that's fucking OP. Chapter 246, A New Headache. Yes, it was indeed a good power, but the transmigrator got greedy. He didn't have enough mastery to turn his life energy control into law, so he tried to do it forcefully through nefarious means. This corrupted his power and completely reversed it. So what is his power now? Suck life energy or something? Yami asked. The old man shook his head and said no. Even that could have been something we could easily control, but what he got was much worse. He is now able to change the building blocks of a living being, turning it into a beast of sorts, which increases its strength 10 or even 100-fold, but at the cost of the living being's sanity. Yami stopped the old man from speaking and quickly asked, "Wait a minute, does this have something to do with the beast that attacked the Chunin exams and the borders of the Land of Fire?" The old man shrugged and said, "How can I tell? We tried multiple times, but your devouring law forbids us from seeing you or the shinobi world." "Then how should I stop him? And why is he only sending one beast? Does he have a limited number of beasts or something?" "As far as we know, he can create multiple beasts, but it takes a lot of time to train them and make them obedient. As for only sending one, he doesn't want to gather too much attention, as there are beings that can hunt down the beast if they want in the shinobi world." "You mean the tailed beasts?" "Yes. The 9-tailed beasts can kill the beast, which is why the beast can't create havoc openly, but seeing that you have already discovered it means the beast isn't properly trained. It is a good thing, because now the beast will face many more opponents before it is able to find you." "Are you saying I can't defeat him?" "I don't think so, and the reason why I pulled you in here is something else," the old man. From his sudden change in behavior, he appeared to be in a hurry. Yami pointed at the black document and said, "Yeah, I think we should address the elephant in the room now. Your contract turned like this a few minutes after you transmigrated. I am guessing you must have used the devouring law," the old man asked, to which Yami nodded. He remembered devouring the bodies of the Uchiha clansmen. "The document becoming like this means good and bad things for you. The good thing is that if you break the agreement and decide to either not kill Kaguya or even help her win, we can't do anything. We can't punish you, nor can we pull you out of the shinobi world. The bad thing is that the contract now belongs to the one who gave you the devouring law, and we have no idea who it is. The good thing isn't too much good news, but the bad news is really worse." "Are you saying you sold me but don't know who?" Yami asked. The old man waved his hand and said, "You make it sound like I am a human trafficker or something. And even though we don't know who has the contract, it doesn't bind you in any way. You don't have to do anything that isn't in the contract." Yami sighed in relief when he heard that, but then the old man's next words. The main problem of the devouring law is that the more you use it, the more it will chip away your humanity. To counter that, remember to keep the number of souls devoured to be higher than devouring corpses. Wait, chip away my humanity? Are you saying the reason I am killing people a little more brutal than usual is because of that? No, it's just been a few years since you were born, so there are still a few years until your humanity is affected. And don't blame your enjoyment of killing on the devouring law. As for devouring souls, it will give you powers as well, but as I said, you will have to devour a lot of souls for that to happen. Just remember, the more souls you devour, the clearer your mind will be. The old man wanted to say more, but then the documents started burning the table and the table started turning black with red cracks in between. Yami backed away immediately and asked, "What is happening?" The old man didn't act surprised and said, "The devouring law found out that I pulled your consciousness in here and is now trying to destroy this place to stop our meeting." By now various parts of the room started turning black with those red cracks. The old man stood up and said, "Listen to me, child. Remember, whoever the entity is, he has multiple champions, and that's what transmigrators normally become when they are too successful, but some are too lucky and become the entity's avatars. The minimum requirement to do that is to develop that entity's law. You have not become any entity's avatar, but have devoured law that may attract the attention of the already established avatars. So beware, kid, and like I said last time, never let anyone see you using it." The old man instantly disappeared after saying that. Yami looked around to search where the old man went, but most of the room had already turned black by now. The very next second Yami found himself bad on the bed. He looked outside and saw that not even an hour had passed by now since she went into meditation. "I want to read the documents that I collected from both the bases along with the crates of thread that I have, but it has already been a very busy night and I have to be ready for tomorrow's chaos. The chances of things going as I want are high, but not absolute. I have to be ready with the backup plan, or else Haku could lose her head in the prison itself." Yami wasn't too attached to Haku, but he knew Zabuza would create a big scene if Haku dies. "The only reason Haku agreed to take my place in that prison is that she hates the Mizukage faction for killing her clansmen." Yami left a bat outside the window to keep an eye on and then went to sleep. He woke up after a couple of hours due to sounds coming from the outside. Yami didn't panic much as there was no shouting or anything. He didn't use his enhanced senses and just went near the window. He looked outside and saw shinobis standing every few meters away from each other. Normally there would be shinobis in the market, but they would be dressed as civilians. They would also be lax and only look for anything suspicious. But now it was like they were ready for an attack. "Looks like my adventures last night have the Bloodline clans on their toes," Yami chuckled as he took back the bat and closed the window. Terumi Mansion in the underground meeting room, everyone was in a grim mood. No one spoke a single word and the clan heads were looking at each other. Mei and the others who were standing at the side always knew that something unexpected had happened. She didn't get the official report, but only what Ao had told her so far. Ao wasn't in the room right now beside the Terumi clan patriarch, due to which she was oblivious to the details of the attack. Mei leaned toward Elder Wu, who was standing beside her, and asked Elder Wu, "What is everyone waiting for? It has been more than 10 minutes, but no one is saying a single word." Elder Wu signaled her to be quiet and said, "We are waiting for the detailed report from our spies in the Mizukage faction." Mei didn't question further, nor did anyone standing there with her. The old man, along with the Terumi patriarch, was staring at Riko and Asami. Riko, who was getting uncomfortable by their gazes, looked at them directly and said, "Stop looking at me like that. I told you it wasn't me, nor was it anyone from my clan. I would never orchestrate an attack so deep into their territory." The Terumi clan patriarch leaned forward and said, "You expect me to believe that, Riko? You and Asami were in charge of launching attacks on them, so is attacking their base a stretch?" Riko was about to answer, but Asami stopped him and looked at the two veteran clan leaders and said, "I know you both think we are new as clan leaders and would be desperate to perform a feat and win recognition and fame, but that is the last thing we want. We know that our side and the Mizukage faction are in a very complicated balance right now, and by doing this it was nothing less than declaring an all-out war." Chapter 247, Ao's Report. "Same goes for me as well. I am not reckless enough to attack one of their bases. The elders of my clan would have kicked me off if I had taken such a decision alone, but I do admire whoever did it. Rico jumped into the conversation. The old man massaged his temples and said, I am not accusing you two of doing this, but at such a crucial time we can't have anyone acting alone. We have to show a united front, or else the emoji and the stone shinobis will take advantage of the situation. Yoshiro nodded and looked at the two young patriarchs who were about to say something, but someone knocked on the door. Chojuro, who was nearest to the door, quickly went and opened it. Has the meeting started? Ao asked as he saw Chojuro open the door. Chojuro, who was already nervous among all these people, quickly nodded and said, Yes, Sir Ao, the meeting started a few minutes ago. He then stepped aside for Ao to pass. As Ao entered the room, he noticed everyone looking at him. He pulled out a scroll from his kimono and passed it to Yoshiro. He also whispered a few words in the Terumi Patriarch's ears and stepped behind to stand with the other advisors. Yoshiro opened the scroll and read through it for a few seconds. Mei and the others, who had seen little to no expression on Yoshiro's face for all these years, were stunned to see the surprised Yoshiro. He even glanced at Santo and Kana a few times, which made people more confused. He looked back at Ao and asked, Is this true? It sounds unrealistic. Ao nodded quietly and said, My response was way more outrageous than you, Lord. I have confirmed this news from various sources. The old man, who was known to be patient and cool-headed, looked at Yoshiro and said, Stop stalling, Yoshiro, and tell us what's written in it. We have already waited for this long enough. Yoshiro nodded and passed the scroll to the old man. He knew everyone was eager to know the report, and the truth would surely be out in a day or two, so he narrated everything that was written in the report. 2 bases were attacked simultaneously yesterday night. Of them, there were survivors in the first base, but in the second base, there were none. According to the testimony of the survivors, the base was attacked by one person. The Stone Shinobis have built a timeline as to how things happened, and they have concluded that the intruder first put some of the guards in the base under a Genjutsu and had them detonate paper bombs at different parts of the base. Amid the chaos, the intruder walked inside the base and killed almost everyone that came in. The shinobis present inside used various tactics, including the hidden mist technique, but the intruder was still able to deal with them easily. Yoshiro said when Asami interrupted and asked, Then how did the intruders save themselves? Yoshiro shook his head and said they didn't. He let them live, saying that he wanted to leave them to fate and killing them would be a waste. The survivors said that the intruder didn't even try his best when fighting the jonins of the hidden stone and cut the people down like weeds. Everyone's eyes widened as they heard that. They knew that there was no one this strong except the patriarchs of the Bloodline clans, or some exceptions like Mei Terumi. That's one brutal man, I tell you. He really gave them a fate worse than death. They will be waking up in the middle of the night because of his nightmares. Asami said. That's when the old man looked at Yoshiro and said, The situation of the second base sounds even more brutal. What is he talking about? Rico asked as he looked at Yoshiro. He and the others were wondering what could be even more brutal than this. Yoshiro looked at the people around and said, As I said, no one survived from the second base. Their beheaded heads were found in a pool of blood and most of their bodies were missing. As there was no info on what happened, a quick postmortem was performed and their brains are said to be destroyed from the inside. Something like this happens only when someone is in a Genjutsu for a long time and has suffered unimaginable pain in it. As a Genjutsu doesn't affect the victim's physical body, all the pain is accumulated in the head and too much of it could cause internal bleeding like this. Again, Genjutsu? Whoever this person is, has very strong Genjutsu, and not just that he can kill multiple jonins single-handedly. I don't think any of us is this capable. Asami said. Is there nothing known about the attacker's identity? Rico asked. The excitement could be clearly seen on his face after listening to what the man had done. That's what the most surprising part was for me. The survivors only saw the attacker's eyes, which were bright red. Yoshiro said, which made Elder Wu, Enzo, Kana, Santo, and Mei look at Yoshiro. Elder Wu even instinctively asked, What? Could that be a coincidence? I don't think so, Elder Wu, Mei said. She looked at the other clan heads who had confused faces and said a few weeks ago, Elder Wu, Enzo, and my cousins were coming and they were ambushed by pirates along with mist and stone shinobis. There were more than 100 of them and it was becoming hard for Elder Wu and the others to handle it, but suddenly the attackers started behaving erratically, scratching their own and others' skin so brutally that they died just like that. The patriarchs looked at Elder Wu for confirmation, who nodded and said it is way more brutal than it sounds. I haven't seen such a brutal sight even during the previous Great Ninja War. In the end, there were 2 survivors who were able to save, and from one of their testimony, we got to know that they were winning the fight until they saw red glowing eyes, and after that things started to go downhill. It was a genjutsu that had made them kill themselves. We had dismissed their claims as the ramblings of a madman, but now it looks like the survivor was in fact telling the truth. The patriarchs fell into deep thought after they heard what Mei and Elder Wu had said. After a few minutes, the old man said have the survivor from the ship who gave the testimony handed over to Asami's clan. Asami tries to get as much information from him as possible. To which Asami and Elder Wu nodded. The old man then looked at Yoshiro and said, what do you think we should do now? Whoever this red-eyed man is, seems to be against the mist and stone shinobis, and he clearly wanted to save Elder Wu and the others from the attackers. The old man was about to say more when there was a knock on the door again. The old man looked at Yoshiro and asked, were you expecting someone? To which Yoshiro shook his head and said no. Ao, go and see who it is and what was so important that they have interrupted the meeting. Yoshiro knew that his people weren't reckless enough to interrupt such an important meeting for a small reason. Ao went ahead and opened the door to see one of his people holding a scroll. The shinobi passed the scroll to Ao and whispered something into his ear. Ao looked at the shaking in a little shock but sent the shinobi back and closed the door. He turned to Yoshiro and said, Lord, a letter has been sent for you. He then stretched his hand toward Yoshiro. Whose letter? Yoshiro asked, but then he saw the insignia on the scroll. It's a letter from the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju. Ao said as everyone else's eyes fell on the insignia of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yoshiro took the scroll from Ao's hand and first confirmed that it was a genuine one. He knew never to underestimate Moji and the evil schemes of the Mizukage faction. I didn't know that you succeeded in contacting the Hidden Leaf. Asami said, to which Yoshiro replied I didn't. He then proceeded to open and read the letter. What does she say? The old man asked. She was curious as to what kind of a person Tsunade is, but he knew that she was one of the good ones. She wants us to release the 3 spies that we have in our custody and says that she has dispatched 2 Jinin squads along with 3 Jonins to establish a connection with us on her behalf. She also said that will provide us with more help against the Mizukage faction if things go well. Yoshiro explained the context of the letter. What do we do? Riko asked, to which the other 3 patriarchs looked at the old man for advice. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the old man smiled and said just as she said, prepare to release those 3 spies and make arrangements for the Hidden Leaf shinobis coming to us. Chapter 248, Plans in Tandem. What? Release the spies? What are you saying, old man? We would become a joke in front of everyone. Riko stood up from his chair and slammed his hand on the table. The old man didn't react to Riko's anger and kept his calm demeanor and said, we are currently facing an enemy which has an entire great village behind it to provide support. The one who helped us twice is too strong for us to handle, and we don't even know that person's identity, so he is just a variable who could turn against us anytime. So the last option that we have left is to take help from someone who is offering it. Riko still wasn't convinced by what the old man said, but Yoshiro butted between them and said, Riko, there is a thin line between bravery and stupidity. Going against an entire village alone is bravery for you, but getting the entire clan slaughtered because you were too stubborn is stupidity. I will leave the decision to you. Riko looked back at his advisor, who just nodded and signaled him to calm down as well. Riko made a sulking face, but in the end, he agreed and sat down. Sorry, old man, I got a little carried away and behaved unbecomingly of a clan leader. Riko apologized, to which the old man laughed and said, haha, you remind me of my brother when he was young. He was also impatient like you. Well, I know that you will learn many more things as time passes, so don't fret about such things. The old man then looked at Ao and said the incident happened last night and such a detailed report was already created and even got leaked to us? It looks like the entire thing was investigated by the Hidden Stone and they didn't let Moji have any control over this. Ao nodded and said yes, the report we got is also from our spy from the Hidden Stone because the Hidden Stone shinobis refused to trust Moji's people because of the cover-ups. That's one thing Moji is good at, covering up the dirty laundry of his crimes. Asami said with an ugly expression on his face. Elder Wu, go and make preparations to release the spies, but make sure that they stay in our guest house under strict surveillance. Yoshiro ordered, to which Elder Wu nodded and left the room. We do not know when this letter was written, as the bird must have taken a few detours to come here safely. So inform all the ports in our control that there might be hidden leaf shinobis coming and to treat them as guests of the Terumi clan, no the Bloodline clans. The old man looked at his advisor, who nodded. After talking for a few more minutes, the meeting was adjourned and everyone left the underground room except for Yoshiro, Mei, Santo, Ao, and Kana. Santo and Kana had some idea why Yoshiro had told them to stay back in the room. But still, to be sure, Santo decided to ask, "Is there you need us to do something, Uncle Yoshiro?" Yoshiro nodded and said, "Yes, Santo, I want Mei to be the one who will receive the shinobis coming from the Hidden Leaf, and I want you and Kana to help her out with that. The ones coming with them are Genins, but I am sure that each one of them will be almost a low Chunin level, or else the Hidden Leaf wouldn't have sent them here. Unlike us, they don't use Genins as cannon fodder until it is war." This was a very proud moment for Santo and Kana, as it is the first time the patriarch of their clan had given them an official mission. And they both knew the significance of that mission. "Leave it to us, Lord Yoshiro. We will make sure that the Hidden Leaf shinobis develop a favorable impression of our clans and agree to help us in our fight with the Mizukage faction," Kana said, and she and Santo bowed to Yoshiro. "Don't I have a good father?" Mei smirked, seeing Kana like that. She loved to make fun of her, and she wasn't about to let go of such a chance. "Haha, that is right. Santo and Kana are capable, and I am sure they will do well. I have a lot of expectations from the small ones as well," Yoshiro said. Kana and Santo knew that by small ones Yoshiro was talking about their younger siblings. Ao, who preferred to only talk about important things, decided to become a part of the conversation, as he said, "I have seen those two a few times. Enzo is training them pretty well. If they weren't staying in the land of forests, I would have had them take the Chunin exams. I am sure they would have passed." Mei raised her eyebrows as she heard this and said, "It is really rare hearing a compliment coming from your mouth, so I may be in a Genjutsu or something." So quickly shut up as he heard this and just gave Mei a look. He knew about her playful nature, so he didn't mind it at all. Yoshiro looked at the people around him and said, "Moments like this make me forget that we are facing such a calamity. It hasn't been a long time since he had such family time, but even a minute of such a conversation was enough to lighten the load of the clan's responsibilities that he had on him." Yoshiro looked at Kana and said, "I know you are still worried about that kid, but it is good to see that you are able to hide it well." Kana decided not to reply and only nodded. In reality, she did care about the kid, but not as much as before. She had come to understand that if she creates a weakness like this, then the enemy will easily leverage it, and next time the one who is going to be in danger could very well be one of her own siblings. In the past few days, Mei had shown Kana the worst of the shinobi world and told her about many crimes that occur around the world. At first, it scared Kana shitless and she even cried, but she knew that crying and hiding won't change the reality. If she wants to change it, then she must do it herself. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a bit awkward, Mei decided to take Kana and Santo to make the necessary preparations. Mizukage building. 3 people were sitting around a table and the entire room was silent. Jiro, who had an angry look on his face, was looking at the other two. These two were none other than Priest Ji and Moji. They both didn't say anything because they could feel the anger boiling inside Jiro. "Lord Jiro, I know we have had setbacks." Priest Ji tried to talk, but Jiro stood up with wide eyes and shouted, "Setbacks? You call these setbacks? Someone has taken away the hearts from under your nose and now 2 bases were decimated in a single night. You think this is just a setback? Jiro shouted. Jiro, I agree that what happened is now unfortunate, but the only way is forward now. We need to find out who did this. The news has spread among both our shinobis. They call him the red-eyed demon now. Moji said. He didn't let himself get submissive to Jiro because he knew that the moment he showed any sign of weakness, Jiro would start treating him like an underling. Seeing that Moji wasn't intimidated by him, Jiro decided to set aside the topic as he didn't feel any kind of compassion for the ones who died in the 2 bases. In fact, he was happy that one of the people that the Hidden Stone Elders sent to keep an eye on him was taken out. This could even work in his favor and he could ask for more resources and help from his village under the pretext of avenging the commander. The only thing he felt bad about was losing those demon hearts. Jiro wanted to create an army for himself made of people with those implanted hearts. He was just waiting for Priest G and his people to perfect the heart enough that there would be no side effects. Jiro looked at Moji and said, those trash are useless when you tell them to do something, but they won't shy away from naming someone who killed their own comrades. I have never heard of anyone possessing such strong Genjutsu prowess. Does the Hidden Stone have any intelligence on it? Moji asked, to which Jiro shook his head and said no. Who would have thought that someone would use Genjutsu as their main strength? What would some lowly illusions do to a shinobi? The trash was just weak. He then looked at Priest G and asked what happened to the plan we talked about last night. You need to come through first, only then we can start with ours. Chapter 249, Desperate Plans? It's not as easy to do. The research will take time and the shinobis commanded by the elders of the Hidden Stone are looking behind the disappearances of the people. It is becoming hard to find enough people to experiment on. I will need more time. Priest G said. The task that Jiro had given him was not easy at all and it could put him and his cult into the spotlight. Priest G had expected the one who attacked the warehouse to make the matter public, but luckily nothing like that happened. I still think contacting the Hidden Leaf is a better option. Moji said, which made Jiro's expression turn ugly. He felt like Moji was looking down on the Hidden Stone and trying to gain favor with the Hidden Leaf. And no, I will never agree with that, and neither will Tsuchikage-sama. Don't do something stupid or you will get yourself killed, and I will also not be spared in the process. Jiro furiously revolted against Moji's idea. Even though he was strong enough, he knew that he was nothing in front of the Tsuchikage, who is capable of using particle release. Then are you telling me to stay like this with my hands tied and wait for the Bloodline clans to kill me and my faction? Moji asked. He was getting quite impatient with this. He had tremendous hatred for the Bloodline clan, so he wanted to eradicate them as soon as possible. He knew that currently, with the help of Jiro and his men, he would be able to do that, but Jiro was playing the long game and it was costing Moji too much. I can't let it go like this. I need to make him trust me again or he will do something stupid. Jiro thought as he looked at Moji. Fine, you want to use that kid to negotiate, then we will do it. But not with the Hidden Leaf, instead we do it with the Bloodline clans. Jiro suggested. Moji stood up in anger as he heard that and said, you must be out of your mind if you think I will negotiate with those Bloodline bastards. He gritted his teeth in anger, but Jiro remained calm. Priest G was watching all this from the side, and for him, this was pure entertainment. Jiro shook his head and said, we will say that we want to negotiate and give the kid to them in return for some of our spies that they have imprisoned. We will ask more than one of our spies to be released and have them meet us inside the forests, which are divided between both forests. Priest G decided to interrupt and said, are you sure they will listen to him? He has already created quite a scene when he went to the Terumi mansion a few days ago. Jiro nodded at what G said and replied, that is why we will make our request this time sound very unreasonable, due to which they think that this is a serious offer. But what will that give us? Moji asked, to which Jiro replied, a chance to ambush them. We will kill them in the jungle and lay the first blow to them. This time we'll take the Anbus dressed as normal shinobis so they aren't on alert. Jiro said and smirked. Priest G understood what Jiro was planning and said, I agree with him, Lord Moji. They can't ignore a chance to get that kid back or else the Hidden Leaf won't let them be. Hearing Jiro and G's explanation, Moji was convinced that this was the best move now. He had already suffered enough losses this week and the only way to even the playing field was to do the same to them. Moji looked at Jiro and asked, taking out a few people that have come for a prisoner exchange won't do much damage to them. I assume you have something in mind. Jiro nodded and said that's why our first condition would be that all the 4 clan leaders must be present during the exchange. To even it out, we will also go personally for the exchange. This is the only chance that the Bloodline clans will have to negotiate with me to take my support back from you, so they won't miss it for the world. Moji quickly looked at Jiro in shock and said, but that would make our chances of ambushing them even slimmer. They are at least elite Jonin shinobis, and I assume Yoshiro Terumi is Kage-level powerhouse. We will overwhelm them with numbers and our utilities. We have already lost nearly 40% of the weapon supplies in last night's raid done by that guy, so this time we have to give our all. Jiro said as anger began to seep into his words. A single variable had caused his plan to go sideways, and he didn't want any more setbacks because of the same guy. Priest G noticed Moji hesitating a little and said, Lord Jiro, I will have a few squads ready just in case the intruder from last night decides to interfere. It will take 4 to 5 days for the people from my church to come here, but they can handle 2 Kage-level powerhouses, so I don't think anyone will pose a problem. What do you say, Moji? This is the only way to tip the scales in our favor. Moji thought for a few seconds without saying anything and then said, I think that is the only way we have right now, so I will get the preparations done. Jiro and G looked at each other and then at Moji, who nodded. They talked for a few more minutes, deciding on what to demand from the Bloodline clans. It was just a ruse, so they didn't have to think much. We will take our leave now. We have a lot of preparations to do as well, Jiro said as he and Priest G left the office. Moji sat in the same place for a few seconds and then looked up at the ceiling. At first, it was normal, but then he saw purple eyes made of mist and he said, you heard it, prepare a letter with everything that we just discussed and have it sent to the Terumi mansion. The purple eyes again dissipated in the thin mist as if they were never there in the first place. 2 days later, Yami was sitting in his room reading the documents that he had taken from the 2 bases. In the past few days he had left the tavern only twice, and both times it was to meet Zabuza. Both times Zabuza had reported the movements of Moji's faction and Jiro's people. There wasn't much to be suspicious about, but he said that they have been so quiet after the incident that his senses are telling him something is about to happen. The other big thing was that his fear of putting multiple people in a Genjutsu and slaughtering 2 bases had spread all over the Hidden Mist, and the shinobis had named him the Genjutsu Demon. Zabuza was excited about this, but Yami wasn't. The last thing he wanted was for him to appear in the spotlight. Yami finished reading a few documents and cast them aside as he lay back on the bed. Zabuza is sure that something is going to happen, and Moji and Jiro's people are doing it very secretly. I have already made them desperate enough to start a war, but the fact that they are planning something tells me that whatever is happening is bigger than a normal face-to-face conflict. The documents that I got from the small base had information about the ones who were at sea. Their routes, names, and even all they have looted in the past few months. I have no use for them now, but if I need to escape from the Hidden Mist, this information is golden. The documents of the second base are way more interesting. The commander had documented all the movements of Jiro and the priest from the Jashin cult. He had started following Priest G but couldn't get anything concrete on where the man came from or what he was capable of. Yami packed up all the documents and put them back in the scroll. Yami left the tavern a few minutes later and started searching for a way to find information. He had remembered the faces of the Nbus that had come that day to kidnap him. He also had one of his bats track the most talkative of those Nbus to his home. Today he decided to make use of that information and see if he knows something. As Yami reached the place where his bat had tracked the Nbu, he used his enhanced senses and heard the man inside. The man wasn't talking and was running around the house in a hurry. Yami sneaked a peek through a small broken window and saw Nbu packing all his stuff. Is he fleeing from the village? Yami wondered. Chapter 250, The Fleeing Nbu. Yami didn't know what had gotten Nbu so panicked that he was packing his stuff without even knowing that someone was peeking at him. the Anbus in this village are nowhere near the standards of the other great villages. Looks like Zabuza was right that something is going to happen, Yami thought. Yami didn't want to do anything inside the village now because it would be too eye-catching. Yami was confident enough to put the man in a Genjutsu or even kill him inside the house, but his plan had already reached such a point that even a small mistake could derail the plan. Yami walked around the man's house for a few more minutes waiting for him to finish up. He was curious as to how and where the man was planning to escape. They were all on an island and the seas were under the control of the Moji faction, except only a few trade routes were secured by the Bloodline clans. But as this Anbu is from the Mizukichi faction, they sure as hell won't let him use the route. Just as Yami was thinking all this, the Anbu, now dressed as a normal civilian, left the house. He also tried to disguise himself by shaving off his facial hair and putting some dirt on his face to make him look a bit like the other civilians. He also carried a sack on his back and his back was bent. I will give him full marks for the acting, but where's he going right now? Tailing him won't be easy when there are so many shinobis spread around. He himself will be careful that someone doesn't find him, and he will try to use every trick in the book to evade any kind of trail. It is in the middle of the day right now and there is hardly any fog. A bat flying in the clear sky in this season could make anyone suspicious. Damn, Itachi's ravens wouldn't have that issue. As Yami was thinking about how to keep following Anbu, he saw that Anbu had left the crowded road and was now going in the direction of a nearby mountain. He walked for 10 to 15 minutes and Yami followed him using his enhanced hearing. He could take the chances of following him visually, as it increases the chances of him being caught. Seeing that there was no other way, Yami was about to rush to the Anbu when the man stopped near a big tree and put his hand inside the trunk. Yami understood that this man must have stashed his valuables here and come here to collect his savings. As the man was taking out something from the trunk in a hurry, he suddenly felt something cold touch his neck. Anbu was instantly shocked and looked down. He saw someone standing behind him holding a kunai to Anbu's throat. Anbu was going to say something when he heard a quiet voice from behind him. "You move, you die." The Anbu froze in his spot as he didn't even sense the enemy coming so close to him, and that was when he was at his most vigilant. "W, who are you? W, what do you want?" "I am the one holding a kunai to your throat. So naturally, I will ask the questions," Yami said, which made the Anbu gulp down in fear. "Now I will make this very simple for you. Just tell me what the plan is and why you are running away. If you try to stall or give out half information." Yami was talking when Anbu interrupted and said, "Yes, you will kill me if I don't answer your questions." Yami could sense a little confidence in the man's words, and he understood what Anbu was thinking. This idiot now knows that I need information from him, so I won't kill him. Looks like he wants to test the water. Yami brought the kunai closer to the man's neck enough to draw some blood. As soon as the blood trickled down the edge of kunai and fell on the man's skin, he was shocked. He didn't expect that the man would actually do something. He thought that he could give little information, some truth and some lies. This would buy him enough time to figure out a way to turn the tables. "No. I won't kill you, but you will definitely beg me for it," Yami said and tightened his grip on Anbu's body. Okay, I will tell you. I don't know much, only that the conflict will start soon, and the reason I am running is because I know that we all are going to be used as cannon fodder when the fight occurs. I am not going to give my life for those incompetent bastards." The Anbus spilled everything in one breath. "How do they plan to start the conflict?" Yami asked. "I don't know that, as the information is being controlled by the stone shinobis and those weird tattoo guys." "Weird tattoo guys?" "Yes, a man with similar tattoos roams with stone shinobis head Jiro. He and the few people around him feel creepy, and one of them, when drunk, said to me that the Anbus called for this mission are cannon fodders." "Did the Mizukichi faction make any attempt to contact the Bloodline clans?" Yami asked. He wanted to know whether the plan was going his way or not. Last week they did go to the Bloodline clans with the pretense to negotiate, but Lord Moji declared war on the Bloodline clans and came back. You better not give me stale news or else. Wait, today they did send a letter to the Bloodline clans. I don't know what it is, but it is some kind of prisoner exchange. We don't know much, but the only reason this stood out is that Lord Moji personally gave the letter to the Umbu. Normally it would be Captain Hari to do such things. Are they planning to go with just this? I don't know who is going to go for the exchange, but I can't let Haku be in the center of all that. With Jashin's follower G around, I can't guarantee that he will be safe. Yami thought. Umbu stood still while Yami was thinking. After waiting for a few seconds, he asked, I have told you everything I know, can I go now? Yami nodded and said sure. A smile appeared on Umbu's face as he heard that, and he saw the kunai move away from his throat. But the very next second his expression became stiff and he fell to the ground. Yami looked at the corpse of the Umbu and at the kunai that he had just plunged into his skull. Yami crouched down and pulled out the kunai. He cleaned it up and stored it back in his pocket. He then searched the man for the things he had pulled out from the tree trunk. Yami thought that it would be a few thousand ryo that this Umbu must have collected, but just seeing the bundles of notes in the sack Yami understood that it was no less than 500,000 ryo. Yami devoured the soul and the body of the Umbu and took away all the things that he had. As he was running, a bat came toward him which made him stop. This was the bat that I had assigned to be near the Bloodline clans and inform me if anything urgent happens. If the bat is here in broad daylight, does it mean that Moji has launched an attack? Yami thought. The bat landed gripping Moji's clothes and squeaked something. Yami understood what the bat wanted to say. He nodded and the bat flew away in the direction of the Bloodline clans. Yami smiled as he looked in that direction and said, let's see who the Hidden Leaf's envoy is. He then flickered away from the jungle. Terumi clan port. 15 minutes ago, a merchant ship had landed on the Terumi ports. The Terumi clan guards helped the ship dock at the port and connected the stairs to the deck of the ship. One of the guards looked at the other and said, make sure to check the ship and the goods. We can't afford to make any mistakes. And the merchant whose ship this is will be here along with his wife and kids, so have him escorted to the best tavern near the dock. The other guard looked at a scroll in his hand and said, sir, here it is written that the merchant will come with his wife and 2 kids, but from what the initial inspection of the boat registered, the merchant seems to have brought his extended family as well. Extended family? The guard asked. Yes, the merchant's brother, the brother's wife, father-in-law, and 6 kids, the other guard read from the scroll. Is he here to trade or settle? What is he thinking about bringing the entire family to a place that can become a war zone any day now? The guard asked, but the other one just shrugged. It seems that they have arrived, a voice came from behind the guards. When they both turned back, they instantly straightened their backs and said, young Miss May. Chapter 251, Leaf's Envoy. May nodded at the 2 guards' greetings and said, go and call over Kana and Santo. Tell them the guests we have been waiting for have arrived. One of the guards left to call the siblings while the other one asked Lady May, are you sure that these are the guests? May nodded and said yes, the number of extra people in the register matches the number of people we were informed of. And I am sure when they see us ready to welcome them here, they will drop their farce. The guard nodded and said, I will make the necessary arrangements. He left after saying that. For the next few minutes, while the cargo from the ship was being unloaded, the mist shinobis were making provisions for the passengers on board. Santo and Kana also arrived with a few more shinobis. Santo was instructing them what to do as he was in charge of taking the envoy to the Terumi mansion safely but also quietly. The Bloodline clan leaders didn't want Moji and the others to know that Leaf shinobis were coming. May looked at Kana, who was a little nervous. Kana, what happened? I thought you had changed. Sister May, I have never interacted with shinobis from other villages, especially shinobis of one of the other 5 great villages. I know how important this meeting is for all of us and I don't want to mess it up. Hee, don't worry, you won't. We won't let you, May assured Kana, and they both looked at the deck of the ship waiting for the guests to come. Sure enough, the merchant and his immediate family started to walk out of the deck. At first, when the merchant walked out, he saw many people looking at him. He knew that he wasn't rich enough to deserve such a grand welcome. He looked at his wife and kids and then continued to walk out. As he reached in front of May and the others, he said, Lady May, it is great to see you here. Mei didn't want to stretch it too much, so she directly said, I wanted to meet your extended family, so I came here. The merchant suddenly felt choked as he heard that. Bringing strangers inside a village disguised as your family was a crime on many levels, and the land he was currently in is known as the Blood Mist. And my family? Lady Mei, why? The merchant tried to speak, but a sound came from the ship's deck. You can leave now, we will take it from here, the voice said. Everyone looked at the deck where the sound came from and saw a man with a light beard and a cigarette in his mouth. This man was none other than Asuma. Mei then looked at the scared merchant and said, you should go with your family and rest for a few days. The merchant, who was thankful for being alive, quickly took his family and ran away. Asuma threw away the cigarette from his mouth and started walking out of the ship, and he wasn't alone. He was followed by 6 kids, a woman, and an old man. They were all dressed in civilian clothes, but seeing them, Mei, Santo and Kana could tell that they were definitely shinobis. Santo nudged Kana, who quickly went ahead to greet the leaf shinobis. Hello everyone, I am Kana Terumi. We apologize that we could secure the waterways enough to send a ship to bring you all here. And on behalf of our clans, I want to thank you and the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju for reaching out to us and offering to help. Kana had practiced this for the past few days, and now she delivered it without making any mistakes. After hearing this, Kurenai stepped forward toward Kana and said, I guess this is your first time doing this. Loosen up a little. You did good and we feel welcomed. The kids giggled when he heard that. Even they could see Kana nervous, so they found it funny that a grown adult is behaving like a child. Huh? Yes, it's my first time, and thank you for the compliment. Kana said, realizing how uptight she was. She then introduced Mei and Santo to the others. Lady Mei, you are more beautiful than I have heard. Kurenai said, to which Mei smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, miss. Mei stopped after the miss because the leaf shinobis hadn't introduced themselves. Asuma decided to take the lead on that and said, Kurenai, her name is Kurenai Yuhi. I am Asuma Sarutobi, and these 6 kids are our students. These 3 are my students, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, while these 3 are her students, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Mei, Kana, and Santo nodded at each of them. Santo and Kana wanted to ask about the old man standing behind everyone, but then Mei asked Asuma Sarutobi, as in, the 3rd Hokage's son? Asuma nodded and said, yes, Lord 3rd is my father. Seeing that the current Hokage has sent the previous one's son could mean only 2 things. Either they were serious about making the hidden miss their ally, or the new Hokage has sent the previous one's son to die and get rid of any obstacle to her Hokage position. Mei quickly dismissed the thought because she knew that the current Hokage is the previous one's student and never had any intention of getting involved in all this. Everyone knew that the best medical name of the shinobi world, Tsunade Senju, left the village and any position she held in it to roam around the world drinking and gambling. This means the Hidden Leaf is way more serious in helping us and forming an alliance than we expected. Father and the other clan leaders will be happy when they hear this. Mei thought. She didn't want to keep Asuma waiting, so she quickly said, I am sorry to hear about your father's condition. I hope the 3rd Hokage heals well. Asuma thanked her for that, as he also knew how to hold diplomatic talks. He found it annoying at times because people hide their true nature, but now talking to Mei, he knew that she genuinely meant it, or else she was just a good actor. Mei then looked at the old man and was about to ask his identity when the old man walked forward toward her. Mei and the others knew that the 3rd person was also a Jonin, but they didn't know his identity. As the old man reached beside Asuma, he stood straight and dismissed his transformation jutsu. Kana's eyes widened as she saw the silver-haired masked man in front of him. Asuma was about to introduce he is. But Santo stepped forward and said, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja who knows more than 1,000 jutsus. Santo was clearly shocked to see Kakashi in front of him. And the others were shocked to see Santo behave like this. I see that you have heard of me, Kakashi said as he rubbed the back of his head embarrassingly. I think you are a fan of Kakashi. Kurenai chuckled, to which even Mei nodded and said, although even I have heard about Kakashi of the Sharingan, I didn't know Santo would react like this. Santo also realized what he had just done and stepped back. I am sorry for interrupting your conversation. I think we should go to the mansion now. We wish to keep this away from prying eyes. Asuma nodded and the whole group started going to the Terumi mansion. While they were going, Kakashi glanced at the sky for a few minutes and soon he saw a bat flying above the group. Kakashi smiled behind his mask looking at the bat and then the bat flew away. The only people who saw this happen were Kana and Santo, who were walking behind the Leaf Shinobis. The ones walking in the front were the three Leaf Jonins and Mei Terumi. Kana didn't know who Kakashi was and why his brother was so excited, so she whispered, "Big brother Santo, is he a famous shinobi?" Santo nodded and said yes, he has the Sharingan in one eye and he knows more than 1,000 jutsus. He is said to also be the youngest to ever become a Jonin at 5.5 years of age. He is officially a Jonin, but his strength is almost that of an elite Jonin or a Quasi-Kage. If you go to fight him, you can't even judge what he is going to do next because his taijutsu is also very good. His father was also a very strong shinobi called the White Fang. Wow, he really sounds like someone very strong. Maybe we will win this war now, Kana said. She didn't say it loud, but it was enough for the kids walking in front of them to hear. Hinata quickly turned back and asked, "W war, there is a W war going on here?" She herself was terrified of fighting people seriously, and now she heard she was brought somewhere that a war was going on. Oh, crap! Shikamaru smacked his forehead because only he knew what was going on in the hidden mist. Chapter 252, Loudmouth Ino. Kurenai looked at her students who were now a little scared after hearing this. On the contrary, Asuma's students were the curious type. A war? With whom? Another village? Ino asked as she looked at Kana and then Asuma. Kurenai also looked at Asuma, indicating him to help her students with the current predicament. Asuma shook his head and said, "No, Ino, the war isn't against any other village, and Hinata, don't be scared just by the word war. In the shinobi world, such fights occur every decade or so, and the Hidden Mist has been under a tyrannical rule for the past few years, and so now they are fighting for their freedom." Asuma made it sound like a story that uplifted the spirits of the kids. "Then what are we doing here?" Hinata asked. Asuma was going to reply, but Kiba stepped forward and asked, "Are we going to help them get freedom?" Asuma and the others smiled as they heard that. Mei and the other Mist Shinobis were a little surprised when they saw the enthusiasm of the little kid in helping out the Hidden Mist suppressed clans. "Yes, Kiba, Lord Fifth has sent us here so that we can help them in any way possible," Kurenai said, to which Kiba tightened his fist and said, "Yes, I am going to boast about this when I go back to the village. Hee, Lord Fifth chose me to come here instead of Naruto, Sasuke, and Yami." "Who are these three kids he spoke of?" Kana asked the kid nearest to her, which was Shikamaru. To her, he was the only one who seemed mature for his age. Santo was also a little curious about it, so he also looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru turned toward the Terumi siblings and said, "Those three are our friends, but they are stronger." Kana and Santo nodded as they had guessed the three must be peers of Kiba. Ino quickly humphed and said, "Shikamaru, stronger is such a small world. Yami is the youngest shinobi in the shinobi world to become Jonin at the age of 9. You can't compare him to Naruto and Sasuke, and certainly not Kiba." Mei raised her eyebrows as she heard that. Even the Mist Shinobis that were guarding the group and the Terumi siblings were shocked to hear that a 9-year-old kid had become a Jonin. Mei quickly looked at Ino and said, "Jonin at 9? At that age, none of us here are even Genin." "Are you sure, kid?" Ino puffed her non-existent chest proudly and said, "Yes, of course I am. I even heard Sensei say that his strength has even surpassed that of a Jonin." The three Leaf Shinobis looked at each other as the topic was getting focused on Yami now. This is the last thing they wanted. This is the worst time and place to be fangirling over Yami. Asuma wanted to say, but he couldn't. Kakashi, who was quiet up until now, quickly interrupted the conversation and said, "We can talk about this later, can't we? Let's not attract attention here. We have a lot to talk about." Mei and the Terumi siblings realized that they had just forgotten the mission Yoshiro had given them and were now chatting with a 14-year-old about another boy who was obviously her crush. Oh yes, but I definitely want to hear about this kid who is apparently a jonin at 9. Mei said as she glanced at Kakashi and the others. The group then continued to walk to the Terumi mansion. Yami, who had left to see the leaf shinobis arrive, didn't go to the docks but instead hung around one of the paths that he thought would most likely be used by Mei and the others to get the leaf shinobis inside the Terumi estate. There were 3 entrances from where the shinobis could come without catching much attention, and 2 of them were not likely to be chosen by Mei as the travel route because one of the markets where people were looking for all kinds of information and even the smallest mistake could jeopardize everything. The other route was through the thick forest, but this would make things harder for Mei as it is the perfect place for an ambush. She didn't want the leaf shinobis to have to defend themselves in case the mist shinobis can't stop the ambush. The only way left was the last route where Yami was waiting. After a few minutes, Yami saw Mei alongside others walking on that route. They had all disguised themselves as civilians and Kakashi had transformed into an old man. Yami didn't stare at any of them and only glanced a few times. He didn't want to risk getting caught or even appearing suspicious. Only one person has the sense of humor to appear as an old man and pretend to be the Hidden Leaf's envoy. It's good that Lady Tsunade sent Kakashi over here. Our wavelengths match to a certain extent. He might not make any move that would derail my plans. Yami thought as he looked at Kurenai and Asuma along with their students. Except for Shikamaru and Shino, the other kids were looking around as this is the first time they have entered some other great village. The one who was most excited was Choji. For some reason, the fish stalls that were selling fried fish had really caught his heart. He even looked at Asuma with puppy eyes so that he could go and take a few of them, but he was denied. Wonder what would have happened if Choji had taken the market route where food stalls cover both sides of the street. Yami then left to start preparing for the next step of his plan. This could have been a simple step, but the Leaf envoys being here made it much more difficult. After Yami left, the Leaf shinobis entered the Terumi mansion. They were given a good guest house to live in where the hidden mist wouldn't monitor them. The last thing Mei wanted was to make Kakashi and the others feel intimidated. She understood that the Jonins weren't just some no-name shinobis, so she had to treat this very carefully. Kana had already taken such things into consideration and prepared everything so that the Leaf shinobis wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. Santo also made sure that Hideki and the twins are properly taken care of and are not mistreated while in custody. A few hours later in the evening, when everyone had rested enough from the long travel, a mist shinobi informed them that a meeting had been set up between the Leaf envoys and the clan leaders. The shinobi also informed us that Hideki and the twins would also be there. It would be better if we could meet Hideki and his 2 students before the meeting starts. Lady Tsunade has asked me to make sure that they weren't mistreated or tortured in any way, Kurenai said after the mist shinobi left. Asuma was sitting on the bed while Kakashi was standing near the window. The Genins were in a different room for now. I agree with Kurenai, but we can't use our cards just now, Asuma said. He then looked at Kakashi, who nodded and said, I agree with what Asuma said, and the clan leaders will want to know what we know and how we know. I am sure that the clan leaders have less than 50% of the information that we have. They don't even know how big of trouble they are in. If they lose this fight, the entire Hidden Mist could become the headquarters for those cultists. What about the kids? Are we to take them with us? I think they are too young for this, Kurenai said, to which Asuma shook his head and said, I disagree with you on this, Kurenai. They are all future clan leaders. They need to know what is out there. This is the time for them to know what goes on in the shadows. Kakashi also sided with Asuma on this one. He knew that Asuma and Kurenai's kids were way more immature when compared to Guy and his team. Even the childish Sakura and Naruto had started taking training seriously. Fine. They can stand on the sidelines, but I hope they don't say a word. Even while coming here, I was afraid that Ino might say some things about Yami that might make Mei and her siblings suspicious. Kurenai sighed in relief and then left the room to go tell her students that they have a meeting to attend. Kakashi also got up to leave the room, but Asuma stopped him and said, I know what all to say and do, but what is going to be our next step in countering the Mizukichi faction and the others? Kakashi winked at Asuma and said it was never our decision to make. It is his and will always be. I am sure he has something planned already and as his first mission, I am excited. Asuma understood that Kakashi was talking about Yami. He didn't know why Kakashi trusted Yami so much, but what he did know was that Yami had sent the report to Tsunade with the intention of receiving help from them. Chapter 253, Unrelenting Shikamaru. Asuma along with his team and Kurenai's was standing in the lobby of the guest house. He knew that Kurenai would take her time to get ready and there was still half an hour for the meeting to commence. But he didn't know what was taking Kakashi so much time. How much time is Kurenai-sensei going to take? Kiba asked as he looked at Kurenai's room's closed door. You are an idiot, Kiba. Miss Kurenai is here as an envoy and she is a lady, so she has to wear the appropriate attire for this. She can't wear her usual clothes. Ino reprimanded. Asuma looked at his own clothes, which were his usual flak jacket on the folded shirt. He felt that Ino was indirectly taunting him. Before he could say anything to her, the door of Kurenai's room opened and she walked. While Kiba was the one to shout first after seeing his sensei like that. Kurenai giggled as she heard that and then saw the jaw-dropped Asuma standing like a statue behind the kids. Kurenai-sensei, why you look really beautiful. Hinata also complimented her sensei. This was the first time she had seen her as well. Kurenai smiled at that and thanked Hinata for her compliment. She then looked at Asuma, who smiled awkwardly and said, why you look good, Kurenai. Hearing this, everyone including Kurenai just gawked at what Asuma had just said. Kurenai was definitely expecting more than a look good compliment. You definitely know how to get women, Asuma. A sarcastic voice came from behind. Everyone knew that this voice was Kakashi. Asuma looked embarrassedly to the ground because he knew he had fucked up big time and Kakashi would always come at such an opportune time. Asuma took a deep breath to get back his composure and said, where have you been? You haven't come here with your students, that doesn't mean that you can roam around. Kakashi laughed and said, oh, I was just seeing the surroundings and stopped to help an old lady. That's why I got late. Naruto did mention that you make reasons like these every day. Shikamaru said, which Kakashi ignored and looked the other way, which made Shikamaru smirk. We should get going in a few minutes. Kurenai said and signaled Asuma and Kakashi. Asuma understood and said, kids, this is the first time you will be attending a meeting like this. Everyone in the room with you during that meeting is high-level shinobis, so you need to watch what you say. No matter what is being talked about, don't say anything, and don't even change the expressions on your face. We don't have to give any kind of information until the alliance is made. Shikamaru, who seemed a bit confused by this, quickly asked Sensei, what could genins like us know about that would be important to them? And you are saying as if there is definitely something that will make us turn our heads. Asuma and the other jonins weren't surprised that Shikamaru had hit right on the nail. Asuma looked at Kakashi, to which Kakashi nodded and said it is better that they know or else they won't be able to keep their composure in that room. The ones sitting there will be the clan leaders and they can't even read seasoned spies, they will quickly notice even if these kids skip a heartbeat. The kids kept looking at the jonins as if they didn't understand a single thing. Choji leaned toward Ino and asked, are you understanding anything they are talking about? Ino shook her head and said, I leave the thinking part to Shikamaru, I do not need unnecessary headaches, it's bad for my skin. Can you guys tell us what is happening? Kiba asked as he looked at Asuma and Kakashi. The other kids had the same question on their faces. Asuma nodded and said, I can't tell you everything but only the key points that you need to know. The mission to create an alliance with the Bloodline clans and to find out what the Mizukage faction is doing wasn't our mission. This mission was given to Yami Uchiha as his first solo mission. What? Shikamaru shouted. No one had ever seen him lose his cool and even Asuma was a little shocked to see this. But he is only 10 years old. Giving such a mission to him, wouldn't it be a better option to keep him safe till he reaches his peak strength? I have heard my father say that Yami is a prodigy with skill and mind, unlike the shinobi world has ever seen. Shikamaru said. It was rare for him to see his father complimenting someone, so he took every word of his father seriously. Yes, but Lord Tsunade felt that getting out and gaining experience would be better for him. How long do you think we can hide a talent like him? So Yami came to this island with Kana, Santo, and the other two siblings. Kana and Santo are the same ones that you guys met today. So while traveling here, they were attacked by mist and stone shinobis. The Terumi siblings along with their guards were handling the situation, but it was too much for them, so Yami put the mist and stone shinobis in a Genjutsu which made them all kill themselves. A Genjutsu this strong? Dad told me that Genjutsu doesn't do physical damage. Ino said as she looked at Kurenai, who was one of the village's well-known experts. Kurenai nodded and said yes, that is the case, but Yami has reached such a point where he can make people believe that they are not in a Genjutsu and even perform double Genjutsu seamlessly. Yami's Genjutsu is so strong that even pain can't bring you out of it. So that's what those clan leaders will be talking about? Shikamaru asked. Asuma shook his head and said no. That's not the only thing Yami has done here. He also posed as one of our spies' nephews. The spy along with two of his students had infiltrated the Terumi mansion and got kidnapped. The Mizukichi faction also found out the spy's identity and we don't know how. In the end, the Mizukichi faction sent their umbu and kidnapped Yami. What? Yami got kidnapped? Ino asked as she looked wide-eyed at Asuma, which even scared the 30-year-old Jonin. Asuma doesn't create unwanted complications. There are already enough. Kurenai frowned as she looked at Asuma. Yes, I meant that they sent people to kidnap Yami, or as he is known, Yuda here. Yami then had someone he knew take his prison in place and escaped. Asuma said, and he saw Ino deflating in relief. Now the main thing. Asuma said, to which the usually quiet Shino interrupted, there's more? Asuma and the two Jonins nodded and said yes. Yami also slaughtered two bases that belong jointly to the Mist Shinobis and the Stone Shinobis, killing a lot of their people and a commander which is at the level of an elite Jonin. That's all the information that we have got from Yami up until now. The Jonins expected the lobby to become noisy after the kids all heard this, but they were quiet, too quiet. Kurenai looked at Kiba, who is mostly the enthusiastic one, but even he seemed quiet. Kiba looked at Kurenai and said, he has already surpassed us by a lot. Kurenai-sensei, I don't think I can ever beat him, much less stand up to him. A loud sigh escaped Shikamaru's mouth as he said, we always knew that Yami exceeded us by a big margin, but now it seems he has even surpassed the level of an elite Jonin. I really don't know what to say. Humph, what can you do? My Yami is that strong, and I always knew that no one can defeat him, Ino said proudly. The hidden mist has already given him a name and it has spread all over the island and probably even beyond that. Kakashi said. This was new information for Asuma as well as Kurenai. Kakashi nodded and said that's why I had gone out. Turns out they call him the Genjutsu Demon or the Red-Eyed Demon. His presence and constant siding with the Bloodline clans has boosted the morale of the Bloodline clan shinobis by a lot, and even the Mizukichi faction and Stone Shinobis are at bay because of this, or else they would have already attacked by now. One of my sources told me that the medium-sized base that Yami raided that night contained a considerable amount of weapons stored, so now the Stone Shinobis aren't as ready as they were and new shipments are being ordered from the Hidden Stone Village. I don't think this is a coincidence. Yami must have planned this, but with this rate, he can easily cripple the Mizukichi faction and the Bloodline clans can win. Then why did he report all this to the village and ask for help? He is the type of guy who likes to work in the shadows. Shikamaru asked, but Kakashi stopped him and said everything has a right time and you will have the answer to this question when the time is right. For now, let's leave for the meeting. Someone must have come here to get us to the mansion. Kakashi said and turned around to walk down the stairs. Far away from all this, Yami was standing on top of a hill with 8 bats in front of him and all of them had a letter tied to their legs. Chapter 254, The Meeting Starts. You all know whom to give these letters to. The receivers shouldn't be able to see you deliver the letters. That's why I have attached the letters to small arrowheads so that you can launch them from afar. Yami said. He then looked at the bat on the left, which seemed different than the others. The bat seemed a little bigger and more furious looking. He also had red eyes and sharp claws. The letter on his leg didn't have any arrowhead attached to it. Yami turned to him and said, "As for you, I want you to break into the mansion and deliver the letter. It doesn't matter how many people are in the room, deliver the letter to the one I showed you and only come back once he has read the letter." The big bat swiftly flew away while the others also left in different directions. Using such a powerful attack bat for sending a message, I am sure he is pissed. Yami thought as he looked at the big bat flying away. He was way faster than the other ones and disappeared in the orange sky as well. Yami looked at the setting sun and said, "I wonder what is happening right now. The clan leaders will probably meet with Kakashi and the others today itself." Terumi Mansion. Instead of the underground meeting room, the clan leaders were sitting in the main hall of the Terumi Mansion. They were sitting around a big table and there was a lot of food on it. There were also no guards inside the hall and only the Terumi siblings including Toru and Nana along with other people that Yoshiro and the other clan leaders trusted were in the hall. As always, there were standing on the side of the clan leaders along with the advisors of the other clan leaders. "Is this a meeting or a feast?" Toru asked. This was his first time in such a high-level meeting, so his mind was blown away when he saw the preparations, but some things were out of his expectations. When he and Nana had asked their elder sister Kana how the meetings had gone, she didn't say much but explained the serious environment around them. This time it felt like it was a celebration instead of a meeting. Anko leaned toward Toru and said, "That's because the lead shinobis are our guests and so we must treat them as such. Sometimes envoys from other villages behave very erratically and could get offended for even small things, so it is better to take care of everything. This time both parties know that it is us that needs the Hidden Leaf's help." "But don't we have 3 of their spies in our custody?" Nana, who was hearing the conversation, intervened. Anko looked at her and said, "Yes, but if things don't go further, they will lose 3 shinobis while we face the possibility of complete annihilation. The Hidden Stone is now openly backing the Mizukage faction, and at times like these we need the Hidden Leaf's help and we need to agree to any conditions that they put in front of us. Now that you say this, this really seems like a serious meeting. I am glad that Big Brother Santo brought us here." Toru said, to which Anko shook his head and said it wasn't to see the meeting but to meet the Konoha Genins that have come. They are all just 13 to 14 years of age. Santo wants you two to be on friendly terms with them. It could be good for the future of our clans. Before Toru could say something, the door of the mansion opened and Mei walked in. The clan heads and the others who were whispering among themselves got quiet and looked toward the door. Yoshiro and Mei nodded at each other as she came in. The clan heads stood up as Asuma along with Kurenai and Kakashi walked in, followed by the kids. The leaf shinobis looked around and saw the people that were standing on the side. Kakashi could sense that they were very tense but tried their hardest to keep a calm face. Santo and Kana guided the 3 Jonins to their chairs, which were exactly in front of the clan heads, while the kids were seated on either side. The kids saw that except for Toru and Nana, no one was in their age bracket. "I hope the travels weren't too troubling for all of you," Yoshiro said with a smile as everyone sat back in their chairs. Kakashi was not interested in all these diplomatic talks, so he just sat quietly and let Asuma and Kurenai take the lead. The travels went well and we got to rest at the guest house Patriarch Yoshiro had arranged. "Lady Mei and her cousins took good care of us," Asuma said. The clan heads smiled a little openly as they heard Asuma regard Yoshiro as the patriarch. They were worried that the leaf shinobis would try to provoke them as they were the ones in need. Asumi tried to take things a step further and said, "I hope your father, the 3rd Hokage, is well. He is someone I hold in high regard and was saddened to hear that he was injured." Asuma only nodded and the old man continued, "But now looking at Kurenai and Kakashi, Miss Yuhi, we have heard a lot about your family's Genjutsu prowess. And who wouldn't know the son of White Fang, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake?" Kurenai nodded while Kakashi didn't say anything and looked at the 3 empty chairs that were at the table. Everyone followed Kakashi's eyes and also looked at the 3 chairs. The clan heads understood what this meant and turned to Elder Wu, who was standing at the side. Elder Wu stepped forward and said, "Hideki and the twins are preparing for this meeting. They will be here any minute now. I apologize for this mishap. I should have escorted them here before the envoys had arrived." Elder Wu also made a small bow. The Terumi siblings and Enko were shocked to see that Elder Wu, who always walked with his head high, bowed so readily in front of someone. It was such a small thing, but Elder Wu had to bow down for that? Santo and his siblings thought. They felt a little frustrated by that, but didn't say anything as they knew this wasn't a provocation from Kakashi, but Elder Wu chose to do it himself. Kakashi, who saw this, quickly stopped Elder Wu and said, "Elder, please do not bow your head for such a small reason." Asuma nodded and said, "He is right, Elder Wu. You are someone who has stayed and protected the land of forests for so many years from bandits and pirates." The mist shinobis were a little shocked when they heard this. "You know about me staying in the land of forests?" Yami had already mentioned a little about the Terumi siblings and their two protectors from the land of forests. Asuma also did some homework when he came here. His father had already collected a lot of intelligence about them and had also monitored them to see what their intentions were. Luckily, when he found out that it was nothing nefarious, Hiruzen didn't delve any further and only kept a small report of their activities. Asuma didn't explain, but only said that father made sure that nothing that the land of forests couldn't handle reached near the shores. Everyone understood that the Terumi siblings were always being monitored by the third Hokage, and the only reason they didn't know was because Elder Wu and the others held no ill will. So when we thought that we were staying in the shadows, we were being watched the whole time. Sister May was right when she said that the great villages are way stronger than everyone thinks. Santo and Kana thought. Just then the side doors of the mansion opened, and followed by Ao, Hideki, and the twins entered the hall. The lead shinobis looked at the three of them. Mainly they were trying to see any signs of torture or any method used to extract information. Asuma and the two jonins sighed in relief when they saw that the three of them looked fine and fresh. They didn't seem like they were kept in any kind of prison. But they looked a little embarrassed. That was understandable, as they had caused such a ruckus and the Hokage had to send jonins to free them. As a veteran spy, Hideki couldn't just push the blame on Yami, even though it was because of Yami that they were caught. "Have you all been well?" Asuma asked, to which Hideki nodded and said yes, we were treated respectfully here and faced no problems. "I apologize that I troubled you all to come here." Asuma was about to ask them more, but Kakashi waved his hands and said, "That's good. Now get seated here. We will talk later. I think we all have a lot of things to talk about and a lot of decisions to make." Kakashi looked at the clan leaders as he said the last part. He already had enough of the goody-goody speaking, and he knew that the clan leaders hadn't realized the severity of the issue in front of them yet. Chapter 255, Negotiations and Disturbance. To read 16 extra chapters, go to my Patreon, https://patreon.com/lazarus898/ link in the synopsis as well. Asami and Riko didn't understand why Kakashi was so eager to talk about the things happening in the Hidden Mist. The old man and Yoshiro already had suspected that the fifth Hokage wouldn't send such an envoy just for 3 no-name spies. There has to be a bigger reason behind it. Now all they wanted to know was whether that reason could lead to the benefit of the Bloodline clans or their destruction. "Yes, I agree, let's get down to business now. Firstly, we have no problem in releasing Hideki and the 2 brothers for a small compensation and a promise that the Hidden Leaf wouldn't do something so underhanded on our lands," Yoshiro said. He quickly laid out the conditions that weren't too demanding for a village like the Hidden Leaf, but would also keep the Hidden Mist's dignity, as they can't just let the spies they caught from other villages go home like that. Asuma nodded and said the Hidden Leaf meant no harm when they planted their spies in the Hidden Mist. It was strictly to only know what was happening. I am sure you know that every village has spies in each other's villages. So making such a promise is not in my hands. As for the compensation, we are ready to pay that. Yoshiro looked at the old man, who nodded slowly, indicating that this is the best deal they were going to get. They knew that even if Asuma had made a promise now, there was no guarantee that he or even the Hokage would go through with it. Just like Asuma had said, every village has spies in each other's village, and that's how they try to stay ahead of the curve and prepare in advance against any incoming attack. Smiles bloomed on Hideki's and the twins' faces for a few seconds when they heard that they had now been released. The Hidden Mist wouldn't keep them until the compensation had arrived. They had to take Asuma's word for it and release the spies now. The old man, who didn't say much up until now, straightened his back and said, "Now let's talk about the main reason we all have gathered here." He was someone who liked to get right into things and not circle around. The Bloodline clans against the Mizukage faction, I presume that's what you are talking about? Asuma asked, making an expression as if that is the only thing he knows about the whole thing. The kids who were sitting on the side looked at Asuma thinking, how could a grown man lie so seamlessly in front of so many people? He had just told them so many things about the conflict that even the clan leaders of the Hidden Mist themselves didn't know. "Yes, that is right," the old man said, to which Kakashi asked, "This is an internal problem of the Hidden Mist and has been for years. It doesn't seem right for us, an outside village, to intervene now. Do you want us to meditate?" Kakashi asked. He didn't want to give them the easy way. He and the others had already received a lot of information from Yami, and it would be an understatement to say that the information Yami included in a single letter was any less than a gold mine. But Kakashi knew that there are always things that Yami himself wouldn't know, as he had just come here 2 to 3 weeks ago. So he decided to talk to the clan leaders from the basics. The old man shook his head and said, "No, I don't want the Hidden Leaf to intermediate a peace between the two factions, but we want the Hidden Leaf to openly back us up against the Mizukage faction." Kakashi raised his eyebrows and acted like he was thinking something. Every mist of Shinobi's eyes was on him now. Their existence might very well depend on Kakashi's decision. And why would we even do that? And what benefit could the Hidden Mist offer us in exchange for this? Kakashi's first sentence made everyone's hearts skip a beat, but the next one relaxed them a little. This sentence implied that they knew this would be asked of them and they were agreeing to do it, but for the right price. Right now, except for our treasures and techniques, I don't think there is much to offer. So the only thing I can offer is a blank note. If the Hidden Leaf helps us and we win, we give them whatever they have written in the blank note, except one thing though. The old man. What one thing are you talking about? Kurenai asked. Many others, including the kids, were also wondering the same thing. Kakashi and Asuma understood what the old man meant, so they didn't say anything. The old man looked around and said, "The weapon every village holds as their trump card. Ours was with the 4th Mizukage, and now its whereabouts are unknown." Except for the 4 Terumi siblings and the Leaf kids, everyone understood what that meant. What is he talking about? What is every village's trump card? Ino asked as she leaned toward Shikamaru. "I don't know, but I am sure they don't want us to know. Just let's not talk about it for now," Shikamaru said. Seeing that the biggest thing they could ask from the Hidden Mist was already out of their hands, Asuma had no option but to hold on to that blank sheet of paper until they had won the war. Tsunade had already told him that we will help the Bloodline clans, but we can't let them know that yet. The old man then said the Mizukage faction has been openly getting support from the Hidden Stone, and the only reason they haven't attacked is that someone attacked 2 of their bases, and before that also stopped an attack on Elder Wu and the others coming to the Hidden Mist. We don't know his identity, so can't say if he is doing it to help us or has any kind of enmity with the Hidden Stone. I do know that your priority right now would be to get Hideki's nephew Yuda back, and just a few days ago we received an offer saying that they want 5 of their spies from our custody to be released and they will give us Yuda. They have also hinted at the possibility of some talks, but I don't believe them. All of us clan leaders are called there as well. Things were going as Asuma wanted them to, as the clan leaders were asking what they wanted without hiding anything, but they were being pretty careful and reasonable about it. Only Kakashi was aware that Yami may be doing all this to weaken the Hidden Stone even further. Asuma thought for a few seconds and said, "We 3 will come to the prisoner exchange as well and kindly give any information about this man who created so much chaos." The clan leaders were also happy with the current situation, but then the Leaf Jonins and the clan leaders looked at the large window at the side. It was a painted window, but all of them suddenly looked there, confusing others in the hall. "What's the matter, Kurenai-sensei?" Kiba asked. Before Kurenai could say something, the glass cracked into small pieces and made a mess inside the hall. Most of them blocked their vision with their hands, as they were sure this was an attack. They expected a follow-up attack to come, but it didn't happen. It was a sound attack. I hardly see anyone use it nowadays, Asami said. Kakashi and the others thought that it was someone from the Hidden Sound. a village under the supervision of Orochimaru. But the next second they saw a big, ferocious-looking bat enter the hall and circle it, looking at the people with his blood-red eyes. Is that a bat?" Rico, who had now taken his stance to attack, asked. He expected something more to happen. The Lee Shinobis understood that this must be done by Yami, as he is the only one who is known to use bats, and he had once told Kakashi that no one except him has bats as their summons. Yami is a careful person, he would create such a big scene for no reason. Kakashi thought instantly, but even he knew that things don't always go according to plan. Kakashi and the other Lee Shinobis expected the bat to land near Kakashi or Asuma, but they all saw the bat sit on Hideki's shoulder. Like other bats, it didn't hang upside down but stayed straight. He then opens one of his wings halfway, showing Hideki and the others the letter that was tied to his leg. Hideki looked at Asuma, who nodded, signaling him to read the letter. As Hideki took the letter out, the bat didn't fly away but looked at the letter and then at Hideki. "I think the bat possesses some level of intelligence and has been instructed to not return until you have read it," the old man said as he was analyzing the bat. Chapter 256, Leaf's Intentions. Hideki looked at Asuma, who nodded at him. They both knew that this must be one of Yami's summons, but it had now arrived in front of everyone, and so the letter can't be hidden from the clan leaders. Hideki opened the letter and started reading it. After a few seconds, he looked at Asuma and said, "This letter is from the guy who destroyed the 2 bases and killed those pirates and stone shinobis." Except for the hidden Lee shinobis, others felt a little shocked when they heard this. This is the first time he had made any kind of contact. They didn't know why he contacted Hideki, but they guessed he must have a good relationship with the hidden leaf. Asuma and Kurenai were confused as to why Yami had sent Hideki the letter knowing that they were coming, and why Hideki addressed Yami like that. The Genjutsu Demon sent that letter? Rico, who had been mostly quiet the whole time, asked in excitement. For him, the Genjutsu Demon was someone he wanted to meet no matter what. The man had done things that the Bloodline clans couldn't do for almost a decade. "Yes, he says he wants to meet me and the other hidden leaf spies from our village," Hideki said. He was a bit hesitant when he said that because Yoshiro and the others didn't know that there were 7 more spies in the hidden mist. "Show me the letter," Kakashi said as he went to Hideki and took the letter from his hand. He was searching as to whether Yami left any kind of clues in the letter that could tell him about any alternative message or Yami's aim to send a letter at a time like this. Kakashi read the letter, but he couldn't find anything wrong with it. "Can we see the letter as well?" Asami asked with a smile. Even she was curious as to what was exactly written in the letter. Kakashi, seeing that the letter was written from the perspective that the sender was first contacting Hideki, understood that Yami wanted this letter to be delivered in front of everyone. He didn't know what Yami's motive was behind that. Kakashi also signaled Asuma and Kurenai that it was fine giving the letter to Asami and the other clan leaders. As Asami read the letter to everyone in the hall, one line caught everyone's attention. It said that "I have sent the same letters to the other hidden leaf spies in the hidden mist." "What does this mean?" Asami asked as she looked at the old man and Yoshiro for an answer. She at first thought that the twins were about to receive similar letters, but it had already been 10 minutes and no other letters arrived. Yoshiro and the old man looked at Asuma and said, "It means that the hidden leaf has more spies in our village other than these 3. The calm atmosphere that was just in the hall had vanished again. When there were no attempts of rescue or information gathering, the clan leaders thought that these were the only spies on the island, but now it turns out there were more. "Can you tell me how many more spies of your village are in the hidden mist?" the old man asked. Mei and the others understood that the old man felt a little betrayed by this. Asuma gave a heavy sigh as he understood there was no use hiding it from the clan leaders. "There are 7 to 8 more of them." "So many. Why are there 10 spies in our village? What was the hidden leaf planning?" Whispers started to spread in the hall. They never thought that so many spies had infiltrated their village, and they were just happy with catching 3 of them. "What intention does the hidden leaf have? Like Hidden Stone, do you guys also want to swallow our village?" Rico asked angrily. He was about to say more, but Asami quickly stopped him. Riko, do say anything rashly. They are here as an official envoy. Mind your tone. Asami said sternly. She and the other clan leaders knew that even if they felt offended and angry by this, they can't do anything to the Hidden Leaf. Yami, what have you done? Because of you now I am in a pinch now. Asuma cursed in his mind. Things were going pretty smoothly before Yami decided to throw in a letter and make a mess. He was sure that Yami intended for things to be that way, but exposing all the Hidden Leaf spies was not something that can be forgiven easily. Calm down, Mr. Riko. The situation of the Hidden Mist has been very unstable from the time the Mizukage had ordered the slaughter of the Bloodline clans. My father must be worried about the repercussions that it may have on the Hidden Leaf and the surrounding areas, so he must have had them come here. He doesn't make decisions rashly or have any intention of swallowing the Hidden Mist. Asuma explained, trying his best to calm down the clan leaders, especially Riko. Mei, who was now standing beside Ao and behind her father, saw this as a good opportunity and said, if that is the case, then we have a condition if you want things to go back to how they were before the letter came. What condition? Kurenai asked. She didn't know what could be in their hands now. She thought at most the Hidden Mist will ask for more help or more compensation, but Mei said, we also want to come with all of you to meet the Genjutsu Demon. We understand that he might not come forward once he sees any of us, but we can't have you guys doing anything behind our backs. I agree with Mei. We also want to know why he sent those letters and why someone like him who is an outsider knows about the other spies and we don't. Asami said. Because we told him. Asuma wanted to say but stopped himself. If that can bring back the trust you have lost, then sure, we have no problem with taking it with us for the meeting. Kakashi said with a smile which confused not only the Mist Shinobis but also the Leaf Shinobis. They didn't know why Kakashi agreed so readily to this. We all won't come. It could also be a trap laid by Moji. Riko, Asami, and Elder Wu go with Mei and her cousins. Make sure to run away the moment you feel that things are wrong. The old man said. Toru and Nana knew that they weren't going to be a part of this meeting, and they knew how serious the situation was, so they didn't even ask Santo. The meeting is tonight at 2 a.m., so I think we should start preparing. I am sure the other spies have also gotten similar letters and are waiting for some kind of signal signifying that the letters are authentic. Kakashi said and looked at Hideki. Hideki nodded and said, we have a signal that will tell them that it is time to meet. I never had to use it in the past, but now I think this is going to be useful. Hideki then explained that the signal was firing a firework at the top of the mountain. When that signal is given, the spies will meet at the place decided by the message, or by default they will meet at the shore behind the local market. As that place was not connected to the main water routes and only the villagers came to wash their clothes, the Mist Shinobis would never search there. Location of the other spies. The spies who had been dormant for such a long time all received letters. The letters weren't flown into the house by bats like Hideki's, but thrown like a dart. The spies tried to search for who threw it, but they didn't see the bats looming over them in the dark. Most of them at first thought this was a shot in the dark by the Mizukage faction, but then the letter also contained their personal names. This wasn't something that anyone from the Hidden Mist or Stone would know. The spies then saw the fireworks go up in the sky from the mountain. They all knew that Hideki was asking them to meet at the location specified in the letter they got. All the spies got to work and began preparing for a conflict or escape. They couldn't just blindly trust the Genjutsu Demon because he destroyed 2 bases. Luckily for them, they didn't have to leave right away and had a few hours to prepare. As they all left in different directions, the bats flying above them also followed them. Yami, who was back in his tavern, looked at the fireworks and then at the bats that were flying above the village. Even though it was pitch black and no one could see them, as their summoner Yami could see them clearly. Chapter 257, Rats and Burrows. In a bar, Mizukage faction village, one man was sitting in the corner drinking alone. When the waiter came to him and put down 1 full bottle of sake, the drunk man looked at the bottle and then at the waiter, who was now making somewhat of an ugly face. Don't look at me like that. One man came in and told me to give you this. I don't know why someone would give an entire bottle to someone like you, the waiter said, and was about to leave when the man stopped him and said, keep this bottle and use the money to settle my today's debt. The waiter sighed in relief and took away the bottle. The man looked at the people around who were already so busy drinking and talking among themselves that no one even turned to look at what the beggar-like looking man was doing. The man then pulled out a small piece of paper and scribbled something on it and threw it outside the window. He then looked down as the paper was slowly falling to the ground. Before it could reach the height of 6 feet from the ground, a shadowy figure appeared and the paper vanished. It would be pretty urgent if that rat had to come in my burrow, the man chuckled and continued drinking the alcohol he had. The shadowy figure then disappeared into an alleyway and opened the piece of paper. After reading what was scribbled in it, he burned the piece of paper with a flick of his wrist. The man left the alley to go towards the luxurious sides of the village, the place where the clan leaders and the Mizukage faction stay and entertain themselves. Such an expense for a simple password, the shadowy figure murmured and left. A few minutes later he arrived at a small house that looked luxurious and had a mist shinobi standing outside. The shadowy figure could easily tell that this man was stronger than him. There weren't many people in the vicinity, as this house was deep inside the residential area, and among the massive mansions around, this was the only small one. The shadowy figure went to the door and the mist shinobi didn't stop him. He was about to touch the door when he looked at the shinobi and said, "Sweet Dangdo." The shinobi didn't react and stood just like that as if the shadowy figure didn't exist. The shadowy figure, seeing that there was no nod or movement from the shinobi, pushed open the door. He entered the house and saw one man sitting at the table sipping tea while reading a few scrolls. The man's most notable characteristics were his bald head and purple eyes. He looked at the shadowy figure and said, "You went to my brother to get today's password? That must have been expensive, huh?" The man then chuckled and looked back at his scrolls. "My handler got killed in the slaughter done by the Genjutsu Demon, so I had to bring Hari-sama myself. But it seems like it was a waste as the shinobi standing outside didn't stop me before I gave the password," the shadowy figure said as he started to remove the scarf that was covering his entire head except for his eyes. This man was Hari, the right-hand man of Moji and the one that had arranged Yami's kidnapping. He shook his head as he heard that and said he isn't the type of bodyguard to ask for a password. If you had touched the door without saying the password, he would have killed you right then and there without even asking anything. That's how he is trained. "Come in now, what made you come to me so urgently? These people are really madmen. As long as I get my money, I will work with them. After that I will desert it and go to some other land," the man thought as he went and sat in front of Hare on the table. "I have information on the Genjutsu Demon. How much can you pay me for that?" the man asked. The nonchalant attitude and the smile on Hari's face instantly disappeared as he heard the name. "You better have something good for taking his name in front of me or else I will kill you," Hari said as he stood up halfway and leaned forward toward the man with both his hands on the table. Hari then continued as he said, "I don't care that you are a Konoha shinobi. Up until now, we have only been able to get that kid and so far he hasn't proven to give us any leverage and you already took your full pay. This better be something usable. I may be a traitor but I am honest to money so I won't lie. I can tell you exactly where the Genjutsu Demon will be tonight." The man then slipped a piece of paper on the table. This was the same paper that Yami had sent the spies and this guy was one of the spies. The one that had exposed Hideki's location and due to whom the Leaf Shinobis could never get proper information on the Mizukage faction. Hari took the letter in his hand and started to read it. His eyes started going wider and his smile was getting bigger as well. "Haha, this really is good news," Hari shouted. He then looked at the man in front of him and asked, "Eiji, so that's your real name, huh? If what you have given me here turns out to be true then you won't ever have any shortage of money, but if it's a trap then I will make sure to skin you alive." Eiji waved his hand and said, "This is true." Hideki himself set off the signal when the letters were received. He must be with the Genjutsu Demon, that's why some outsider knows about the bases and attacked them so accurately. What he is saying does make sense. His greed for money is unparalleled. Our biggest worry is that during the prisoner exchange the Genjutsu Demon will interfere and stop our ambush. If I am able to take him down now, then the attack on the Bloodline clans will go smoothly. Killing Eiji is a waste before I get information about the other spies, but he holds that information close and the price he asks is also way too much. Hari calculated the pros and cons and decided that he will make a clean deal with Eiji for now and get rid of him later if he becomes a liability. Hari looked at Eiji and said the place decided by the Genjutsu Demon will be where he dies. You get there 2 hours early and scout the place. I am sure the Genjutsu Demon won't be there so early, so keep an eye on whether there is anyone from the Bloodline clans or other Leaf spies. We will set up an ambush 1 hour before the meeting. We need to take him down before the other spies arrive. Now that's not something I expected. I thought he would be curious to know the identities of the other spies as well and plan the ambush during the meeting, but the Genjutsu Demon is too much of an important target that Hari might not want to take a chance of failure because of Hideki and the others. Eiji thought. I will do as you have said, but for now I will need an advance. I have already shown you the letter, so don't you think I deserve a little? Eiji said as he gave a sly smile. Hari nodded and brought a few ingots of gold from his room. He gave them to Eiji and said, you better do things that I have told you rather than going and gambling like you usually do. Hari knew the main reason for Eiji's greediness was the gambling habit that had put him in a lot of debt and the main reason why Eiji started selling confidential information for money. After Eiji left, Hari also left the house to report this to Moji and make the necessary preparations. None of them had noticed that there was still a bat flying above them the whole time. These shinobis were strong enough to sense someone's sight on them, but they wouldn't know when they are being tracked by bats using sound waves. Yami's bats hardly used their vision and didn't imbue any chakra in them, so it was hard to spot them at night. Mizuki's building. While Moji was talking with the clan leaders of his faction about the ambush plans during the prisoner exchange, someone knocked on the door. The Mist Shinobi, who was the nearest, quickly opened the door to see who disturbed such an important meeting. As he saw Hari standing outside, he turned back and looked at Moji. Moji sensed this and looked at the door as well. Seeing the devious smile on Hari's face, Moji got curious. All of you discuss the plans here. I will be back in a jiffy, Moji said as he exited the room. Chapter 258, Ambush Preparations. As Moji came out to the lobby, he looked at the smiling Hari and said, that smile is too much for you, Hari. What is it? Hari didn't say anything and just tilted his head, signaling Moji to talk privately. Moji nodded and entered the room directly opposite it. The room seemed like a storage room and there wasn't much space. Hari also entered the room and closed the door. Now tell me, what is that has got you this secretive and had to disturb me in the meeting? I was planning to finish this meeting and leave, Moji said in an annoyed tone. Our hidden Leaf spy and the other spies were contacted by the Genjutsu Demon and asked to meet tonight. The leader of the spies, Hideki, seems to be with the Genjutsu Demon as well, as he gave a signal that confirms the letter is true. Hari said everything in excitement and Moji's smile was also increasing. This really is good news. Are you sure this isn't any trap? Moji asked. He felt the deal was too good to be true. Yes, sir, I am sure. The Leaf spy is only loyal to money, so he wouldn't dare lie to me if he needs funds to leave the island. The Hidden Leaf has techniques that can read a person's mind, and the last thing Eiji needs is for them to read it. Moji massaged his chin as he said, then I am also convinced that this is the real deal. We could get our hands on the Konoha spies as well, but remember our priority is the Genjutsu Demon. You know how important the prison exchange is for us, so I don't want that guy's interference in it. This time I want you to go there personally with your squad and bring me the head of the Genjutsu Demon, Moji said as his eyes were red in anger and he was gnashing his teeth. The Genjutsu Demon had given him more loss in a single night than what the Bloodline clans had for the past half a decade. Hari nodded and said, that's what I want to do as well, sir. I am taking the squad that I have personally trained for so many years. Each of them has bathed in the blood of those Bloodline bastards. I hope the Genjutsu Demon is one of those. It will be more fun to hunt them, Hari said as he left the room. Terumi clan estate sister, I know this is a waste to ask, but can I come as well? I will be safe with you all and I will stay with Inko the whole time. Toru asked. Even though he and Kana knew that they wouldn't be able to come to the meeting with the Genjutsu Demon, they still decided to ask. They never knew someone as strong and mysterious as him, so they got curious. Kana, who was busy with her own preparations, shook her head and said no means no. Toru, even though the Genjutsu Demon has helped us, we don't know what he wants and why he is doing this. It could be dangerous. She is right, Toru, and even I am not sure if I can keep everyone safe, and that's saying even though we have 2 clan leaders with us and a 3-leaf Jonins. Mei said as she entered the room. Everyone on our side is ready. We will formulate a plan that doesn't seem offensive to the Genjutsu Demon, but in case we end up in a fight with him, then we can safely escape. Come on out fast. Mei said as she helped Kana tie her utility belt and headband. Nana frowned as she heard that and said, you guys are so many people, then can't you guys catch the Genjutsu Demon? Why run away? Mei walked forward and pulled Nana's cheeks as she said, because he has never done anything with ill intent to us, so why make him an enemy for our greed? And the second thing is we don't know how strong he actually is. Even if he is of Kage level and we have a fight, we might win, but the casualties on our sides will be higher, and if one of the leaf shinobis die, then it's a political shitshow for us. So better just run away. Sister Mei, let's go. I am ready to leave now. Kana said as she straightened her back and looked at Mei. This is the first time Kana had worn her complete gear with sword and everything, and especially with the hidden mist headbands provided by the Bloodline clans. Well, look at you, maybe we should have the Genjutsu Demon marry you and become our ally? Mei joked as she left the room with Kana. Toru looked at Nana with a sulking face and said, I really wanted to go with them. Nana shrugged her shoulders and said, I already told you that we won't be taken to the meeting this time, no matter what you say. Even the leaf shinobi kids are not being taken there. The decided meeting place. The meeting place decided by Yami was actually a small coast at the back of a mountain. This place was deserted as there were a lot of big rocks in the water, making any ship coming there drown as they reached close, and the forest around it didn't have much vegetation that villagers would come here to take anything. This was an abandoned place by both the factions, and the coast faced the hidden cloud. So it worked as a natural defense from the cloud shinobis who wanted to come here directly. Eiji was scouting the place to see if there was anyone by the coast or on the mountain that could jeopardize the plan of ambush. Luckily, he didn't find anyone after searching the whole place for 30 to 40 minutes. When he confirmed that no one was there except some animals and birds, Eiji went to inform Hari and his shinobis who were going to meet him in a cave on the other side of the mountain. As he reached near the cave, he saw nearly 15 shinobis wearing dark blue cloaks and a mask covering half of their face from the nose down. These guys are not even normal Ambu. Each of them seems to be an elite Jonin. Moji and Hari really want this. I have heard about this outfit before. This is the Blood Squad, the squad which led the slaughter of the small Bloodline clans. This is almost half the Blood Squad and Hari himself. They really might be able to kill the Genjutsu Demon and also Hideki and the others. I will need to escape at the perfect opportunity, or I will end up becoming a liability that needs to be silenced. So, is the coast clear? Hari asked as he himself was ready with a big heavy sword on his back. He wore thick purple armor on his body and no cloak. The mask was also tied around his neck so that it could be pulled up whenever he wanted to. Yes, it is. There is no one on the mountain except some wildlife. I don't think you will have any problem ambushing and killing him. Eiji said as he rubbed his hands with a greedy expression, which meant he was asking for his money. Hari, who didn't want any kind of mistake in this, took out a scroll from his utility belt, threw it toward Eiji, and said, this is way more than you have ever seen in your lifetime, and I am paying you for a couple of more things. Till the ambush is complete, I want you to stay in the cave with one of my guys. I can't take any chances, and the second thing is when I come back you will tell me all the leaf shinobis' names as well, and then leave the land of water. Eiji put the scroll in his pocket and said, is there so much gold in it that I will be paid for all this? He didn't think Hari would decide to spend so much more money on these things. Hari didn't answer, but a few of his men took one step forward. The meaning of this was obvious to Eiji, so he quickly said, "Hee, I was just kidding, Hari-sama. We had such good cooperation till now, so in that spirit I will manage within these funds," Eiji said as he tapped on his chest where he had kept the scroll. Hari chuckled as he heard the slick reply and shouted, "One of you stays back with him and the rest come with me. Let's kill the son of a bitch who slaughtered our men and stole our weapons." They all ran into the mountain to make preparations for an ambush. Chapter 259, Traitors. As the entire group except for Eiji and the mist shinobi left the cave, the bat above the cave flew in a different direction in the forest and disappeared. Yami was already waiting for the bat to come. He had sent the bats to spy on the other leaf spies as well, but except one, all had returned. The only one left was the one who was following Eiji. Yami understood that Eiji must be the one who had betrayed them, but Yami didn't want to take any action before he was absolutely sure about it. Yami was almost sure that there is a traitor among the spies when Hideki's house was discovered, and he wanted to flush out the rat before the day of the main conflict. A traitor could turn the tide of battle and even kidnap or kill the leaf shinobis, taking advantage of the chaos. In the end, Yami decided to jeopardize his plan to take care of the rat. The only way was to provide such important information to the spies that they would be forced to go to their contact in the Mizukage faction. At first, Yami thought of providing information about Kakashi and others' arrival to the spies, but that could force Moji and the others to change the plan of the prison exchange. Yami didn't know what exactly was going to happen that day, but seeing the movements and Zabuza's report, he knew something big was going to happen that day. So in the end, Yami decided to use his own identity as the Genjutsu Demon as bait and lure the spy. As Yami was waiting in the jungle, he sensed a lot of people going to the meeting place. He was now sure that the remaining person, Eiji, had sent these people here. "I don't care much about these people, but I need to get my hands on Eiji. I would have even ignored these people, but I am sure Kakashi and the others will come for the meeting, and as they know that the person sending the letter is me, they might lower their guard. This might not be the same for the mist shinobis, but let's not take a chance when we have already come this forward." Yami then saw the last bat coming to him. As the bat came flying and sat upside down tugging on his sleeve, it squealed a few times, telling Yami everything it had seen. It couldn't mention things in specific as they had happened inside the house, but the fact that Eiji went deep inside the Mizukage faction and met someone was more than enough for Yami to confirm that he is the traitor. "Good work, you did better work than any other spy of the Hidden Leaf," Yami said as he caressed the bat a few times, and then the bat squealed once and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Yami then looked at the meeting place and then at the cave where the bat had last spotted Eiji, and Yami's body flickered out. In the cave, Eiji was sitting in the corner counting the gold ingots that Hari had given him. Haha. Hari wasn't lying when he said that the gold in this scroll is more than enough to pay for the information he wants. After getting out of here, I can easily settle anywhere, especially in the Land of Iron, which is neutral and is never attacked by the other villages. Only the one with more money has power over there. I won't have a problem setting up a business there. I have a lot more information to sell. Don't know why I listened to my stupid father and joined the Ninja Academy rather than going into business. As Eiji was dreaming while rubbing the gold ingots with love, the mist shinobi was standing at the entrance of the cave. The only instructions Hari had given him were to stop Eiji from leaving and cripple him if he tries. Hari had warned the mist shinobi that no matter what happens, Eiji must be alive as he is a treasure of information and was yet to be used to its full extent. Just as the mist shinobi was looking around, he sensed an attack coming toward him. He quickly jumped to the side and pulled out two hammers which were hung on either side of his waist. He then saw that the place where he was standing had a kunai in it, but the odd thing was, a small kunai had created a small crater with spider web-like cracks on the ground. A normal kunai shouldn't be able to do so much damage to the hard ground, he thought. He looked around and quickly shouted, "Who's there? Who dared attack a member of the Blood Squad?" His shout was heard by Eiji, who became alert and started stuffing the ingots back into the storage scroll. Right now the scroll was more important than anything in this world. Outside the cave, the mist shinobi sensed someone coming from above him. Instead of dodging the attack like last time, the mist shinobi decided to face the attack head-on and swung the hammer toward the one coming at him. He expected the hammer to hit the person, but just as the hammer was about to touch the weapon his enemy was holding, the attacker swerved to the side. The mist shinobi was astonished when he saw that it was impossible to change direction mid-air like that, but as someone who had some control over the wind around him, this was nothing too difficult for Yami. The very next second, before the mist shinobi could move his stretched-out hand back and stabilize himself, Yami appeared in front of him and sliced the hand clean off from his body. The mist shinobi could suddenly not feel his hand or the weight of the hammer in his hand, looked in front and saw the bright red eyes amid the blood that was sprayed in the air. He was stunned as he saw this. He realized that this was the man his entire squad had gone to ambush. He wanted to scream and call his squad mates, but Yami slashed his sword again and cut the mist shinobi's head clean off from his body. As the mist shinobi's body collapsed on the ground, Yami glanced at it once. He had heard a few things about the atrocities the Blood Squad had committed against the Bloodline clans. Now that Yami had fought one of them, he understood that these guys really were a step above normal jonins. They were the reason why, instead of the hidden mist filled with so much internal conflict, it was never attacked by others. The people in the Blood Squads were all trained to kill and had started training that way since they were in the academy. Each one survived after killing all their classmates. Yami looked up inside the cave and saw Eiji standing there. He had just come out running from inside the cave. Just as he saw Yami and his red eyes, he understood which clan the kid was from. A Sharingan? You are from the Uchiha clan? Eiji asked, but he didn't waste any time and pulled out his sword. Nothing was going to stop Eiji from keeping that scroll, and even if he had to kill a kid from his own village, he would do it. Eiji came running at Yami with his sword and slashed it toward him, but instead of the sword going through flesh, it passed through the air. Eiji was confused as to why it happened, but he saw Yami's body disintegrate into numerous bats and flow behind him. The bats merged again and formed Yami. "Can I ask you something?" Yami asked calmly. Seeing his casual attitude frustrated Eiji to no end as he shouted, "Are you going to ask me why I betrayed the Hidden Leaf?" "Because I wanted to, because it paid a lot of money. I don't think I made any mistakes, so don't." As Eiji was saying, Yami signaled him with his hand to stop, and surprisingly Eiji stopped as well. He expected Yami to show some anger after hearing that like any other shinobi, but Yami said, "Your mistake wasn't doing something unethical for money, your mistake was getting caught. Your mistake was you were against me, and when you are against me, it doesn't matter if you are right or wrong, you die." Just as Yami said the last word, he waved his hand, which sent numerous small wind blades toward Eiji. Eiji, who didn't see or feel anything, was suddenly hit with all of them. For a second, he thought that he was going to die, but the pain wasn't as much as he expected. The pain was sharp and coming from all over his body. He wanted to see his own wounds, but his body fell on the ground and his eyes were wide open, and he saw Yami walk toward him. "Don't worry, the wind blades only target your joints and some of your muscles so that you lose control over your body. You won't die," Yami said as he crouched down and looked at Eiji with those bright red eyes of his. Chapter 260, Counterattack Part 1. Eiji just kept looking at Yami. He wanted to get up and prove Yami wrong, but he couldn't. He couldn't control even a single finger. Except for his head, his entire body was full of cuts. "Why didn't you just kill me? When you killed the Blood Squad member, I understood that I can't be a match for you, but I couldn't even find a single opening to escape," Eiji said as stared at the ground. Yami pulled his head up by his collar and said, "You have betrayed the village, so I can't just kill you so easily, or the questions that will be asked to you will be asked to me. And as for escaping, even if you would have tried, it would be a foolish move, but I do admit it would be intriguing to hunt you like an animal." Seeing how the kid was talking, Eiji started to feel more scared. He expected some righteous words from Yami, but he didn't get anything like that. "Hey, are you going to kill the Blood Squad as well?" Eiji asked hesitantly. Yami shrugged and said, "You have arranged them for me with so much care, so how could I decline the warm welcome? They aren't as weak as him." Eiji chuckled. Even hanging between life and death, he hadn't lost the spunk he had in him. Yami didn't say anything and dropped him back on the ground. He put his hand in Eiji's shirt and pulled out a scroll and stepped back. When Eiji saw this, his eyes widened and he tried to crawl toward Yami. Seeing this, Yami laughed a little and said, "Hee hee, looks like this scroll means a lot to you. I will keep this then." Yami then picked up Eiji and placed him in the deepest corner of the cave. He also summoned the same red-eyed ferocious-looking bat that had delivered the letter to Hideki. "Make sure he doesn't go anywhere, and if anyone does come, then attack. I have gagged his mouth and sealed his chakra points, so he won't be able to scream or even use chakra." The bat squealed and flew at the ceiling of the cave. Yami then left the cave and started to run toward the meeting point where the Blood Squad was now preparing for the ambush. Yami didn't want to risk going against them head-on, so he decided to take them on one by one. He used his enhanced senses to spot a few that were patrolling the coast. Yami quickly and stealthily got close enough to one of them. He couldn't attack the man directly from this far, but could at least see him properly and make an appropriate plan. Just as the man turned his back toward Yami, Yami launched an attack on him. He unsheathed his sword and sped up toward him. He didn't use much chakra, so the man didn't even detect it until it was too late. In the end, Yami was able to pierce his sword into the man's heart without even a single sound. Yami quickly ejected the hidden chakra blade from his other hand and shoved it into the man's throat, destroying his sound pipe. The man died instantly without knowing who killed him. Yami killed the other guy with the same technique. He discarded the idea of disguising himself as one of the dead members because Hari was smart enough to know the difference between his team and an outsider who was posing as his team member. Each member of the Blood Squad also communicated using different codes to confirm whether the one standing in front of them was really a member or not. While Yami was thinking about his next step, Hari had almost set up his people around the exact meeting area. Blood 2, 3, 4, and 5, you all will be the ones to initiate the fight, while me, 6, 7, 8, and 9 will attack once he tries to counter your attack. Blood 10, 11, and 12 will stand at 3 ends of the meeting place. Remember, you 3 will have to stay hidden. Once the ambush starts, you 3 will start the formation. We must make sure that he doesn't escape the center and gets trapped in the formation. Everyone nodded and shouted as you command. Blood 1 Hari was confident in his plan and was now waiting for Blood 13 and 14 to give the signal that someone is arriving. Both of them may not be the strongest, but were the fastest and were sensors as well, so there was no chance for them to fail, or so Hari thought. Yami had already killed them both and they had failed to even sense Yami or his attack. Yami's technique to not even let a single wisp of chakra leak from his body made him invisible now. As Hari was giving other instructions, he suddenly took out his kunai and threw it up in the air. All the other Blood Squad members looked at him confused, to which Hari replied, "I thought I sensed someone watching from above, must have been a mistake." The Blood Squad members nodded and continued with their discussion. But Yami, who was sitting at a distance, knew it wasn't a mistake. Hari had managed to sense one of his bats even so late in the night. Now this is really not what I expected. Only a Quasi-Kage or higher should be able to sense it, but Hari spotted it. Luckily the bat tilted at the last moment, dodging the kunai, or else it would have been wounded or even died. Let's create a small chaos first and get rid of the ones who are putting up the formation. I don't know what it is capable of doing, so one of them will be my first target. Yami thought and created 2 clones that looked exactly like the other 2 that he had just killed. He then sent the 2 of them toward Hari and his group. Both of them coming to the group at the same time would be suspicious, but Yami didn't care about it. Hari's group, who had almost finished planning everything, looked in 2 different directions and saw 2 of their members come in. Blood 13, 14, why are you 2 here? One of the squad members asked. Both of them came close to the group near Hari and said, "We found some people coming in this direction." Hari, who already had a frown on his face, looked at them for a few seconds and asked, "Why are you reporting to me then?" Both the clones didn't know what to say, but they knew they were instantly caught because all the other members unsheathed their weapons. "I don't know who you 2 are, but 13 and 14 report to Blood 2 and not me," Hari said, and was about to attack one of the clones when the 2 clones dashed to the nearest squad member. Everyone thought these 2 were going to attack the 2 they dashed at, but their eyes glowed blue and they suddenly burst with a blast of lightning chakra. Hari easily shielded himself with the broadsword in his hand, but the others weren't that lucky. The ones that the clones dashed close to had lightning penetrate their body, which didn't kill them but made them injured enough that they would be a problem for Yami. The others were also a little injured, with Hari and 2 others who perfectly protected themselves. "The ambush has failed. Get ready everyone," Hari shouted. Yami was watching this from behind a tree while his hand was inside the chest of another Blood Squad member, crushing his heart. Yami pulled out his bloody hand from the man's chest and said, "Now let's see how they start the formation." Yami activated his Sharingan, which attracted the attention of Hari and the others. The bright red eyes in the dark night stood out clearly, and Yami knew that now that their plans had gone to waste, they would attack together. Seeing them run toward him, Yami also ran toward them. Seeing the person running toward them was just a kid, the squad members looked at Hari in confusion. They weren't hesitant to kill a kid or anything, but wanted to confirm if this was an illusion or not. After all, the man was known for his Genjutsu. "To me, it looks real, so attack it. Even if it is an illusion, we will deal with it," Hari said, and the squad members continued running. They also saw Yami's bloodied hands and clothes and understood that some of their squad mates were dead already. They were about to reach Yami when they saw purple lightning cover his sword and blue lightning chakra cover his body. The next second, the kid in front of them disappeared and they heard a scream. The guys who were leading the rush toward Yami looked back from where the scream came from and saw Yami had cut one of their squad mates right from the middle. "Catch me if you can," the kid said with an evil smile on his innocent face. Chapter 261, Counterattack Part 2. This kid dare taunt us? One of the Blood Squad members, Blood 5, got furious after seeing Yami cut down his own squad mate and then taunt them. For him, it wasn't anything like he cared for the squad members who died, but more like the name of the Blood Squad getting tarnished. The one who had just shouted looked at another one in the squad, Blood 6, and they both nodded. Yami guessed they both must have some kind of combo technique to either trap Yami or kill him. Blood 5 and Blood 6 both had similar weapons, which were 2 short words with a hook at the top and bottom. They both started rushing at Yami while the others supported them from the back. Blood 5 interlocked the hook on his left-hand sword with the hook of Blood 6's right-hand sword. Yami didn't understand for a second what this would accomplish, as now this sword can't be used at him since it's interlocked, but he understood what they were planning when Blood 6 crouched a little with his legs spread for a good footing. He then yanked the sword toward Yami, and since the sword was connected with Blood 5 indirectly, Blood 5 was also launched toward Yami. Blood 5 also pushed the ground by applying chakra to his feet, which increased his speed even more. Yami realized that even though this technique looked simple, it didn't just increase his speed but also his strength, as now he could apply all the chakra to his arms. While he was coming fast at Yami, Blood 6 made some hand signs which lifted blobs of water from the nearby river. These blobs were then all aimed at Yami at high speed. Yami could sense that they weren't targeted at his body right now, but if he tried to dodge the attack of Blood 5, then at least 2 of those blobs would hit him no matter what. "They have blocked all ways of escape. I can use summons to escape from this situation, but let's push this fight further. Even if I manage to dodge the head-on attack and the water blobs, I am sure that the other Blood Squad members will try to do something," Yami thought. The Blood Squad members were curious as to what step Yami was going to take now, but then they saw the blue lightning cloak on his body turn purple and the noise of cracking increased several-fold. Blood 5, who was about to reach Yami, was now feeling a little hesitant because the lightning cloak earlier could only paralyze him for a second or two, but this one looked like it would seriously injure him. But he had already come this far and couldn't chicken out, so with all his might he slashed his sword at Yami. The least he expected was Yami to be pushed back at a distance, and the best outcome would be him getting cut in half. "Arghhhh!" Blood 5 screamed as his sword touched Yami's. Just as he thought, the lightning on the sword and on Yami's body began assaulting him. Every time the lightning would hit, nerves on his body would spasm. Blood 5 wanted to back off after that attack to make sure that he was safe, but his legs refused to move. He was still applying pressure on Yami's sword with both of his hands. The 2 swords struggled for a second or two, but then Yami's sword cut through Blood 5's. Seeing his weapon destroyed, Blood 5 tried to step back, but his legs wouldn't move, partly due to the lightning attacks and partly due to fear. In the end, Blood 5 fell to the ground on his butt. It was a very shameful thing not only for him but also for the entire squad. Hari even looked away for a second as if Blood 5 was killed in front of him. Blood 5 himself felt humiliated by this and wanted to kill himself, but he also had the desire to live, and for that, he was ready to face any kind of humiliation. But Yami didn't want to give him that chance, and while staring at Hari and the others, he pierced his sword into Blood 5's throat. Blood 5 struggled to remove the sword from his throat and successfully managed to do it as well. He looked back at his teammates and saw none of them had taken a single step forward to help him. While using one hand to stop the bleeding throat and the one to reach for his squad mates, Blood 5 fell on the ground and died. All the Blood squad members kept staring at Yami. If it wasn't for Yami's red eyes, they wouldn't even see him as an enemy. But now, after seeing Blood 5 and many others of the Blood squad members die, Hari stepped forward and said, "You are the Genjutsu Demon, aren't you? What gave it away? Was it the red eyes, or was it your people dying?" Yami said in a mocking tone, which made the Blood squad angry, but Hari smiled and said, "You got a lot of spunk in you, kid. I still don't think you are a kid, but I will find that out from your corpse." "Start the formation," Hari shouted, and expected the three voices to come from three different directions and the formation to be created, but only two voices came and the formation was also not erected. Hari looked in the direction where the third member was supposed to be standing. Yami also looked there and said, "You waiting for someone?" Yami raised his eyebrows and said in a teasing tone, and with this he had managed to royally piss off Hari because Hari was gnashing his teeth and thick mist started spreading around him. There was a hint of purple in that mist. The squad members understood that Hari had gotten serious and they also released mist around them. Within 5 to 6 seconds, Hari and his squad members had completely disappeared. Yami was standing in the middle of the thick mist. Suddenly he lifted his sword to the side in midair and a metal clashing sound spread in the area. This was the sound of Blood 2 attacking Yami with his sword while Yami blocked the attack. Yami then saw a big snake made of water appear from the river and head straight at him. He understood that this jutsu might either be done by Hari alone or 2 to 3 mist shinobis had made it together. The snake had big fangs and it rushed at Yami. Yami pushed back Blood 2 with his sword and made some quick hand signs, followed by a big ball of fire from his mouth. The ball of fire collided with the water and instantly a tremendous amount of vapor was created. This helped Yami distract the squad members for a second, and Yami didn't let that chance slip. He quickly rushed toward the nearest squad member he could find. Before the others could realize Yami had moved, they heard the sound of birds chirping. They had never heard of this jutsu before, so they didn't know what it was until they saw the hand covered in lightning tear apart Blood 3's chest. Yami was about to move on to killing another Blood squad member that was nearby, but then he sensed an attack coming and jumped back. He then saw a big crater where he just stood and Hari standing in the middle of it. "You have pretty good sensing capabilities," Hari said and rushed to launch another attack. Right now 4 more squad members of the Blood squad were left. Yami had kept his use of jutsus to the minimum as he didn't want to get tired by the time he gets to fight Hari. Yami created 3 clones of himself and they all left in separate directions. Hari instantly stopped as he saw this, as he knew that guessing the wrong Yami meant the death of another of his squad members. By now he had understood that his squad members weren't strong enough to fight Yami, and whenever they took the initiative to attack, Yami had replied by killing them. The only one that came out unscathed after attacking Yami was Blood 2. Blood 2 chases one of them while I chase the other. Rest of you idiots stay together and chase the third one. Hari instantly shouted commands. But what if the fourth one is the real one? Blood 2 questioned, to which Hari clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, "We have to take that chance," Hari said, and confronted one of the Yamis. He didn't know if he was the real thing or a clone. "Are you sure that I am the real one?" the Yami in front of Hari asked. The Yamis in front of Blood 2 and the other squad members also asked the same thing. The 4 Yami had disappeared into the mist. Chapter 262, Yami vs. the Blood Squad. Seeing the 4th Yami disappear, Hari and the other members of the Blood Squad were pretty confident that one of them was standing in front of the real one. Hari smirked at the Yami in front of him and said, "You seem a little tired to me, kid, and I guess after fighting so many people it is obvious that you will be exhausted, and if I am not wrong the red eyes of yours are the eyes of the Uchiha clan. They are the Sharingan. I will be sure to make good use of them when I pluck them out of your eye socket." Hari then ordered his people to attack at the same time. "Stab the one in front of you like it is the real one. Don't miss it at any cost. He must be already lost in our fog, so we don't need the formation anymore," Hari said, and Blood 2 and the Blood Squad members nodded and prepared their attack. With a big shout, Hari slashed down his sword diagonally and it went almost through the body of Yami in front of him. Blood 2 also stabbed his sword into the heart of the Yami in front of him, and the Blood Squad members who had grouped together did the same. Hari then saw blood coming out of the wound his sword had created and blood gushing out of Yami's mouth. His frowning face turned happy because instead of vanishing in a puff of smoke, it was blood, which meant he struck the lottery and had confronted the real one. He was about to announce his victory, but then he saw that the same thing happened to Blood 2 and the other Blood Squad members. The Yami they stabbed also puked blood and had a wound. "What the hell? How can a clone do that?" Hari asked astonishingly. He expected the same reply from Blood 2 and the others, but they were suspiciously quiet. Hari could still see them at some distance stabbing the Yami in front of them. He was about to ask them what happened when he heard a voice behind him. "How can you be such a fool? They call me the Genjutsu Demon and you didn't even consider that option? But I must thank you all for making my work so easy." Hari turned his head sideways and saw the same red eyes in the thick mist. "What Genjutsu? How was your clone?" Hari asked and was about to ask another question when he heard a cough in front of him. He looked ahead and saw the clone coughing blood again. He didn't understand what was happening, but then the clone started changing. Within seconds, the clone changed from a shoulder-cut Yami to a shoulder-cut Blood 2. "No," Hari muttered. He understood why Yami just talked about Genjutsu. The one in front of him wasn't a clone, but Blood 2. Hari then looked at Blood 2's hand, which was holding the sword. His eyes followed the sword and saw they were stabbing one of the other Blood Squad members. Blood 2 just had his eyes widened. He didn't even realize that he was stabbing his own underling, just like Hari didn't realize he was stabbing Blood 2. The other 3 Blood Squad members had also stabbed the same underling that was stabbed by Blood 2. When they realized what they had done, they took a step back. They were really shocked by this, as they never expected a Genjutsu this strong to affect them. Yami took advantage of the situation and appeared behind the 3. He quickly beheaded one and stabbed the second one through the heart. Blood 2 had also collapsed on the ground by this point, along with the one who he and the other underlings had stabbed. Blood 2 hadn't died, but he could do anything but watch Yami kill his people. After stabbing the second one, Yami was about to attack the last remaining one, who was shit scared at this point. He didn't even have a weapon, as his sword was on his squad member's back. Hari, who was the only one alive, quickly rushed at Yami and pushed the last remaining Blood Squad member away. "Blood 9, come to your senses," Hari shouted, which broke Blood 9 from his stupor. He hurriedly nodded and got up. Hari focused back on Yami, but this time he didn't have the confidence like last time. He looked mentally tired and he was holding the sword with both hands. Seeing him taking deep breaths, Yami smiled and then looked sideways at Blood 9. Seeing Yami's gaze on himself, Blood 9 member ran to the nearest dead squad member and picked up the sword. He pointed it toward Yami and said, Stay away from me, why you monster, don't look at me." Hari understood that Blood 9 was no longer an asset to him but a liability. Fear of the Genjutsu Demon was already ingrained in his mind, and there was no way that he would be of any use in killing Yami now. "Blood 9, you go and bring backup. I will stop him here," Hari said. Blood 9 nodded as he heard that and turned around to run, but Yami had no plans of giving Moji, Jiro, and the others any information as to what had exactly happened at the coast, so Yami created lightning with his hand and pointed it toward Blood 9. Hari thought that Yami was going to run after Blood 9, but then a beam of bright blue light shot from Yami's hands and went right through Blood 9's chest. Hari also stepped aside immediately, fearing that the blue beam might hurt him as well. This kid has some bizarre jutsus that I have never seen. For now, I know that he is from the Uchiha clan most probably, but why would someone from the Hidden Leaf go through these lengths, and how can a kid be so powerful? Hari thought. He couldn't understand how a kid could be this strong, and even after using so many jutsus, he didn't look too tired. If it was someone else, then he would have already lost. Who are you, kid? And why are you doing this? If there was someone as strong as you, then why does the world doesn't know about it? Hari asked. He had many questions, and he knew that everyone other than him was now dead. At first, he hoped that the other two that were hiding a little far for the formation would be alive, but when he found out that he and his people were put in a Genjutsu, he knew that Yami must have gotten rid of them already. Why does a dying man have so many questions? What are you going to do by achieving answers to these questions? Yami asked. You seem too confident that you can kill me, kid. I must tell you that my people and I are on a different level. I am not going down so easily, Hari said. He then held the sword to the side in one hand and started rotating it. Yami didn't know what Hari was trying to do, but within seconds he saw that droplets of water gathered as he rotated his sword. Within seconds there was a wheel of water with Hari's hand in the center. Hari then started to run at Yami while rotating the sword, and the water was also moving with it. Yami knew that Hari is no idiot, so there is something to this technique. A few meters before Hari could reach Yami, Hari pulled out a short sword from his belt. Hari then slashed the sword toward Yami, and as simple as that slash was, Yami countered it with his own sword, but instead of Yami's sword blocking Hari's sword, the water pushed Yami's sword to the side without letting Hari's momentum get affected. This was out of Yami's calculation, and he had to move back, or else he would have to suffer the brunt of Hari's attack. The water changes the direction of the opposing sword, making your opponents miss, Yami said as he looked at his own sword. Hari was surprised when he heard that. What? You understood how this trick works in a single hit? Many had fallen to Hari's technique due to negligence, as this technique didn't look terrifying or wasn't even an offensive jutsu. Hari now regretted letting Yami dodge the first attack. He knew that it wasn't easy to find the solution so easily just after the trick was discovered, but Yami had already surprised Hari enough, and he wasn't ready to take any more chances. Hari was right to think like that, because Yami had still not thought of a solution. The water didn't come in direct contact with Hari's body, so Yami couldn't shock him through the water, and wind chakra wouldn't be effective at this speed. But since Hari was launching an attack, Yami also ran toward him. He tried to use wind chakra plus his own raw strength, but it didn't have much effect. Yami was about to jump back when he saw Hari swinging his short sword toward Yami's throat. Using his mastery over the wind, Yami was able to tilt a little so that the sword would miss his throat, and luckily that's what happened, but the sword stabbed Yami right on the shoulder from the front, just a little above his lungs. Chapter 263, The Red Coast. Yami jumped back at a distance and looked at the sword. This was the first real wound Yami had gotten since he came here. Up until now, no one in the Hidden Mist was successful in making Yami bleed one drop, and Hari had managed to stab a short sword right in his chest. Seeing him behave like this, Hari chuckled and said, "Heh, you aren't as invincible as you thought you were. Don't worry, this is just the start, and I will cut you down piece by piece." Hari's voice started to show anger as he completed that sentence. No one had ever pushed Hari this far. All these years Hari and his squad managed to stay with the Blood Squad, the squad that was feared by everyone, the Bloodline faction as well as the Mizukage faction, and now a stranger had popped up on his turf and cut down half of the squad. Yami pulled out the short sword and threw it at Hari. Hari easily dodged the short sword by swerving sideways, but when he looked ahead, Yami was nowhere to be found. He looked around but couldn't find him anywhere. From the start, Hari wasn't able to sense Yami, but Yami had faced most of his attacks head-on, so he didn't need to worry about that. This is the first time Yami has hidden himself. I can't let him escape, or else there would be no use of this ambush. I have already lost enough that except this demon's head, Moji won't accept anything, Hari thought. He was about to taunt Yami into coming at him, but then he sensed an attack coming from behind. That's so predictable of you, kid, Hari shouted and turned back, swinging his sword at the incoming attack. His sword met Yami's sword. They clashed, but Yami wasn't there holding the sword. Hari understood that Yami had used his sword as a decoy, but what would he achieve by throwing away his main weapon? Before Hari could realize it, he felt 2 palms on his back and heard Yami's voice, "You made me use my trump card." Hari realized that if Yami is claiming it to be his trump card, then the technique definitely must be something dangerous. He was about to turn around and swat Yami away, but he felt incredible heat coming from Yami's hand. The next thing he knew, he saw 2 dark red tentacles coming out of his stomach. What is this? Hari asked as he coughed out blood. He couldn't believe that Yami just made a 30 centimeters diameter hole in his body just by touching him. Hari wanted to know what had killed him and what the kid's trump card was, but he fell down on the ground. Yami looked at the fallen body and then at the scorch-release tentacles that he had released from his hand. This is the first time he had used it in front of an enemy. He himself wasn't sure how much control he would have over it, so he didn't activate his devouring eye. He knew that the tentacles would turn black and their power would increase, but he felt it would be overkill for someone like Hari. Yami sighed in relief after seeing that everyone around him was dead. The coast was now clear and there were many craters in it. The sand by the coast had turned red due to the blood of the Blood Squad. Yami took back the tentacles and calmed himself down. This was the toughest fight he had since he came to this world. I may be strong, but I can't with this mere strength in the 4th Great Ninja War. I won't stand a chance against a tailed beast, and definitely not against someone like Kaguya. I need more strength, and besides exploring the Devouring Law, I don't see any other way. I should also visit my Summoner's Cave and see if Sage Jutsu is an option for me. Yami thought. He knew that a lot of time passed and it was almost time for the spies, leaf shinobis, and Bloodline clan members to come to the meeting area. Yami then body flickered away from the place and in a few seconds appeared in front of the cave where he had left Eiji. He used his enhanced senses just to be sure, but he didn't find anything suspicious. He went inside the cave and saw Eiji still lying in the same corner while Yami's bat was hanging from the ceiling. Yami then went ahead and picked up Eiji. Seeing his captor return, Eiji was confused. He saw that Yami had a wound on his chest and a few tattered clothes, which means he had a fight. He quickly came to a conclusion and said, "So you managed to escape from them, huh?" Yami didn't answer his question straight away and asked, "Why do you assume that I ran away?" "What? You expect me to believe you killed them all and came back?" Eiji asked smirkingly, to which Yami just shrugged. Seeing Yami behave so casually, Eiji understood that no one was chasing him. Which meant that maybe he did kill them all. Fear suddenly set in Eiji's mind. He already feared Yami to some extent, but now it had multiplied several-fold. He subconsciously stepped back as a thought of such a ridiculous thing. "Why, you are lying, this can't be true, they are too strong." Yami picked Eiji up by the collar and said, "Yes, they were strong, but I was stronger." Seeing that Eiji was still finding the whole thing hard to believe, Yami patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I am taking you to see the battlefield." "What are you going to do cooped up in there anyways?" Yami collected the corpse of the Blood Squad member stationed to keep an eye on Eiji. He then put the grown man on his shoulder and ran toward the meeting place. He had made the entire plan just to flush out the rat, but he didn't know such an important part of the Mizukichi faction's strength would be coming to chase him down. This was a good thing, as Yami had lowered the risk of the Bloodline clan's defeat, but now this would make Moji take a step back and postpone the conflict. That's something Yami never wanted to happen, as it would drag things out and give Jiro and his cult more time to prepare the demon hearts. As Yami reached the meeting point with Eiji, he first tied Eiji's hands with a rope and hung him from a big tree. Eiji looked around and saw the littered corpses of the Blood Squad members, and "Why, you really did it? Why, you killed them all." No one would have imagined that the Genjutsu Demon was a kid and he was this strong, and lastly that he was a leaf shinobi. Even though it was night, the moonlight was more than enough to see the red coast. What are you doing?" Eiji asked, as he didn't know what Yami was planning. He was sure that he wasn't going to be killed so soon, or else Yami wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to incapacitate him. "I have already done more than enough of my share tonight. I leave you to the others." Don't worry, I will make sure to spread the word to the Mizukage faction that you double-crossed Hari for more money if you choose to run away anywhere now. I don't want me or any of our people to go through the trouble of finding you again. Yami said and started piling up the corpses of the Blood Squad members together. Eiji knew that Yami wasn't trying to cover up the scene of the crime as the blood had already died and the place was red and Yami wasn't touching their weapons, only their bodies. Yami then stored all those bodies in his storage scroll. This time his haul was really big because each Blood Squad member was of Elite Jonin tier and Hari was Quasi-Kage tier. Devouring them all will definitely make a difference this time and Yami was sure of that. His fight with Hari had taught him that he isn't strong enough to deal with everything alone and Yami was never a team player, so the only option is to become strong himself. After storing all the 15 corpses, Yami looked at the mountain and used his enhanced senses. He could sense multiple signatures on the other side of the mountain with a group stationary and many individuals which Yami was sure were the other spies were all gathering at the foot of the mountain. The ones who will take care of you from now on will reach you within 15 minutes, so have patience, Eiji, and we will meet again. Yami said, smiling as he waved his hand at Eiji. I never want to meet you again, you demon. I'd rather die than see your face. Eiji said in anger. He also fainted while shouting. Yami made sure that he wasn't going to die soon and then he left the coast. Kakashi, I hope you understand the meaning of what I have laid here. Yami said as he looked back once more at the Red Coast. Chapter 264, Time for the Meet. Outside Terumi Clan Estate. 20 minutes ago, Mei along with Santo and Kana were standing outside the Terumi clan's main gate. Yoshiro had already given plenty of instructions to them. He had also asked Enko and Elder Wu to accompany them in case the situation turns hostile. We still have 40 minutes until the meeting time given by the Genjutsu Demon. I am nervous and excited at the same time. Santo said. He normally behaved very calmly and maturely, but the Genjutsu Demon had really made Santo curious as to what kind of a man he is. Santo also wanted to thank the Genjutsu Demon for saving him and his siblings that day on the boat. Hold your horses, Santo, Elder Wu and Enko are yet to come. I am sure the two clan leaders Lady Asami and Lord Riko will also arrive soon. Mei said. What about the Leaf Shinobis and the spy Hideki? He is the actual person who got the invitation. Kana pointed out, to which Mei nodded and said the Leaf Shinobis are already ready. I told them to stay inside the clan until every one of us had gathered. I don't want anyone from the outside to know who they are. I even gave them a few mist shinobi clothes so that they can disguise themselves as our shinobis until we reach the meeting place. I see you all are ready to meet the Genjutsu Demon. Clan leader Asami said as she walked toward the group. Clan leader Riko was also walking beside her and there were 4 shinobis behind them. Kana and Santo guessed they must be both the clan leader's guards who follow them whenever they leave the Bloodline clan territory. Mei and the Terumi siblings bowed to the 2 clan leaders. Even though Mei was the same age as the 2 of them, she had to show them proper respect as they both were clan leaders. Riko chuckled and said, Asami, we are going to a meeting. Why did you dress up so lavishly as if you were going to meet your boyfriend or something? Haha. Mei and the others could not refute the claim that Riko had just made because he was somewhat right. Asami had really outdone herself in terms of makeup and clothes. She didn't dress up like a shinobi but like a clan leader dressed for a party. Lady Asami, you are looking really gorgeous, Mei complimented. Asami curled her hair with her finger and said, thank you, Mei. I wish Riko also knew how to compliment a woman properly. But I don't think anything will go inside that barbarian head of his. Hey, who are you calling a barbarian? I just said that we are going to meet someone who has killed hundreds of people in the past 2 weeks and you dress up like you are going to a wedding. Riko said. He had come prepared. He was wearing his jacket and utility belt. It seems we were the last to arrive. Elder Wu exited the Terumi clan gate. Where is Enko? Santo asked. He has gone to inform the Leaf Shinobis of our departure. I was told that they were ready and should be informed when we are leaving. Elder Wu said, to which Mei nodded and said yes, to keep their presence in the hidden mist a secret. It was a decision made by me. Now that we are all here, we can leave as soon as they come. The group talked for a minute or two, and then the gate of the Terumi clan opened again with the Leaf Jonins along with Hideki coming out. On behalf of my father and the other clan leaders, I would like to thank you all that you are letting us tag along to the meet, Mei said, and both the clan leaders also thanked them personally, to which Asuma smiled and said this is the least we could do after the hospitality we have received from all of you and for handing over Hideki and the twins to us. Both sides knew that the Leaf Shinobis were allowing this only to build trust between them. When they were asked whether they could come to the meet or not, the Leaf Shinobis didn't have the option to say no. Asuma, Kurenai, and Hideki still didn't know what to expect when they reached the meeting, while Kakashi had some assumptions as to why Yami had taken such a public approach to delivering the letter. Mei raised her eyebrows and asked, "The twins aren't coming?" Kurenai shook her head and said no. We had them stay back to keep an eye on the kids. They are the curious type, so we didn't want them to roam around freely. Kids will act their age even if they become shinobi, and it is good that they have the chance to explore. In our village, under the 4th Mizukage rule, it was hell for everyone, Asami said, making somewhat of a sad face. That's about to change now, because very soon we will defeat the Mizukage faction and turn the blood mist back to the hidden mist, Riko said while puffing his chest out proudly. The group then left the Terumi estate and traveled through some less-known pathways to reach the top of the mountain. How far are we? Kakashi asked Hideki, who was walking beside him. Kakashi and Hideki had talked for almost an hour privately, and Asuma and Kurenai had no idea what it was about. They guessed that Tsunade must have given Kakashi an additional objective, which was a common thing since Kakashi used to be Umbu. The meeting place is just at the foot of the mountain, Hideki said. Why didn't we just go around the mountain? We climbed up the mountain for 15 minutes. Asuma asked, to which Hideki replied that's because there is a swamp on both sides of the mountain, and this mountain along with the coast doesn't give any advantage to others, so no faction makes any effort to make this place livable. Santo, who was hearing this conversation, decided to intervene and said there used to be a village around here, but the Mizukage faction had massacred everyone here as they had a bloodline Kekkei Genkai. After the slaughter, no villager has come here, and even the merchants don't come around here. The river is rocky and unstable, so even ships don't dock there. All in all, the Genjutsu demons choose a really cursed but remote place for the meeting. I wonder if he knows what this land represents, Mei said as she continued to walk. As the whole group was walking down the mountain, midway they all stopped and became alert. Such a thick smell of blood. It's as if the river below has blood flowing in it rather than water, Asuma said. Is this because of the massacre? Kurenai asked, as she had just heard the story of the massacre. Elder Wu shook his head and said no. The factions make sure that no one has taken claim over the mountain or the coast, and the Bloodline clans had cleaned up everything after the massacre. Kakashi pulled out his kunai and said, this is fresh blood. We need to go down ASAP. Kakashi was about to run down, but he suddenly looked to the side and said, come out. He was wearing mist shinobi clothes, but he had kept one of his eyes still hidden and his silver hair. A few people walked out from the thick jungle, but they didn't look like they were going to attack. They were dressed as civilians of different parts of the hidden mist, but everyone could see that they were shinobis. Shiro? It's you guys. What are you all doing here? Hideki asked, but then he remembered that the letter mentioned the other spies as well. Did you all also get the letter? Hideki asked. The people in front of him were the other spies that were planted in the hidden mist. But now, seeing that Hideki called one of them by his real name, they all got confused. Don't worry, the mist shinobis and the clan leaders know who I am and who we all are. My identity was exposed a week ago, and Lady Hokage sent shinobis to bail me out of the situation, Hideki said. He then went to the group and started explaining some of the things that happened. You guys really had that many spies in our village, Anko said in a stupor, but then he realized that he had said it out loud. Asuma cleared his throat and said, I am sure my father didn't have any intention of interfering or doing anything inside the hidden mist as long as it doesn't harm the hidden leaf. Everyone nodded as they knew this was the diplomatic answer. So why are you guys waiting here? Asuma asked Shiro. Shiro pointed in the direction of the coast and said firstly because of the thick smell of blood. We weren't sure if we should go or not and then decided to wait for the remaining 4. Hideki and the twins make 3. Who's the 4th one? And where is he? Mei asked. The 4th one is down there and he looks covered in blood and wounds right now. Kakashi's voice attracted everyone's attention. They saw that he had straightened his headband and activated his Sharingan. Chapter 265, Change in Mood. What? Eiji is down there? Shiro asked as he heard Kakashi's words. Kakashi, we need to go down there ASAP if Eiji is injured. Kurenai said, to which Kakashi nodded and said, I don't see much from here but he seems to be tied to a tall tree, let's go and we may find out what happened here. Kakashi said and started running to the meeting point. The others, including Shiro and his group, also followed Kakashi to the coast. The smell of blood continued to become thicker as they reached the foot of the mountain. As they reached the coast, they all suddenly stopped walking. They looked in front of them and saw a battlefield dyed in red. What the hell just happened here? Anko asked. He had never seen something like this. At sea, even though the people were many, most had fallen in the water and the thick mist obstructed most of his view, but here it was clear to him when it happened. If such a brutal battle occurred here, then why isn't there any corpse and why is that leaf spy tied to the tree? Mei asked and looked at Shiro, to which Shiro waved his hands in a hurry and said, Lady Mei, we don't know anything. We haven't been in contact with each other that much. We all only contact Captain Hideki. Let's go and see Eiji's condition, he might be able to shed some light on the situation. Kurenai said and ran toward Eiji followed by the group. Anko, go and look around to see if there is any corpse around. I will take a look at the fallen weapons. Elder Wu said as he looked at the red coast. Do you have an assumption as to what happened here, Elder Wu? Asami asked. She knew Elder Wu was in charge of intelligence before he decided to take the Terumi siblings to the land of forests and take care of them. Not yet, Lady Asami, but I think I might know who these weapons belong to, but I need to inspect them to know for sure. I will have my guards collect all the weapons then so that you can inspect them. Riko said. And oh wait. Kakashi, who didn't go with the others to Eiji, said. The weapons might not be placed randomly but may have a symbolic meaning or a message in it, so don't move anything until we have investigated properly. Riko thought Kakashi just said and he agreed with it. I think you are right. By this time, Elder Wu had already gone to inspect the weapons, and Shiro and his group had taken down Eiji from the tree. They freed him and took off his shirt so that they could check his condition and treat his wounds. Santo went to help out Anko in finding any corpses. Asuma and Kurenai also left treating Eiji to Hideki and his group of spies. He isn't dead, just unconscious, he does have plenty of wounds on his body. Asuma said. That explains the bleeding and nothing life-threatening, means that whoever did this to him wanted him to be alive, maybe he was tortured for information. Kurenai said. She knew that this is how spies were treated. Their captors would torture them until they have all the information they wanted. Maybe that's how the Genjutsu Demon found out about the identities of the other spies. Kana quickly said. She immediately realized her mistake and was about to apologize, but Mei intervened and said, now that makes sense, but why would the Genjutsu Demon do something like this and make the hidden leaf his enemy? Things really are very complicated, as the old man said. No wonder he wanted us to come here and attend the meeting in person. Personally, I don't think the Genjutsu Demon has anything to do with hurting the Konoha spy. Asami said. Riko was about to say something but he saw Shiro run toward the group. Kakashi and the others also saw this and turned toward him. We have finished an analysis of his wounds and his current condition. Are the wounds consistent with torture used for extracting information? Asuma asked. He and the others thought the worst, that Eiji might have been tortured by the Mizukage faction for information. Shiro shook his head and said no. All his wounds are fresh as if done within the last 2 hours, and each wound specifically targets his joints and tendons. There is not one wound that is unnecessary. Each cut has severed or torn some of his muscle so that he could lose control of his own body. While others were confused as to who could do that and why, Kakashi asked in a stern voice. Are you sure what you are saying? And have you checked his chakra points yet? They are destroyed, aren't they? Listening to the easy-going Kakashi speak this way, everyone was alarmed, especially the clan leaders, as he seemed confident. They all looked at Shiro for answers. Shiro himself seemed shocked and said hesitantly, how did you know that, Kakashi? Yes, his chakra points have been destroyed, but how did you guess that? All eyes turned to Kakashi as they wanted to know how. The suspense was getting to them now. Kakashi looked around the battlefield and the weapons spread out all over and said, Shiro, look around this area where there are weapons and plot them all on a piece of paper. Try to be as precise as possible and take as much time as you like, but do this on priority. Got it, Kakashi, but what about Eiji? We were thinking of admitting him to the Mist Hospital in the Bloodline clan's region. He won't be able to use chakra now, but if treated in time then he might be able to move like a normal person. Shiro said. Everyone around him including Asami and Riko agreed with this, but they were all shocked when Kakashi said no. Huh? What do you mean by no, Kakashi? Asuma asked. He had rarely seen Kakashi behave so seriously, so he had to ask this. Shiro just ties some bandages on Eiji's wounds and takes him to the Terumi clan estate. Dump him in one of the prison cells there. I will interrogate him when he wakes up. No need to do so much for someone like him. Focus on plotting the location of weapons. But Kakashi, Shiro said, and Kakashi immediately stopped him from speaking further. This is a direct order, Shiro, and I want you to follow it to each and every word. Everyone, I think it is safe to say that the meeting arranged today has been cancelled. I think we should leave, Kakashi said and turned around and walked back into the jungle. Now, what the hell just happened here? Riko asked in a confused face, to which Asami and Mei both shrugged. They all looked at Asuma as he was the one in charge. Kakashi is many things, but unreasonable isn't one of them. He must have a pretty good reason to take such a decision. I understand what you are thinking, Shiro, but I'd suggest you follow the given order for now, Asuma said. Shiro was hesitant at first, but then he agreed and went back to his group. We should have a meeting as soon as we reach the Terumi estate, Asami said as she leaned toward Riko. I can see that his own people are shocked at his decision. He definitely knows something, and one of us must be there when he interrogates the spy Eiji, or we will always remain in the dark, Riko whispered. Elder Wu, we are going back as we don't think the meeting is going to happen anymore, Mei shouted at Elder Wu, who was inspecting a weapon at some distance. Elder Wu didn't know what happened inside the group, so he was pretty much confused why the clan leaders and Leaf Jonans were leaving. Lady Mei, you can leave with Kana. I will come with Enko and Santo later. I still have some things to figure out. Mei nodded and the entire group left the coast. They had all come here excited to meet the Genjutsu Demon, but now they had all gone back confused with many more questions than they had come here with. Back at the Mizukage building, Moji was still waiting in his room drinking sake alone. He was waiting for Hari to bring him the good news and also the Genjutsu Demon's head along with it. As time passed, he was getting restless, and at first he who was sitting on his sofa drinking it leisurely from a shot glass, was now pacing inside the office chugging a bottle of sake straight from the bottle. Where the hell are you, Hari? And why is it taking so much time to bring me that bastard's head? Moji thought as he was pacing his office restlessly. Chapter 266, Haku's Relief. While Kakashi and the others were returning back to the Terumi estate and Moji was worried sick in his office, Yami was navigating his way through the Mizukage faction's prison. He had used transformation jutsu to look like Ron, the man who Haku had killed in Hideki's house and who Yami had impersonated while bringing the disguised Haku here. As he was the one to bring the prisoner in, he didn't have any problem coming and going inside the prison. As he was about to reach Haku's cell, someone shouted Ron's name from the back. Yami looked back and saw Sho, who was Ron's partner. Sho quickly walked toward Yami and asked, "Where the fuck have you been, Ron? You have been missing since the day we brought that prisoner from Koza village. I can't keep covering for you forever," Sho said with a frown on his way. I was busy elsewhere, did something happen? Yami asked. Busy elsewhere? Other than gambling, what the hell can you even do? I had to take care of that snobby kid for the past few days. Now that you are here, you will take care of him till the exchange. Sho said as he pulled out a bunch of keys from his pocket and placed them in Yami's hands. Yami knew what exchange Sho was talking about, but he still had to ask what exchange? Are we trading the kid with the Bloodline clans so easily? Yeah, that's what the higher-ups have decided, and surprisingly only the Anbus are going. We just need to make sure that the kid is alive till that date, so don't bully him much. I am going now. Don't disappear like that again till the exchange, or you might die by the captain's hands. Hu joked and left in the direction he came from. Only Anbus are going? Don't they need cannon fodder when they attack the Bloodline clans? No, every fight needs cannon fodder, which means that if the normal shinobis are going, the Anbus, they are the cannon fodder, or Moji is way too overconfident in crushing the Bloodline clans with sheer force and numbers. Yami thought as he reached Haku's cell. Using the keys he got from Sho, Yami entered the cell. At first, Haku didn't even look at him as he thought it was already late at night and Sho would come around this time to take the empty dinner plate. Yami closed the door behind him and said, Haku, it's me. Get up now. Haku, disguised as Yami, was lying on the hard bed with his back turned toward the door. He quickly turned back and got up as he heard Yami say that. Seeing Ron's face, Haku knew that it was Yami. Yami, you are here. I have been waiting for so many days now. Haku asked. No time for all that chit-chat, Haku. For now, I need you to leave the prison and meet up with Zabuza. He will tell you everything that has happened for the past few days. Yami said as he took out a scroll from his pocket and gave it to Yami. It wasn't a storage scroll but a normal scroll. Haku took the scroll and was about to open it, but Yami stopped him and said, don't open it now. Give it to Zabuza and tell him I have written down instructions as to what to do if some specific things happen. Alright, I understand, but how do I get out of here? I can't just use transformation jutsu as I have done for you. I am not used to moving around in a grown man's body like you or, Haku said. Yami bumped his knuckle on Haku's head and said, stop behaving like a scaredy cat now and use the transformation jutsu. Make sure to not use too much chakra or else the chakra fluctuation will alert the nearby guards. Haku agreed while rubbing her head in pain and used transformation jutsu to turn himself into Ron. Yami dispersed his own transformation jutsu and turned it into his original self. Now leave fast with those empty plates. It's already the middle of the night, so there won't be many people here to see how you are behaving. Yami said as he opened the door and signaled the disguised Haku to leave the cell. But why are you taking my place? I remember that the shinobi told me yesterday that 4 days later I will return back to the Bloodline clan. Haku said. She thought even if Yami did come here, he would come a night before the actual thing happened. But here Yami was 2 days earlier than the exchange date. Stop asking questions and do as I tell you to. Yami said and pushed the transformed Haku out of the cell. Alright, I am going now. Haku said and started walking in the direction of the exit. As Yami said, there weren't many people in here, so Haku was able to leave the prison area easily. As soon as he came to a certain distance away from the prison, Haku turned in the direction of the jungle and undid his transformation jutsu when he felt like no one was around at this moment. Thank God I got out of that prison. I was literally scared every minute of my life there, thinking that someday someone would come to inspect the chakra seals and find out that my chakra points aren't sealed. Now I don't know what Yami has written in the scroll, but I better go to the meeting point and wait for Zabuza like Yami said. Haku thought and started running in the direction of their predetermined meeting point. Unknown to her, someone was watching this from behind the tree. After Haku left, only a voice was heard from the darkness of the thick forest. What are 2 smells that I recognize doing on a person who I don't recognize at all? I must tell him that something is fishy here. After saying this, whoever was behind the tree vanished without making a single sound. Terumi Mansion. Everyone was back in the underground meeting room, but the only people there were the clan leaders and the Bloodline clan members who went for the meeting. Kakashi and the others had no idea that there was a meeting being held at this time. Asami and Mei had just narrated everything that they had heard and seen when they went to the coast to meet the Genjutsu Demon. So you are saying that Kakashi Hatake suddenly became serious and he knew what kind of injuries the spy named Eiji had on him? Yoshiro asked as he looked at Mei. Yes, father, and we found it extremely suspicious because he described the injuries accurately, and even the spy named Shiro, who is the one who inspected Eiji, was shocked to hear everything. He himself hadn't fully explained the injuries, but Kakashi Hatake knew everything. Mei said as she glanced at Asami for confirmation. Asami nodded at Mei's statement and said, what Mei is saying is correct, but if I may say, then that wasn't the weirdest part. What do you mean? Asked the old man. He was now regretting not going to the meet. Even though they weren't able to meet the Genjutsu Demon, he still missed a lot of things. Kakashi instantly said that Eiji's chakra points were destroyed. This was not something someone could know without even going near the actual victim. You know what I mean, don't you? Asami asked as she looked at the old man. The old man nodded and said Kakashi Hatake recognized who uses this kind of attack to incapacitate their enemy. Not many people in this shinobi world are this ruthless with their enemies. Destroying a shinobi's chakra points and even severing their muscle tissues would make the person live a life worse than death. Truly something the Genjutsu Demon would do. I don't think there is anyone in the Mizukichi faction who would go through so much trouble. Yoshiro looked at the old man and said, are you perhaps suggesting that Kakashi Hatake has found out who the Genjutsu Demon is? Yoshiro's statement made waves among everyone who was present in the room. Everyone wanted to know the identity of the Genjutsu Demon, but they weren't too hopeful about finding that out. The old man saw everyone staring at him and chuckled as he shook his head and said, no, I think Kakashi Hatake knew the identity of the Genjutsu Demon before he stepped foot into the hidden mist. That is a bold claim, old man. He could also very well be someone from our village who wants to keep her identity hidden and is tired of the Mizukichi faction's crimes, Riko said in a proud tone. He wanted someone this powerful to be from his lands rather than from some other village. Yoshiro looked at Santo and asked, where is Elder Wu? I heard he wanted to study some weapons that were present there. Yes, he did, and he said he would come here to the meeting as soon as he is finished. I am sure he would come in a few minutes, Santo said, and within the next few minutes Elder Wu arrived in the meeting room. Chapter 267, Hard Choices to Make. I apologize that I am late today, Lord Yoshiro and the other clan leaders. Elder Wu bowed to the clan leaders. You were busy doing something for us, Elder Wu. Do not apologize for something like this. I assume you are here, which means you have some findings you want to tell us about. Asami said. She was a clan leader but still younger than Elder Wu, so she couldn't just accept the apology. Elder Wu nodded and took out a stack of paper from his jacket and placed them on the table in front of the clan leaders. He first gave the leaders a paper that had points on different places. The two clan leaders were confused as to what this was, but the other two who were there at the coast understood what this was. I was just thinking that we missed such an important thing, Riko said as he saw that. Riko, do you know what this is? Yoshiro asked, to which Riko nodded and said Kakashi Hatake had ordered Shiro to plot all the locations where the weapon was found on a piece of paper. As he didn't do it until we left, we didn't have the plotted paper, but it looks like Elder Wu also did the same thing. Now we won't have to wonder if the location of the weapons has any meaning or not. If it did, then it would definitely be a big clue, Asami said. Elder Wu shook his head and said, I racked my brain over it for a few hours, but I couldn't find anything. Either the location of the weapons has no hidden message, or whatever it is can only be found out by the ones who know the one making it. But I did who the blood and the weapons belong to. Just give me the good news and say that it belongs to the shinobis of the Mizukichi faction, Riko said, smirking and rubbing his hands against each other in excitement. Elder Wu nodded and said, you are right about that, as the blood is from the shinobis of the Mizukichi faction, but not normal shinobis as you think. Are you saying it is from the Umbu? I didn't think they would personally move against the Genjutsu Demon. They will be one of the main fighting forces against us, so why send them behind one person? No, it isn't the Umbu but the infamous Blood Squad. The weapons are the perfect match, Elder Wu said. This news was shocking to everyone, as the Blood Squad was someone everybody feared. The Bloodline clans knew that it was the squad that slaughtered the Bloodline clans all these years, and each one of them is strong enough to defeat Ten Umbu. Elder Wu, that is a very dangerous conclusion you have come up with. Are you sure about this? Do you have any proof? Elder Wu then took out another sheet of paper and pushed it in front of the clan leaders and said this was one of the weapons that we found there. This belongs to Hari, Moji's right-hand man and one of the 2 leaders of the Blood Squad. You are saying that Hari and the Blood Squad were at the coast and it's their weapons and blood that have dyed the coast red? Yoshiro asked. As this was a very big and dangerous claim, he wanted Elder Wu to be sure about this. I am 100% sure that it's his weapon. As far as I see the other weapons, I can presume that almost half of the Blood Squad died there. Elder Wu said with a smile. If the Genjutsu Demon has truly killed off half of the Blood Squad, then Moji must be pulling out his hairs right now, Asami said as she enjoyed the news Elder Wu just gave them. Let's not believe anything just because the clues point towards them. It could also be their strategy to make us drop our guard or even launch an attack. But if there is a chance that this is true, then we must do something about it. How can we not take advantage of such a big event? Riko asked. The fire in him to fight the Mizukichi faction had lit again. Yoshiro and the old man looked at each other at the same time for a few seconds and nodded at the same time. Yoshiro looked at Mei and said, "Mei, prepare everyone. On the day of the prisoner exchange, we will strike the Mizukichi faction." Father, are you sure about this? We still don't know what their intention is during the prisoner exchange. Mei asked in a worried tone. At first, they were worried that the Mizukichi faction would launch an unprovoked attack, but now they were planning on doing the same thing. Mei, I have seen more than enough people die at the hands of those Mizukichi faction shinobis than I ever want to see. I can't take chances now. Even if we see a small sign of weakness from the Mizukichi faction, then we attack. That isn't the most honorable way, but the best way to keep our loved ones alive. Yoshiro said as he stood up and looked at the other clan leaders. Riko immediately stood up, showing his agreement to the plan, and the old man stood up as well. Seeing Asami hesitate a little, the old man said, "Asami, sometimes being a leader isn't about taking the right decisions, but the hard ones." Asami thought for a few seconds and stood up from her chair as well. She looked at Mei and said, "I am sorry, Mei, but I can't let any of my clan mates die at the hands of those Mizukichi faction bastards." Mei wasn't too hurt by the decision, as she knew the current situation and the amount of moral boost the death of half the Blood Squad will give to the Bloodline clan shinobis. Should we keep the Leaf shinobis in the loop regarding this decision of ours? Asami asked the old man. I don't think we should. Riko quickly answered. He didn't like the Hidden Leaf snooping in the matters of the Bloodline clans. He didn't wait for anyone to ask for his statement's reason and said, as the old man said, Kakashi Hatake already knew the identity of the Genjutsu Demon before he came here. If he can keep things from us, then so can we, but we can't keep them in the dark completely. The 5th Hokage has sent them to help us, and we should honor our talks. Asami said. Seeing that 2 clan leaders were on opposite sides of the same issue, everyone was confused as to how the problem would be solved. Everyone knew that the only one who could do that was the old man. The old man chuckled and said, "Look at you two, still fighting like kids even after all these years. Let's meet in the middle about this. We need the Hidden Leaf as our ally, even if we win, as we will be an extremely weak and easy target for the Hidden Stone. And I agree with Riko that Kakashi Hatake has kept us in the dark, so we will tell the Leaf Shinobis that we are ready to launch an attack if the Mizukichi faction shows any sign of aggression. We will tell them on the day of the exchange so that they won't have enough time to convince us to back out of this." "That does seem like a fair and neutral decision on this matter," Yoshiro said, and signaled Ao to come to him. Ao walked near Yoshiro, who leaned toward him and whispered something. "See, Yoshiro has already started with the preparation. Let's do the same as well. This time it's door dying and we don't have a chance to back out now. So don't hold back," the old man said, and within the next few minutes, all the clan leaders left the room. "The Red Coast, in the afternoon, why are we here? Are we really guarding this place?" a masked man asked another as they were sitting on top of a tree. The other masked man nodded and said, I don't know why, but Jiro wanted us to guard this place and not let anyone over here touch a single stone from here. So let's just stay here till tonight and then the other two will take our shifts. You both need to be alert. A voice came from behind them. They quickly pulled out their weapons and looked back. Kakashi-sama, we are sorry. One of the masked men said as they didn't even notice when Kakashi came and stood behind them. Even though the three of them were the same age, Kakashi was much superior in strength and experience, so they had to treat him with respect. You guys have not moved anything from here, right? Kakashi asked, to which both the men nodded. Kakashi then looked at the red coast and the weapons that were spread out and said, Now Yami, let's see what you have left for me here. Chapter 268, Optimistic Asuma. What? Did you say something, Kakashi-sama? One of the masked men asked. Kakashi looked back at him and said, I need to look around so I can patrol the perimeter for now. It won't take more than 10 to 15 minutes, so after that, you can take out all the weapons and leave this place. Both the masked men instantly became happy when they heard this. They were already bored from guarding the smelly place. Now that Kakashi had told them that they didn't need to do this for a mere 15 minutes, the masked men nodded like obedient little kids and ran away to patrol the surroundings. Seeing that he was now alone there, Kakashi pulled out a piece of folded paper. As he opened it, he saw the different dots in random places on the paper. Kakashi connected a few dots on the paper with a pencil. He looked at it for a few seconds and then started drawing more lines. He looked back at the red coast and pulled out a few kunais from his pocket. He then threw the kunais at different places on the coast and used a thin thread to connect them all together. To a third person, it may look like he was connecting them randomly, but from time to time he was looking at the piece of paper in his hand as if following the markings he had made on the paper. A few minutes later, when he connected them all multiple times, Kakashi looked at the tallest tree around the coast and climbed up on it. As he looked down at the coast from a height, he saw many threads pass through a single point. Kakashi jumped near the point and with a swift motion of his kunai, he cut all the threads. He crouched down and started digging a small hole where the threads had met. After digging 2 feet deep, Kakashi found 3 scrolls wrapped in cloth. 2 of the 3 scrolls were storage scrolls while one was a messenger scroll. Kakashi opened the messenger scroll, but there was only one line written on it. From us to them, someone else would not understand what this meant, but for Kakashi, who was used to such cryptic texts, this was a very easy message. By us, he means the Hidden Leaf, and by them he means the Bloodline faction. Kakashi quickly uncoded what seemed like a very easy-to-read message to him. Kakashi then opened both scrolls and was shocked to see the number of weapons that were stored in it. So this is what he stole from the middle-sized base of the Mizukage faction. I must say this really is a large quantity. I first thought, why didn't he just send me one of his bats, but this is too big of a haul, so I can understand the secrecy, and he knows that we live in the Terumi estate, so it won't be possible to contact us without making others suspicious, but this kid could have at least written more on this scroll, at least his plans during the day of the prisoner exchange. Kakashi thought as he put back everything inside the storage scrolls. He then took back his kunais and left the coast. On the way, he met the 2 masked men and instructed them to pull out the weapons carefully and have them delivered to him today itself, and also that they don't need to guard the coast anymore. Kakashi then left the vicinity and went straight back to the Terumi clan estate. When he entered, he noticed that many eyes were on him. He did know that everyone with him was being monitored at all times, but this was too much. Instead of the usual 1 person spying on him, now there were 3. They don't seem hostile to me, so why are they keeping such a close eye on me? The clan leaders definitely decided something, and these 3 are here to keep me from finding it. Kakashi decided not to react to this increased security and went to the guest house where everyone from the Hidden Leaf was staying. Even the spies who were exposed last night were now staying at the guest house. As he entered the gate of the warehouse, the eyes he felt on him were no more means the Bloodline clans knew their limits. He saw Asuma smoking while looking at the greenery around him and Shikamaru lying on the grass reading a book. Kakashi went and sat beside Asuma, which caused Shikamaru to set aside his book and look at Kakashi. Asuma also stared at Kakashi, to which he asked, "What's the matter with you two? Are you really not going to tell us anything? You left me, Kurenai, and the others just like that at the coast, and you seemed pissed at our spy for what I don't know. Asuma said. I lost my temper for a second there, I know. I will tell you and Kurenai everything. Kakashi said. So it's true? Yami really did torture one of our spies and severed his chakra points? Shikamaru quickly asked, which caused Asuma to wave his hands and say stop jumping to conclusions, Shikamaru. Why would Yami be so brutal to one of our own? Kakashi doesn't listen to Shikamaru, he sometimes speaks without thinking. Asuma said. Kakashi patted Asuma's shoulder and said I am afraid Shikamaru has come to the right conclusion. It was Yami who did that to Eiji, but Shikamaru, have you guessed the reason? Kakashi asked the last part to Shikamaru while ignoring the shock on Asuma's face. Shikamaru laid back on the ground and said I would have shortlisted a few reasons, but with Yami at the center of it, I don't want to speculate and be wrong about it. Only he knows what he does and why he does it. Kakashi stood up and said don't worry, it's too simple this time. Your first guess is the right one, and I am saying that without even knowing your first guess. That's how easy this is. Tell Asuma about it, I need to freshen up a bit. Asuma, who was now more confused than ever, looked at Shikamaru who was standing looking at Kakashi's back. No wonder you said that. Kakashi looked pissed. Shikamaru said. What do you mean? And what was the first conclusion you came up with that Kakashi says is right? Asuma questioned. He was now tired of hearing the cryptic talks and wanted straight answers. Eiji sold the meeting information to the Mizukage faction and Yami punished him for that. Shikamaru said. Asuma had no reason to doubt his words and subconsciously even crushed the cigarette he had in his hands as he muttered that bastard. I am surprised that you didn't guess this, sensei. Are you perhaps losing your edge? Shikamaru said in a teasing way. Asuma chuckled and said the thought did cross my mind, but I didn't want it to be true. You always are optimistic. Shikamaru said and went inside the building. Is this generation brutal or was ours? Asuma muttered and he lit another cigarette. The same day in the evening while Kakashi was thinking about what questions to ask Eiji, he couldn't think of any. He knew that Yami must have already squeezed out everything that Eiji knows and has, so if there was something that Kakashi needed to know then Yami would have told him. The scroll full of weapons for the Bloodline clans did hint that the conflict was growing near. As Kakashi was sitting on his bed, he suddenly looked up at the ceiling. He walked to the open window and suddenly vanished, appearing on the roof of the building. Did you come out here for some open air or free information? Kakashi asked as he looked at the man sitting in front of him. The man had his back turned toward Kakashi and was looking at the moon in the sky. None of it actually. I was wondering if you would like to have a drink with me. Don't worry, I won't look at your face, the man chuckled. Kakashi stepped further to the side of the man and said you won't, but what about her? The man raised his eyebrows and said you are the first person to be able to recognize her. The man then looked at Kakashi and became more surprised because Kakashi had activated his Sharingan. Your daughter has never faced anyone like me then, Lord Yoshiro, Kakashi said and deactivated his Sharingan. Kakashi was once bested by Yami and it was possible because Kakashi didn't feel the need to activate his Sharingan, and from then on Kakashi never made the same mistake again. Though it used a little more chakra, it was still worth his life. Now that's my kind of man, father. Mei chuckled as she appeared on the roof as well. Chapter 269, Cup of Sake. Miss Mei, it is good to see that you are here to enjoy sake with us as well, Kakashi said as he sat beside Yoshiro. Mei didn't say anything and just stood quietly behind the two men. She didn't know why her father suddenly called her in the evening with 2 bottles of premium sake. But she was truly shocked to hear that her father was planning to drink with someone from the Hidden Leaf, and that too by dropping on their roof unannounced. I don't drink much, Lord Yoshiro, at least not in these circumstances, Kakashi said as he took the bottle Yoshiro had beside him in his own hands. Yoshiro looked at Kakashi and with a smile on his face said we don't need to drink the entire bottle. Just enough that I can ask you one question. So it is about gaining information as I guessed, Kakashi said and put the bottle back down beside Yoshiro. Mei, who was standing behind, didn't know why her father would get straight to the point like that rather than playing with words like he usually does. I don't know why father just said it openly before even they started drinking, but I know that he must definitely have something in mind. Yoshiro opened the bottle of sake and poured it into 2 shot glasses as he said, "What if I say you also get to ask a question no matter what it is about, and you don't have to answer the question I ask you?" "That sounds like an offer too good to be true, Lord Yoshiro, but since it is you, I will trust you," Kakashi said and picked up the shot glass nearest to him. Yoshiro nodded and picked up his glass as he looked back at the setting sun. It was almost dark now, and seeing that neither Yoshiro nor Mei was looking at him, Kakashi pulled down his mask with one hand and emptied the shot glass in his mouth. Even though it was sake, he couldn't just keep sipping little by little. He was curious to know what information Yoshiro had for him. He put down the glass and asked, "So who will ask the first question, Lord Yoshiro?" "I will, since I took so much effort to set this all up. And like I said, you don't need to answer, but first I would like to inform you of something that was decided today," Yoshiro said. He then sipped sake once more and said, "We, the Bloodline clans, have decided to launch an attack on the day of the prisoner exchange, and to be more precise, before the exchange even happens. So my question is, will you and the Leaf Shinobis aid us by blocking the Stone Shinobis from interfering?" Yoshiro asked. Father Mei shouted in a low tone. It wasn't too loud but was forceful. She couldn't understand why her father would leak such an important piece of information just like that. What is he thinking? The Leaf Shinobis are here specifically for the prisoner exchange, and now father just told Kakashi Hatake that they will be launching an attack before they can get the kid to safety. Mei was fuming right now, trying to figure out what her father aimed to accomplish. She was sure Kakashi was going to retaliate against this decision and threaten to break the alliance. Kakashi didn't answer the question immediately but looked at Yoshiro's face for a few seconds. He understood that one question had numerous questions hidden behind it. Just when Yoshiro was almost sure that Kakashi is not going to answer it, and Mei was almost sure that he is going to ask her father to cancel their plan and prioritize saving the kid, Kakashi said, "I don't think splitting forces would be a good decision. Let's keep them together and fight them all at once. I am sure Moji will try to merge his forces with the Stone Shinobis so that he doesn't face too much loss in the fight, or else he can be taken over by the Stone Shinobis the moment he shows any weakness." On the other hand, Jiro, the man in charge of the Stone Shinobi forces, only cares about his own victory, so he won't mind his weak people being used as cannon fodder. Kakashi talked only about Moji and Jiro because that's what the Bloodline clan leaders knew about. They were still kept in the dark about their main opponents, which were the cultists of Jashin. Mei was confused as to why Kakashi suddenly forgot about the kid, and Yoshiro was confused as to why Kakashi was confident in his and the other Leaf Shinobi's strength. They were strong, but not strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with an army of the Bloodline clans, which were in thousands. "Wouldn't that be too much to handle for you and the other Leaf Shinobis? There are kids with you," Yoshiro said, to which Kakashi waved his hand and said, "You have already used one question, Lord Yoshiro, now it's my turn." "All right, seems fair. So what is your question?" Yoshiro asked. He had some ideas as to what Kakashi would ask, and most of them included things related to the prisoner exchange day attack, but Kakashi asked something that got both father and daughter thinking. If the Bloodline clans win, then what? Who will become the Mizukage, or will you all fight among yourselves to decide one? I am sure every clan leader covets that position, especially Riko. Yoshiro muttered as he thought about what Kakashi just said. He had just pointed out a very big thing that Yoshiro had overlooked. The Hidden Leaf will support the next Mizukage from the Bloodline clan, and if it turns out that the Hidden Leaf sees Riko or someone else more likely to become the next Mizukage, then they will give them support and even help them cement their position. And helping and cementing another Bloodline clan could mean that if Riko sees Yoshiro or Mei as a threat, then he could ask the Leaf Shinobis to take them out as a price of the alliance. Yoshiro didn't think that Kakashi himself would ask questions that would be this layered. I really didn't think about internal conflict if we win this war with the Mizukage faction. Although Kakashi's question just now raised my blood pressure, I am sure that Riko and Asami are sensible enough not to do something as stupid as this. I can't get caught in Kakashi's web like this. I truly underestimated him. He is a step ahead of his own father. The white fawn was strong, but his son is strong and smart. Thoughts continued to race inside Yoshiro's mind until he made up his mind and said, I am sure the other clan leaders are as sensible as me and won't do anything that will weaken the hidden mist any further. So to answer your question, no, we haven't thought of anyone who will become the Mizukage if we win the war, but we won't make a decision until all four of us are satisfied with it. Kakashi nodded as he got up and said, that is good for a temporary answer, but you need to do more thinking on that. I will take my leave now, Kakashi said, and had just turned to get back into the building when he stopped and looked back at Yoshiro and said, since the time to war is so close, I don't think there is a good time to give this to you, Kakashi said as he pulled out 2 storage scrolls from his flak jacket and handed them over to Yoshiro. What are these? Yoshiro asked. He could see that they were storage scrolls, but he didn't know what was inside them as they still hadn't made any demands from the Hidden Leaf regarding those compensations. Some things that you need more than you realize. You have some rough days ahead, Lord Yoshiro. Now I will take my leave, Kakashi said, and body flickered out. Mei took one of the scrolls in her hand and asked, did the Hidden Leaf send supplies for food and medicine for us? Let's go to the mansion first and then talk about it, Yoshiro said, and both he and Mei's body flickered away as well. When they both also disappeared from the roof, Kakashi appeared again. He didn't go back to his room but hid somewhere to see if they said something after he had left. But it seems like Yoshiro knew something like this would happen, so he didn't discuss anything with Mei there and ran towards his mansion with her. Kakashi looked in the direction of the Mizukage faction and said, I am sorry, Yami, for selling you out like this, but I can't trust you completely anymore. Not after knowing that Pakken smelled you and Zabuza on the same person. Kakashi disappeared from the roof after saying that. Chapter 270, Desperate Emoji. Terumi Mansion. Yoshiro just came back from meeting Kakashi and now he was headed to the underground meeting room. Mei was following him and seeing her dad in such a hurry, she asked, Father, you seem worried about something. And why are we going to the underground meeting room? Do you need me to call an emergency meeting? Yoshiro was already in a hurry, shook his head and said, no, I know something for sure, but I can't tell them without any proof and I am sure they won't even believe me. I don't even believe in myself. This meeting with Kakashi turned out to be way bigger than I thought. Father, I think you are overreacting on this. I myself didn't find any of the things that he said to be something big. Yes, I do agree that he didn't prioritize the kid's life, but I get it that the kid is just a civilian, so there is a limit as to how much importance they can give his life, Mei said, and by the time she finished talking, they had reached the underground meeting room. As they opened the room door, they saw all 4 Terumi siblings along with Elder Wu, Anko, and Ao standing to the side. Seeing Yoshiro and Mei walk in, Ao stepped ahead and asked, Lord Yoshiro, I didn't know there was a meeting scheduled today. Elder Wu and I were explaining to Santo and the others what they needed to do on the day of the prisoner exchange. No, there is no meeting planned. I needed a secure place to open these, Yoshiro said as he pulled out the 2 storage scrolls from his pocket. Ao and the others were about to ask what was in the scroll when Mei decided to go to the group and explain everything that had happened in the past 15 to 20 minutes. She just explained in a few sentences, and by the time she finished, Yoshiro had poured out the contents of the first storage scroll. Instantly more than half of the room was filled with crates and crates of weapons. These were the same weapons that Yami had stolen from the middle-sized hidden stone base and then gave them to Kakashi. Oh my god, are these all weapons? Toru got excited when he saw so many weapons. It was surprising for everyone as all these weapons looked like top-grade ones. Ao went near one of the crates and opened it. He saw a box filled with kunais and took one in hand to test its quality. After looking at it for a few seconds, he turned toward Yoshiro and Mei and said, Lord Yoshiro, these don't seem like locally sourced weapons from one of the 5 great villages. Yoshiro thought that either of these weapons would be from the Hidden Leaf. He took a kunai in his hand as well and said, you are right. These weapons are from the Land of Iron. But I have heard that they are too expensive and villages use them only as their main fighting force, Anko said. He was looking at the other closed boxes. Father, do you think that Kakashi Hatake made a mistake by giving them to us? And you seem more panicked than before. Mei said. She thought that getting such good weapons would lighten her father's mood, but it had gotten more intense. You told Kakashi Hatake that we would be attacking the Mizukage faction before the prisoner exchange is done, but Kakashi didn't even stop you or talk to you about the kid's well-being. Does that surprise you? Elder Wu asked. He understood what Yoshiro was thinking, so he decided to be open about it. We can't leave that kid to die. We will be making an attempt to rescue him along with the Hidden Leaf shinobis, right? Kana asked. She wasn't getting emotional like before, but worry could be clearly seen on her face. I told Mei to plan something like this with the Hidden Leaf shinobis, but I don't think it is necessary now. The 5th Hokage sent us a letter about Hideki and the twins being captured, but how did she know? As we all know, the other spies working under Hideki had no idea that Hideki was captured, so how would they even call Kakashi and the others for help? This means... Yoshiro was saying when Mei completed his sentence. This means that except for the spies we now know, there is someone who knows everything and is pulling the strings. But someone powerful and influential enough to stay in the shadows for such a long time, and that the Hokage herself took action to his report? Mei asked. Yoshiro nodded and said yes, someone has been playing with all of us. At first, when Kakashi and the others arrived, I thought that the kid had some special identity like a big merchant's son or connection to the fire daimyo, but since the Leaf Shinobis have come here, they didn't mention anything about the kid. Are you saying that they no longer care about the kid? Kana asked. She didn't want to see another sacrifice for the great villages. Yoshiro shook his head and said it's like they don't want to talk about the kid. I can't say anything for sure. Ao and Enko, I want you both to go to the other clan leaders' mansions and ask them if they have gotten any information on the kid. As far as I know, the old man must have already started getting a background check on everyone who is involved in this. Ao and Enko knew how urgent this was, so without asking anything, they just left. Yoshiro then looked at Santo and said, Santo, I want you and your siblings to document every kind of weapon in these crates and the ones in this other scroll as well. I am sure this is also full of weapons. Elder Wu kindly supervises them and let me know if anything stands out about these weapons. Toru and Nana didn't know why things were so complicated, but they decided to focus on the job that Yoshiro had just given them. They wanted to help out as much as they could. They knew that if they were brought up in one of the 5 great villages, then they would definitely be stronger than they are now and would be included in the direct conflict. They could feel that some of the Leaf Genins who had come were equally strong as them, or even stronger in some cases. Elder Wu bowed slightly and said, Lord Yoshiro, I will make sure that everything is documented properly and not a single piece of metal gets misplaced. Yoshiro nodded and said, I have a lot of thoughts running around in my head, but I can't say anything until I am sure. For now, double the preparations, Mei. Kakashi has already indicated to us that the fight is going to be way tougher than we think, and this isn't the first time he has implied something like this. That means they know something we don't. Mei nodded and said, Father, we don't have time to find out what they know, so we can only prepare for the worst. I am sure that the Mizukage faction has realized that they have lost half of the Blood Squad. They must be in an uproar right now. Mei smirked. And just like Mei said, the Mizukage building was truly in an uproar right now. Mizukage building, same time, what do you mean vanished? Shouting was heard inside Moji's office. Lord Moji, I don't know how to say it, but I can't hear Hari or anyone else that went with him anywhere. A mist shinobi standing in front of Moji said. How can 16 strong people disappear like that from the face of the earth? Moji asked. His eyes were wide in rage and he was scratching the wooden chair with his fingers, making them crack a little. Did you check the location of the meeting point I gave you? The shinobi nodded and said yes, and we did go there a few minutes ago. It is completely dyed in blood, but not even a single corpse. And you think that the blood belongs to the members of the Blood Squad members and Hari? Moji asked. This is the only conclusion I can come up with. Or else how can I explain the disappearances of them all? The man said with a little hesitation. Moji stood up suddenly and held the man by the collar. He pushed him back against the wall and said, You think they are as weak as you and your men? I want you to stop thinking and go scour the entire faction for them. I cannot afford to have him missing while we are heading for a conflict with the Bloodline clans. The shinobi nodded hurriedly, and seeing this Moji pushed him away to the side and was about to scold more when the door to his office opened. I heard that some of your people went missing, Lord Moji. Priest G entered the office smiling. Chapter 271, Different Goals? I hope you know whom you are talking to. Last time I remember, I am the next Mizukage and you are a dog of Jiro. Moji said as he looked at Priest G. I apologize if you felt offended by this, Lord Moji. It was never my intention to mock you or anything. I was simply concerned for their well-being. I didn't want anything major to happen a few days before the actual conflict. G said with a cheeky expression. What brought you here and why didn't you take permission before coming? Moji asked, to which G replied, everyone outside is busy running here and they're searching for the missing people. I got curious, so I came in. Lord Moji, you can trust us and ask help from us to find your people. Moji didn't want to share any information with G and didn't want to owe him any favor, so he said no. No need. It is not that important. Tell me why you came here in the first place? Oh yes, G said as he raised his eyebrows and sat on the nearby sofa. We were wondering if you could lend some of your weak shinobis to me. I want to increase their strength. You are asking me this 2 days before the fight starts? Moji asked with a confused face. He wondered why G didn't say this for many months and now suddenly wants to increase the strength of Moji's weakest men. That's because we didn't think it would come to this, but with so many things happening behind the scenes, I think it is better to be safe than sorry. I don't need many people though, as 15 to 20 of them would suffice. I mean, it is up to you if you want to take any unwanted risks on the day of the conflict. G said. Moji knew Priest G was luring him using such words, but he didn't care much about his people. They were all tools to him and the weak ones in his faction were burdened, so he had a problem lending 20 of them to Priest G. Whatever it does, even if 10 of them come out strong, then it is a worth it sacrifice. Alright, I will send 20 of my men to your base within a few hours. But I hope the results are good, or else even Jiro won't be able to save you. Moji said in a threatening tone. He didn't like G speaking a little casually with him. Yes, Lord Moji, do not worry. I will get you good reports. G said and left the office. The man who Moji was tasked with finding Hari and the others was inside the office the whole time. Moji looked at him and said, give the task to find Hari to someone else. You go and get 20 weak shinobi of our faction. Remember, being weak isn't the only qualification required. They all need to have pure hatred for the Bloodline clans, so choose them wisely. If the wrong person's strength increases and he runs away from that bitch May and her people, then I would have dug my own grave. The man was relieved when he heard that he no longer needed to find Hari and the other shinobis. Now all he had to do was find the weaklings who believe in the same things as the Moji and who are cruel enough in nature to kill a kid from the Bloodline clan. As there were many criminals in the Mizukage faction as well, it wasn't hard to find any shinobi who had committed certain crimes in the Bloodline faction. G, who had just stepped out of the Mizukage building, hopped on a carriage that was standing just opposite the Mizukage building. While getting inside the carriage, he told a guard sitting in the front, take us to Lord Jiro's base. He then sat in the carriage, and along with him, there was only one hooded figure sitting. As the carriage started, no one said anything until G looked at the hooded figure and said, I am getting 20 people from Moji tomorrow. Make sure the demon hearts are ready. The hooded figure hesitated a little and said, are you sure, Priest G? The demon hearts are all failed ones. Transplanting them would give them power, but they all are a ticking time bomb. G smirked as he heard that and said, I know, which is why I told him to send his weak shinobis. And I don't care that they will become a ticking time bomb as long as I decide when and where they can explode. We do not care who wins the fight between both the factions as long as our goal is achieved, and it will happen only if there is an all-out war between the two factions. Yes, it will be the foundation stone of our Jashin cult. Lord Jashin will grant us more strength after that, the hooded figure said in an excited tone. G could easily see the thirst for power in the hooded figure's eyes. Terumi Mansion, 2 days later. It was very early in the morning, but looking at the Terumi estate, no one would be able to guess that, as everyone was already awake. The whole estate was busy for the past few days with the war preparations, and today was the day of the war. They had to give their all or else they would be slaughtered by Moji and his people eventually. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the majority of the people in all the Bloodline clans hadn't slept the whole night. Yoshiro Terumi was sitting in his room getting ready for the prisoner exchange, which was scheduled to be held 5 hours later. For the past 2 days, he had racked his brain thinking about what he was missing, but he couldn't. He always felt that something was wrong, and he knew the old man also agreed with this, but none of them could put a finger on it. As he was wearing his flak jacket, there was a knock on the door. Yoshiro didn't have any meetings scheduled today, and no one would disturb him on such an important day. Without looking at the door, he asked, "Who is it?" A voice came from the other side that said, "Lord Yoshiro, it's me, Ao." Yoshiro nodded and opened the door. As the door opened, he saw a scroll in Ao's hand. He saw the old man's clan's insignia on the scroll. Yoshiro quickly picked up the scroll and said, "Have everyone who was in the underground meeting room come to my study immediately." Yoshiro decided to call everyone that had seen those weapons that day to his own study room where he likes to read books. Yoshiro had Mei send one of those kunais to the old man along with a list of questions. The questions asked about the background checks of everyone involved along with Yuda, and also where those weapons were delivered, and also about any news regarding the Blood Squad. He was sure that the old man must have found some answers, or else he wouldn't bother sending a scroll. Within the next 2 minutes, everyone had arrived in the study room. Seeing the people around, Yoshiro cleared his throat and said, "I know all of you are busy in the preparations, but I wanted everyone that had seen the weapon to be here. There may be spies in our faction as well. Either Leaf, Moji's, or even the Hidden Stone. I trust everyone that is present in this room, so I called you all here as soon as I received the old man's report about this." Yoshiro knew that if the report isn't any good, then it could cause a very big blow to everyone's morale, but he still hoped for the best. He opened the letter and started reading it by himself first. After reading it for a few seconds, he looked at the people standing around his study room and said the weapons were delivered to the Hidden Stone by the Land of Iron. So does that mean these are the same weapons that are rumored to be stolen by the Genjutsu Demon? Anko asked, to which Yoshiro nodded. How did Kakashi Hatake get his hands on them? Ao asked, to which Yoshiro replied, my assumption would be that the goal of that day's meeting at the coast was to give these weapons to the hidden leash shinobis, which the Genjutsu Demon managed to do somehow even when we had kept a keen eye on them. This really is a tangled web, father, but none of it seems to be a bad thing for us. I think we were overthinking things, especially me when I said that someone was pulling the strings. Mei chuckled. She was relieved that there wasn't any kind of betrayal in all this. In fact, the actions of the Genjutsu Demon have always been in the favor of the Bloodline faction. Yoshiro shook his head as his expression became serious, and he said, that's where you are wrong, Mei. We didn't overthink but underestimated a lot of things. The last part of the report talks about the prisoner we all are going to free. Chapter 272, Watch Your Backs. Lord Yoshiro, are you talking about the kid Yuda? Ao asked. He didn't think that the old man would investigate the kid as well. Ao himself had never seen Yuda, but he had heard about him from Mei and Kana, and to him the kid sounded pretty normal. Yes, Yuda, the old man has written here that he has been investigating the kid for the past week or more now. Yoshiro said. Kana and Mei were the ones who were the most curious, so Mei quickly asked. So what did he and his spies find out about Yuda? Nothing, Yoshiro replied, which was followed by an awkward silence throughout the entire room. They all expected to hear something shocking, but nothing seems pretty anticlimactic. They didn't know how to react to this news. Some were confused, but some like Elder Wu and Ao had pretty serious expressions on their face when they heard the news. I don't understand, why is finding nothing bad? Toru asked. He looked at the different expressions the elders were making and decided to break the ice. Elder Wu looked at Toru and said the old man has always been in charge of intelligence gathering among the Bloodline clans. Even the previous Mizukages before the fourth relied on the old man's clan for information, so it is pretty hard to believe that they could find anything on a civilian kid. Are you saying that kid may have given us a fake name, which is why the old man's people couldn't know anything about him? Santo asked. He knew that his sister had some level of attachment to the kid and hearing this could cause her grief, but this wasn't the time to think that. No, even if the kid's name is a fake, the old man's people should be able to find something, but the fact that they found nothing means that the information of the kid is deliberately being scrubbed away from everywhere. The old man has also written that when his men tried a few risky methods to find out about that kid, they started feeling that they were being watched and followed. That sounds dangerous, but did they find out who was keeping tabs on them? May asked. Yoshiro shook his head and said his men tried to find out who it was, but they ran away. He was able to confront one of them but couldn't see their faces as they were covered. The only noticeable thing was that it was a girl with red hair. She seemed to be the weakest of the three of them, but before the old man's people could capture her, her two squad mates came back and took her away, and shockingly they didn't kill even a single person. The hidden leaf should be behind this, right? They are trying to keep his information hidden, but they must have been instructed not to kill unless necessary, as we are partnering up. Enko said, to which Ao and Elder Wu nodded. You are right, Enko. This is a big possibility, but unless we have concrete evidence to back up our claim, we can't confront Kakashi Hatake and the others about this. But if we are the Hidden Leaf's ally now, then why are they hiding Yuda's information? Nana asked. This was the first time she had spoken because she was really confused as to what the Hidden Leaf was trying to hide. Santo looked at his sister and said, Nana, we the Bloodline clans are the Hidden Leaf's allies, but the Mizuki's faction isn't, so for now the Hidden Leaf will be wary of any missed shinobi they see on their turf. So what are we going to do now? Seems like the kid is really important for the Hidden Leaf if they are keeping his identity and information so close. My best guess would be that he is someone related to the Fire Daimyo, or else it makes no sense for them to go to such lengths for a civilian. Ao said. Elder Wu also agreed with what Ao had just said. He knew that the shinobi villages don't give much importance to civilians unless they are rich. If he is that important, then why did Kakashi Hatake agree to the plan when father told him that they planned to attack the Mizuki's faction before the prisoner exchange? May asked. They must be planning on handling the prisoner exchange on their own, or they could have leaked our plan to attack the Mizuki's faction to Moji already to get the kid in return. Ao said. The mood of the entire study room turned gloomy as they heard that. I don't think the Hidden Leaf would sell our information to Moji without even trying to convince us. All of you know that we haven't decided when we will attack them, but they even let down their guard even for a second and we attack. Don't hesitate or wait for the exchange to happen. Asami will be the one who will give you instructions, while Rico and his men will be in charge of the spies that we are giving them in exchange. If the situation becomes too difficult to handle, all of you will back off and kill the spies so that Rico and his men can enter the battlefield. Yoshiro explained to everyone the plan. He then noticed that Ao wanted to say something, but from time to time, he was glancing at Santo and his siblings. Ao, what is it? I told you, I trust everyone who is now present in the room. You can ask anything freely. Yoshiro said. He knew how cautious Ao is as a shinobi and would choose his words wisely so as to not say a single word wrong. His meticulousness is what made Ao Yoshiro's right-hand man. Lord Yoshiro, what about the tailed beasts? The 3 tails have gone missing, and the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, Yuda ran away from the Hidden Mist years ago. I feel that they could be a variable in this, and even if one of them interferes in the fight and stands against us, we are doomed. What is a tailed beast and what is a Jinchuriki? Kana asked May while Santo looked at Enko and Elder Wu. Toru and Nana decided to stay quiet as they saw even their elder siblings knew nothing about this and were asking around. Elder Wu looked at Santo and said, I will explain it to the 4 of you later. He then looked at Yoshiro and said, I don't think we need to worry about the Jinchuriki of 6 tails. Yuda is not someone who will side with the Mizuki's faction. In fact, he left the village because of the crimes of the Mizuki's faction. I had tried talking him into joining the Bloodline faction, but he said he didn't want to be used in a power struggle. I let him go because even I couldn't promise him that he would be used as a tool. Yoshiro nodded and said, I am sure the old man must be keeping tabs on him, so let's not worry about it now. May, Kana, and Santo, you 3 will stay with the Leaf Shinobis. We still don't know what they have planned to get Yuda back, and if you think their actions could harm us, then you are allowed to restrain them. Take 2 Chunin squads with you as well as guards. Mizukage Building. Moji along with Priest G and Jiro were sitting in Mom's office. Mojo was reading a few papers that were spread out in front of him. He also had a smile on his face while Jiro and G were staring at him. This is truly astounding. I never thought those trash shinobis that I sent you would become this strong. Moji said with a smile on his face. 16 out of the 20 shinobis he sent to G had arrived last night. Moji had his people test their strengths and their performance improved a lot. They really had reached potentials close to a Jonin now. I promised you, didn't I, Lord Moji? Though 4 of the shinobis couldn't survive the process and died, 16 had successfully completed the procedure. It was thanks to Lord Jiro's instructions that you have gained such powerful people, G said as he glanced at Jiro. Jiro gave a proud smile when he heard that and also accepted the thanks that Moji had offered him, but in his mind, Jiro was cursing Priest G to death. This idiot came here by himself and took 20 of Moji's people giving my name. If the experiment had failed and they would have died, Moji would have used this opportunity to get more supplies from me. I don't know why this idiot even wasted their hearts on weak-missed shinobis. Priest G had started making moves on his own and Jiro didn't like that. Though he didn't think of this much as Priest G had given all the credit to Jiro, Jiro didn't know that the hearts implanted were different from the others. Fools hungry for power. Priest G thought as he looked at Jiro and Moji with a smile on his face. Chapter 273, Prisoner Exchange Part 1. Priest G came out from his thoughts and said, "Me and Lord Jiro were never able to meet the child who has presented us with this opportunity, have we?" He glanced at Jiro and winked, who also nodded and said, "No, we haven't met him yet." "Moji, how is the kid's condition?" Moji waved his hand and said, "Do not worry about that. I made sure that the kid was kept in a private cell and it was guarded at all times and meals 3 times a day were sent to his cell. The kid won't even have a single scratch on his body. I have instructed my people as such. But we would still like to meet him. I am sure you understand my curiosity, Lord Moji." Jiro insisted. Moji's smile instantly lessened as he heard that. He wouldn't have any problem with Jiro meeting the kid, but he knew that Priest G was somewhat of a psychopath. Moji had even heard that G would kidnap kids to sacrifice them and gain more powers. Every member of the Jashin cult was known to do something heinous like that. Moji glanced at Priest G with a little bit of worry that his golden ticket might get taken away by G. Jiro noticed Moji's behavior and understood what Moji was thinking. He reassured Moji by saying, "Priest G, remember, if even a drop of blood belonging to that kid is spilled before he safely reaches the hands of the Bloodline clan, I will make sure that the next demon heart is made from your sacrifice." Jiro said nonchalantly, but the threat was real and G knew this better than anyone. Even though he was called a priest, there were many others above him in the cult and they wouldn't hesitate a single moment to sacrifice G to be in the good books of Jiro and the Hidden Stone. After all, they were able to spread this far and wide only because of Jiro's support and his help in keeping the Hidden Stone's elders and the Tsuchikage in the dark. Priest G smiled and said, No. I have no intention to harm that young kid. After all, it was because of him that we were able to create such an elaborate plan to get all the main players of the Bloodline clan together. Moji was a bit relieved when he heard about Jiro's threat and G's statement, so he decided to lead them toward the prison cell where Yami was now staying. As he reached the cell, he looked at one of the guards nearby and asked, "Has the kid said anything?" The guard shook his head and said no. He has always been quiet and kept to himself, and only no one has any interaction except Sho or Ron, who give him meals. Moji then signaled the guard to open the door. As the guard opened, they saw Yami sleeping on the bed. Moji was about to shout his name Yuda to wake him up, but he then saw Priest G slowly walking toward the sleeping Yami. Moji didn't like this and was going to stop him, but Jiro waved his hand indicating Moji to not worry about anything. Yami's safety was important for Jiro as well. Priest G came close to Yami and poked his cheek lightly with his index finger. He looked back at Jiro and Moji with a creepy smile and said, "Such innocent kids make the best sacrifice for demons. I wish I could have him." Yami, who was just laying there with his eyes closed, wanted to attack Ji the moment he touched Yami's cheeks. No one had dared to do that to him since he came to this world. I am going to kill this fucking pedophile for touching me, Yami thought as he felt a little angry. So why did the two of you want to meet the kid? Moji asked. He still didn't know why Jiro wanted to see the kid who he hadn't cared about for the past week or two. We actually wanted the kid to be in my custody till the time we exchanged it with the Bloodline clans. It's not like we don't trust your security, but the Bloodline faction will be more inclined to negotiate with us who only have border enmity with them, while what you guys have is much deeper, Jiro said. Seeing that Moji wasn't completely convinced by this reason, Priest Ji decided to butter him up a little. He walked toward Moji and said, "You don't care if the kid lives or dies, do you, Lord Moji? If the kid is with us, then you don't need to worry about guarding him the whole time. You and your people can focus on killing the Bloodline clan bastards. And have you forgotten the 16 new shinobis that I have given you? Just think about how many more Bloodline clan bastards will die by their hands if they don't need to protect a civilian child." This Ji is pretty slick with his words, but what he is saying isn't wrong. I don't give a damn if this kid dies, I just don't want it to be under my watch, or else the Hidden Leaf will be after me. I would rather pass on this headache to the Hidden Stone and let them deal with the fallout if anything happens, Moji thought. He didn't see any way that he could suffer a loss with this deal. He knew that Jiro and Ji won't give an offer which doesn't benefit them, but he couldn't care less, as his dream of eradicating all the Bloodline clans together in one fell swoop was going to be accomplished today. Jiro then looked at the guard who had opened the door and said, "Get the kid cleaned and dressed up properly until my men arrive to take him." The guard looked at Moji for confirmation, and Moji also gave him a small nod. He then proceeded to exit the cell. He did notice Priest Ji glancing at the sleeping kid while leaving the cell, but Jiro again assured him that Ji wouldn't do anything to endanger the kid. As they exited the prison, Jiro let Moji go back to his office while he began walking toward the road where his people were waiting. As Ji was walking side by side with Jiro, he noticed that Jiro had put his hand over his shoulder. Ji felt it to be very odd, as he and Jiro didn't have that kind of a relationship where they would be so friendly with each other, but he then noticed that the grip of Jiro's arm on his shoulder was tightening before he could free himself. Jiro brought his mouth closer to Ji and said, "I don't want you to pull anything funny on the kid. Remember that, the elders will bury me alive if we have to face the Hidden Leaf because of a pathetic civilian kid," Jiro said as he grit his teeth. He didn't like Jiro's behavior in the cell, as it was making Moji more hesitant in leading the kid to Jiro. Ji, who was now tightly in Jiro's grasp, just nodded and Jiro let him go. He clicked his tongue, as he had planned on putting one of those failed demon hearts in Yami as well. So what if I can't control the kid? I can use the guards around him, hee. At the end of the day, all I want is chaos, Ji thought as he and Jiro parted ways. Everything was going smoothly, and an hour later everyone was on their way to the meeting place. Yami was now guarded by 5 people who were wearing Mist Shinobi clothes, but from one look Yami could tell that something was wrong with them. Yami guessed that these must be the people who had the demon hearts installed in them. On the other side of the hidden mist, Kakashi and the Leaf Shinobis had gathered with the clan leaders and were going to the meeting place. The army of the Bloodline clan was also encroaching little by little from the sides of the nearby coast. They didn't want the civilian villages to know that a spy planted there could cause their plans to leak. At the last moment before going to the meet, Kakashi said that he and the 2 jonins with him will go dressed as Leaf Shinobis, while the genins of Kurenai and Asuma squad will roam the civilian villages around disguised as civilians. The others, including the clan leaders, found it very odd, but they didn't see it as a problem because Moji and Jiro were more likely to cooperate when they see that 2 of the 3 Leaf Shinobis with them are the copy ninja and the son of the 3rd Hokage. 20 minutes later, Yami, who was walking, suddenly saw everyone stop. He then noticed a shinobi run to Moji and say, "Lord Moji, we see the Bloodline clan leaders as well as 3 Leaf Shinobis standing at the meeting area." "Leaf Shinobis?" Moji asked with a frown on his face. He looked at Jiro, who shook his head and said, "We had no idea that the Bloodline clans had established contact with the Hidden Leaf." Chapter 274, Prisoner Exchange Part 2. Everyone was a bit tense when they heard that Hidden Leaf Shinobis were standing with the Bloodline clan leaders. Only one person was happy with the situation, and that person was Priest G. He had a wide smile on his face as he muttered, "The heavens seem to be on my side today. The more the merrier." "What should we do now?" Jiro asked. At first, he had planned to start the fight in the middle of the exchange, but now it looks like they may have to make some changes. Moji thought for a few seconds and said we should let the leaf shinobis get their hands on the kid, and once they are out of the picture, we can launch the attack. Maybe they won't help the Bloodline clans since they have nothing to offer. Jiro also agreed with what Moji said and instructed his people to stand back until the leaf shinobis got the kid and left. Priest G didn't like this order at all and quickly walked toward Jiro and said, "Lord Jiro, I think this is a good chance to teach the leaf shinobis a good lesson. No, we can't afford to enter into a conflict just because of a kid." Jiro shook his head. "But all our men are strong enough to kill a few leaf jonins. We won't let the matter leak as to who killed them and then spread the word that they were betrayed by the Bloodline clans." Priest G insisted. He didn't like that things were going opposite to his expectations. Jiro and Moji could clearly see the desperation and madness in G's eyes. Something they knew was increasing day by day. What Priest G had said now could theoretically be possible by practically keeping so many mouths shut was an impossible task. Moji and Jiro both knew that their men wouldn't leave the chance to brag about killing leaf shinobis, and so no matter whatever steps they take, the news would leak. Jiro and Moji looked at each other once and nodded together. Jiro then looked at G and said, "Priest G, follow what we have decided now. Don't take any unnecessary actions, or else that could be the last action you take." Jiro said in a threatening tone. Even the shinobis around them could feel the pressure emanating from Jiro. He is strong enough to take me down. I can't get thrown out of the envoy. I will think of something to pull the leaf shinobis in as well. Priest G thought. He looked at Jiro and said, "I apologize, Lord Jiro and Lord Moji. I might have gotten ahead of myself for a little while there. Me and my people will follow the decision taken by the two of you," G said as he smiled and walked back to his place with his people. Seeing that things were back in order, Moji turned to his scout and said, "Go make contact with their scout, and until then we will reach the meeting place. I also want you to take a few of your people and scout the surroundings to see how many they are in total. I need to know how big of a conflict they are ready for," Moji said. Jiro also nodded and said, "Lord Moji is right. We should overwhelm them with our numbers from the start so they even lose the motivation to fight against us." Jiro then turned to one of his people and said, "I want you to do the same and also include the nearby villages. They could have people disguised as civilians there." The shinobi nodded and left with two of his people. Moji and Jiro, along with the others, continued their travel toward the meeting point. In 5 to 10 minutes, they could even see the Bloodline clan leaders and the leaf shinobis. Seeing Kakashi's silver hair and the headband covering one eye, Jiro immediately understood that the hidden leaf didn't send a no-name Jonin here. This means that securing the kid could not be the only reason they are here. Jiro was about to tell Kakashi's identity to Moji, but Moji had also recognized Kakashi as he said, "It's the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. We have to be more careful now." Yoshiro and the others also saw Moji and Jiro come with their people to the meeting place. The first thing that Kakashi noticed were the people that were dressed as normal shinobis. With the help of their uniform, Kakashi could tell who is a regular shinobi and who is Umbu. Why do the regular shinobis give off a feeling? They seem stronger than the Umbu, Kakashi thought. As the clan leaders and Moji came face to face with each other, they couldn't help but control their anger. Riko was practically gnashing his teeth as he was filled with hatred for Moji and his faction. To stop the awkward silence, Jiro stepped close to Moji and tapped on his shoulder. He then looked at the Bloodline clan leaders and the Leaf Jonins as he said, "It is good to see that we are all here. I didn't know that the kid meant this much to the hidden leaf that they sent you, Kakashi Hatake. What would you have done if you knew?" Asuma asked. Seeing Asuma's serious expression, Jiro shrugged and said, "Of course, I would have organized a trade between the hidden stone and the hidden leaf directly, and the kid would already have been with you. Jiro is trying to imply that being on our side, Kakashi has put the kid in more danger, and if Kakashi and the others had contacted Jiro and the others instead of us, they would have gotten the kid a long time ago. The Bloodline clan leaders understood, but they decided not to react to this provocation. At least 3 of them did, but not Rico. What are you trying to say, Jiro? That we are the reason the kid is in danger? You better choose your words carefully. Rico shouted. Asami was about to stop Rico from saying anything more, but then someone from Moji's faction came forward and said, "What are you going to do, meathead? You only rely on that weak bloodline of ours and brute strength." This angered more, and Rico was about to go and punch the man when Jiro's cold voice spread through the area. "G, I have told you to stand back, and that is what you will do." Jiro understood that G was trying to gaslight Rico to get him to start a fight. Priest G looked at Jiro to convince him that he wasn't the one who started the fight, but seeing Jiro's eyes full of anger, G kept quiet. "Let's not waste time on all this. Have you brought my people that are in your custody?" Moji asked. He didn't want to waste time talking with the Bloodline clan bastards any more than it was required. Yoshiro nodded and signaled Ao, who brought out 5 to 6 shinobis handcuffed and in chains. Moji looked at them and saw that they weren't crippled or anything. Mei and Kana were looking at all the shinobis from the Mizukage faction trying to find Yami. Kana had waited many days to see him, and now she wanted to make sure that he was safe there. Yami was standing at the very back of the group, but due to his enhanced senses, he could hear everything. He was surrounded by Jiro's men, and with Yami could feel the ominous chakra from them. He understood that these must be the people that have the demon heart transplanted into them. At the front, Kakashi decided to go with the flow and asked, "Where is the kid?" "He is safe here. We will send him after we are sure that none of our people are poisoned or their chakra networks are destroyed," Moji said. He had to say something like this as Jiro told him to appear a bit unreasonable. This would let Jiro behave as a mediator and do things his way. "We can't let you come near them unless we know the kid is safe," the old man said in a calm voice. Moji knew that the other clan leaders wouldn't defy the old man, at least not directly in front of everyone. Moji looked at Jiro, who nodded. Moji signaled one of his men to bring the people ahead. To make it appear that Yami was still Moji's prisoner, Jiro had his people wear clothes of mist shinobi and guard Yami. The guards walked ahead and the 2 in the front stepped aside, revealing Yami standing in the middle. Yami looked at the people in front of him, whether it was the clan leaders or the Leaf Prisoner Exchange Part 3 shinobis or Kana. He didn't show any change in expression after seeing them. He also noticed that Hideki, Shiro, and the other spies were standing behind Kakashi. "Yuda," Kana muttered. "Now you see that the kid is safe. Let our people come here first and then we will release the kid as well," Moji said. Chapter 275, Prisoner Exchange Part 3. "That's never going to happen, Moji. The prisoners won't be sent from here until the kid starts walking here," Yoshiro said. He knew not to trust Moji at all. He was glad to see that the kid was unharmed, but he and the old man were confused by one thing, and that was neither hide nor did any other Lee shinobi call him out, nor did the kid cry or smile like a typical 12-year-old. The kid was just looking at the people around. "All right, Moji, since they have already agreed to release numerous of your men in exchange for one kid, let's trust them a little and let the kid go," Jiro said. "He is really good at acting," Moji thought as he saw Jiro playing the mediator. Moji looked at Yami and said, "Kid, go toward them, but no sudden movements. One step at a time." Yami nodded quietly and started walking toward the Bloodline clan leaders. On the other side, the prisoners were also walking one step at a time toward Moji and his people. Everyone was waiting for a single instance where one party let a guard down and then start the war, but contrary to what Moji expected, the exchange was going quietly, too quietly, and that was worrying for Moji. How can things go this smoothly? We do not have a single distraction right now that I can launch an attack. I thought Rico would attack my people just by provoking him with a few words, but he has gained self-control and Asami is doing a good job of calming him down. On the other hand, the kid is walking quietly and not even crying. That's what a civilian kid should do. If he was a shinobi, then I would have sensed the chakra fluctuations leaking from his body. I am sure this kid must be related to a big merchant or something. Moji thought. As quietly as things were happening, both sides were getting more and more tense. Mei and Kana were focused on Yami, who was walking toward them. Just a few steps, Yuda, and then you would be safe, Kana thought. But then everyone saw Priest G running toward Yami. They didn't know what he was doing or what he was planning on doing. Jiro and Moji were about to cuss at him loudly because G had finally made a mistake. What the hell are you doing? Moji yelled as he looked at G. By this time, G had gone and grabbed Yami and kept a dagger at his throat. His eyes were getting redder and saliva was dripping from the sides of his mouth. Seeing that G had stopped Yami from coming further, Kana tried to rush toward him, but Mei and Santo quickly grabbed her. Don't make this mistake, Kana. We can't interfere in this, Santo said. But Santo, Sister Mei, he is so close to us now, we can save him from that lunatic, Kana said. The Bloodline clan leaders heard that, but they knew that this wasn't the right time to move. They couldn't compromise their entire war for a civilian kid. Mei remembered the hard choices her father had told her about. They all looked at Kakashi and the other hidden leash shinobis as they could easily make their move as they were from the same village as Yami. Jiro, who had stopped himself plenty of times from killing G because he was useful, was now regretting his decision. He couldn't say that G was not from his village and was from a cult, as it would mean that the Hidden Stone supports such a cult. G had now worn a Hidden Stone uniform, so if he did anything to Yami, then it was the Hidden Stone's doing. G, let the kid go this instant, Jiro shouted. Hee hee, do you think I am scared of you or something? G said in a maniac tone. On the other side, when the clan leaders and others thought Kakashi and the others would move towards saving Yami, Kakashi just said stop them now, and all the spies along with Asuma and Kurenai surrounded the prisoners that the Bloodline clans were exchanging. What? Kana was stupefied. She didn't understand why instead of attacking G, Kakashi chose to focus on the prisoners. Looks like Kakashi also made a hard choice, Yoshiro said with a sigh. Mei and the others understood what he meant. They could see that G was getting more and more unstable with each passing second, so they were sure that Yuda was going to be beheaded now. Even the Leaf spies except Shiro and Hideki didn't know who Yuda really was, so they felt bad. Among all this panic with Kana and the surrounding of the prisoners and the chaos caused by all this, something unexpected happened. The old man stepped forward and turned toward Kakashi. No one knew what he was going to say, and then the old man asked, why is that kid not scared? Kana, who was arguing with Santo, got quiet and looked at the old man. Even Moji and Jiro got quiet and looked at the old man, as they knew that he wouldn't ask something like this for no reason. And then they all looked at Yami, who was standing there held by G and with a dagger to his throat. There was still no change in his expression. It was like always, a stoic expression. G also saw everyone looking at the kid and decided to also see the kid's expression. He thought that the kid must be crying by now. But seeing that the kid was unaffected, he decided to ask. Your name is Yuda, right? Why aren't you scared? Should I give you some pain so that you will cry? Haha, Priest G asked. Everyone thought that the old man had made the situation much worse. Even the old man didn't predict that his statement would escalate the situation. Yami looked up at G and said, why don't you try? These were the first words that Yami had said since he had been kidnapped here. Is this kid provoking the lunatic? That's what everyone thought, including the clan leaders. G wasn't prepared for such a response. He thought the worst that would happen would be that the kid would keep quiet. He saw everyone's eyes were on him. The anger in G's mind began rising and his blood began boiling. Then he saw Yami look at Kakashi and wave his hand as if saying go. The clan leaders were confused as to how Yuda knew Kakashi directly and why he was telling him to go. Kakashi nodded and looked at his people who had surrounded the prisoners. Kill the prisoners. They are a burden now, Kakashi said. What? Yoshiro asked, and the next second he saw hidden leaf shinobis beheading the prisoners. Jiro and Moji didn't understand what was happening. Jiro quickly asked, what is the meaning of this, Kakashi Hatake? I was trying to calm down G, but now you have ruined everything. The kid will die because of you. Moji looked at Priest G and said, "Kill the kid, G." These are the golden words G was dying to hear. He quickly smirked and responded with pleasure. He raised his hand holding the dagger above his head and swung it toward Yami's chest. Kana and Santo looked the other way as they expected the dagger to go through Yami's chest. It was tough to watch for Mei as well, but she kept her eyes open. The dagger came down toward Yami's chest, but a few centimeters before it could touch Yami's chest it stopped. The scream and the bloody hole in the kid's chest that everyone expected didn't come. They all looked at the dagger that G swung with full force. They saw that the kid had stopped the dagger with only 2 of his fingers. How is this possible? G muttered as he saw this. He tightened his teeth and widened his eyes as he put more force into thrusting the dagger into Yami's chest, but Yami was still holding it between 2 fingers. How can a civilian kid do this? Anko asked in a stupor. Kana and Santo had also opened their eyes by now and were watching what was happening. Santo was sure that even if he had a sword, he wouldn't be able to stop the dagger with his sword without exerting his full power. "I knew you were no ordinary kid when my people couldn't find a single thing about you," the old man said. This distracted G a little and the force that he had applied on the dagger lessened a little. Yami took advantage of the situation and twisted his fingers. Clink! The blade broke from where Yami's fingers were. G's eyes widened as he saw that. The next second he saw Yami flick that piece of the broken dagger at his face. G, being a strong shinobi himself, tried his best to dodge the incoming blade and hit his head, but it was already a little late as the blade got thrust into G's right eye. G screamed and quickly jumped back as he held his eye. The broken piece of the dagger was still in his eye. Everyone didn't understand what just happened right now. When they thought that they couldn't be more surprised, they were proven wrong when they saw Yami. His eyes weren't blue like they normally were. The color of his eyes had changed into something that everyone present here had heard in the past weeks and had grown to fear now. His eyes they turned red. Kana muttered as everyone saw the activated Sharingan. Chapter 276, Underestimate Me. That's the Sharingan. The old man said, making everyone focus on the tomatoes that were in Yami's eyes. Moji and Jiro were about to ask something when the injured G yelled, "Kill the kid?" Tear apart his limbs. He yelled in a maniac tone. His madness had reached new heights now and there was no calming him down. The cultists who had disguised themselves as stone shinobis on Jiro's command rushed to Yami. Yami understood that people had still not understood who he was, or else they wouldn't let only 4 people rush at him without a plan. Most of Yami's weapons were stored in a storage scroll. The only ones he had kept on him were the hidden blades under his sleeves. The guards were so scared of hurting him that they didn't even check if he had anything hidden under his clothes. As the 4 cultists were rushing at him, Yami noticed the tattoos on their body, but they weren't glowing like it did on the ones Yami had killed before. This made Yami more sure that they were underestimating him. He let the 4 of them rush toward him. Yoshiro and the others were looking at Yami and then at Kakashi to see if Kakashi was stepping him to help. But Kakashi was just standing leisurely. As the first cultist reached near Yami, Yami jumped on his shoulder and using it as a launch pad he leaped toward the second cultist. This caught the first cultist and the ones behind him off guard. He tried to stop and swing his kunai toward Yami, but Yami reached to his side by then and ejected his hidden blade from his sleeve. He applied wind chakra on the blade and sliced it through the cultist's throat, making his head roll on the ground and blood spray from his neck. The eyes of everyone watching instantly widened as they saw this. Even the cultists were shocked at the sudden death of their comrade. Yami crouched on the ground on one knee and looked back at the first cultist with his Sharingan. Yami then ignored the cultists and looked ahead toward the 3rd and 4th cultists. They expected Yami to move first, but they saw the first cultist also rush toward Yami. "Attack him together," the 4th cultist said. He wanted the 1st and 3rd both to attack Yami at the same time, which would reduce Yami's chance of dodging, and if Yami tried the escape then the 4th cultist himself would block Yami's path. The 3rd cultist nodded and timed his attack with the 1st cultist, but Yami sidestepped and easily dodged it. Yami ran toward the 4th cultist while the 3rd one stopped running and looked back at Yami. He was now sure that with him and the first cultist attacking Yami from behind and the fourth attacking Yami from the front, Yami had no escape. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a kunai pass through his chest. He didn't understand how Yami, who was standing in front of him, attacked from behind. He looked back and saw the one who killed him wasn't Yami but the first cultist. "Got you now, kid." The first cultist smirked, not realizing that he hadn't stabbed Yami but the third cultist. "What the hell just happened?" Rico asked. He didn't understand why a stone shinobi would stab one of their own in the middle of the battle. Asami shrugged as he looked at her, and then they both looked at Yoshiro. Yoshiro glanced at them and said when Yuda looked back at the first shinobi after killing the second one, he cast a genjutsu on him, making him think that the third one was Yuda. So now the first shinobi thinks he has killed Yuda when in fact he has killed his own comrade. So cruel. Anko muttered, to which Elder Wu said that's how battles are fought, Anko. In the land of grass, our battles were simple and face-to-face, but in complicated battles like this strength is secondary and strategies are what matter the most. Yami then snapped his fingers, making the first cultist break from the genjutsu. As he realized that the one he stabbed wasn't the kid but his own comrade, the smile of his face instantly disappeared. Before his mind could process what had happened, he saw Yami jumping on the fourth cultist's chest and stabbing the hidden blade through the man's heart. As the fourth cultist's lifeless body fell on the ground, Yami stood over him and looked at the first cultist, who was now going a little berserk. The tattoos on his body started to glow. This confused everyone as they didn't know any jutsu of the hidden stone had involved glowing tattoos. What is this? How have I never heard of a hidden stone having this kind of jutsu? The old man asked. He didn't expect an answer from anyone, and definitely not Kakashi, who said because he is not a hidden stone shinobi. Neither were those other three. They belong to a cult which sacrifices people to gain power. The clan leaders immediately looked at Kakashi, who nodded, and then they looked at Jiro, who was now gnashing his teeth in anger. Things had turned out very bad for him. He didn't expect the kid to be this strong and for Kakashi to expose Jiro's alliance with a cult. Jiro ignored the chatter the Bloodline clan leaders were having and looked at the first cultist. He had started breathing heavily now, and the tattoos on his body were also glowing with the same rhythm. "Gee, what the hell is happening?" Jiro asked G, who had now taken out the piece of knife from his eye, and said he is overloading himself with chakra due to his unstable mental state. "It is a side effect of our power and we lose a little control over ourselves. A mild effect like that happened to me a few minutes ago, which is why I grabbed the kid," G said calmly as he put a piece of cloth on his eye. Due to being a follower of Jashin, his bleeding had stopped and his wounds were healing. On the other side, after listening to Kakashi, Yoshiro looked at the old man and the other two clan leaders and said, "We need to step in now. This is the best opportunity." The clan leaders also nodded, and they felt a little doubt whether Yami would be able to kill the berserk cultist, as his strength was increasing with every passing second. It was as if he was amassing chakra into his own body. The old man was about to give his men orders to attack the cultist when he saw Yami point two fingers at the cultist. He didn't understand what Yami was trying to do. No one did except Kakashi, who had seen Yami use this jutsu once. Lightning style, Chidori beam ZZZZZZA, a concentrated blue beam shot out from Yami's fingers and passed through the cultist's chest instantly. It made a very small and swift sound, as if someone had just whizzed by. The next second they all saw that there was a hole in the cultist's chest where his heart should be. The chakra that he had amassed for the past 15 to 20 seconds had suddenly disappeared. No one expected the fight to end before it even started. Moji looked at the fallen cultists and then at G and Jiro and shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Kill the kid!" The mist shinobis quickly recovered from their shock, and every mist shinobi rushed toward Yami. Some rushed with weapons, while some stood a few distance from each other and started preparing their jutsus. "Old man, I think we should also join in the fun. I don't know who or what this kid is, but I ain't gonna let him die," Rico said as he got in a fighting stance, and also the people who were his guards. Even Asami agreed to what Rico said and got prepared to jump in the fight. The old man shook his head and said, "Have you still not understood, Rico? This kid is a leaf shinobi and still the leaf shinobis haven't moved a single step. Rico looked confused as he heard that and looked at Kakashi and the others and asked, "Are you all not going to help him?" Asuma, who had been quiet up until now, chuckled and said if he can destroy 2 bases single-handedly, then why would he need help to fight against some shinobis? It took a few seconds for Rico to realize, but he then shouted, "The kid is the Genjutsu Demon?" This shout reached each and everyone's ears, including the ones who were rushing at Yami. For a second everything stopped, even the ones rushing stopped and looked at Rico and then at Yami. Even though the kid possessed a Sharingan, it didn't mean that he was the Genjutsu Demon. No, that can't be true, he is just a kid. How can he? Asami said while looking at Asuma and pointing at Yami, but she couldn't complete her sentence because she heard screams, and not just once but multiple times. She, along with others, looked at the direction of the scream and saw Yami with a sword in his hand, moving through the shinobis, cutting them down ruthlessly one by one. Chapter 277, Who Let the Dogs Out? As Yami was killing the mist shinobis left and right, he kept an eye on the ones around him as well. He knew that Moji, Jiro, and the others would jump at it the moment they saw an opening. Yami then pulled out a kunai from his pocket and threw it. But it wasn't in the direction of the mist shinobis who were attacking him or Moji and Jiro who were watching him. He threw the kunai straight at Kakashi. The Bloodline shinobis were confused as to what happened, but they saw Kakashi give a small laugh and dodge the kunai easily just by tilting his head. What just happened? He seems to have missed a shot, Asami said, to which Rico shook his head and said in a serious tone, "No, he aimed for Kakashi's head and threw it. It wasn't a mistake." Asami looked at Kakashi and asked, "Why did he try to kill you?" Kakashi, who was still standing with his hands in his pocket, laughed and said he didn't try to kill me. If he did, then the kunai would have created a crater behind me, but he threw it without imbuing any chakra in it. Imbuing chakra in a tool is a very difficult technique, Kakashi Hatake. It is not something many can do. Elder Wu said. Asuma smirked as he heard that and said, "You are right, Elder Wu, but he is one of the people that can do it. I taught him to do that." Elder Wu raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He then saw Asuma pull out his chakra metal knuckles from his pocket, to which Elder Wu nodded and said, as expected of the son of the third Hokage, "But why did the kid still attack Kakashi without any intention?" Kakashi waved his hand and said he prefers to do things in the shadows. But now he had to reveal himself, "But I didn't butt in. He is just showing his displeasure. After all, he is a kid." The clan leaders gave a deadpan look to Kakashi, thinking the same thing. A kid? Really? After all that he has done? Yoshiro sighed and said, "I understand what you mean, he did everything in the shadows. Never would we have guessed that such an innocent-looking kid would be the Genjutsu Demon." Kurenai looked at Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, but you know very well how he is, then why didn't you help him out and force him to reveal himself?" The same question was bugging Asuma, Hideki, and the others as well. Kakashi, who was in a happy mood, suddenly became serious and said, "Because he has done something I didn't think he would. And by the law of our village, he could be punished by death. Revealing his identity was his punishment for committing an unforgivable crime." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They didn't know what Yami did, but a crime that can get you the death penalty is pretty serious, and it definitely wouldn't be something like killing an innocent person or disobeying a superior's orders. Like the others, Asuma and Kurenai's curiosity was piqued as they heard that, but they didn't have the courage to ask him. Asuma also couldn't muster the courage to do so, which was shocking to him as well. As Yami had killed quite a number of mist shinobis, Moji was going to order more of his men to go and attack Yami, but he then heard a scream from behind him. For a second, he and Jiro thought that the Bloodline clans had ordered the attack, but they saw that the clan leaders were as shocked and curious as they were. They all looked in the direction of the scream and saw a few stone shinobis lying in a pool of blood. The culprits were standing just beside them, and they all had ragtag clothes on and numerous scars on their bodies. "Who the hell are these people?" Jiro asked with a confused face. The people hadn't worn the headband of any village, and except for some weapons they had nothing. No armor or even boots. The one to recognize them the quickest was Asami, as she shouted, "They are Bloodline shinobis. That man is Kuri, one of my clan's elders." The old man looked at Asami with a frown on his face and asked Asami, if I am not wrong, Elder Curry was captured by the Mizukichi faction 4 years ago. I thought he was dead. Asami nodded and said I thought that as well. But now that I see him, it is him. Those are my men. Riko shouted, pointing at the same place where Elder Curry was standing. Everyone looked in that direction and saw a few more men in ragtag clothes come up behind Elder Curry with weapons in their hands. Moji looked at them for a second and thought all these are Bloodline clan members, but they were all in our custody. How are they not in the prison? What do you mean? How did they get out of prison? Jiro asked. You can thank me for that. Yami's voice fell on his ears. Yami, who was now standing in the middle of mist shinobi corpses, stabbed his sword into the heart of a mist shinobi who was on the ground in front of him. Yami smiled at Jiro and said, I thought they must be bored staying in the Mizukichi faction's prison, so I had them released to get some fresh air. You did what? Jiro shouted, and the next second he heard a few more screams. He looked in that direction and saw 4 to 5 stone shinobis were attacked. The ones to attack were again the prisoners who Yami had set free. Father and Mother, a shriveled voice came from behind Santo. He looked back and saw Kana, who was almost on the verge of crying, and tears were dripping down her cheeks while she was practically shivering. Her shivering hand was pointing in the direction of one of the screams. Santo and Enko looked in that direction and saw a middle-aged couple standing behind a stone shinobi corpse. It really is them. Santo, who normally kept his composure, was also shocked to see this. His parents, who had disappeared for almost a decade, were standing a few meters away from him. Though they looked rugged and their faces had wrinkled, he could never forget those sharp hawk-like eyes of his father and that graceful face of his mother. Even after so many years, they still had the charm. Aunt Mina, she is alive, May said as she stepped forward, subconsciously holding her father's hand. Kana's parents, who heard their daughter's voice, looked at her and smiled. You have gotten big, my little Kana, her mother Mina said. Moji was frustrated seeing the family reunion, and he pulled a few shurikens and threw them at the couple. Kana's eyes widened as she saw that. May also leaped toward the couple, but she knew that she could never reach them in time and they wouldn't be able to escape easily from the attack, at least not both of them. Everyone on the Bloodline clan side wanted to jump in between those shurikens and the Terumi couple, but they all knew that blood was going to be spilled. They could see the horror and despair in the eyes of the Terumi couple. They had seen their kids after such a long time that felt like an eternity, and they weren't even able to savor those moments. Just as the shurikens were about to reach the couple, Clan KKK, a figure appeared with a big sword held in front of his chest. The figure swayed his sword, pushing those shurikens away and saving the Terumi couple from death. That sword. It's the executioner's blade, Zabuza Asami said as she recognized the sword and its holder. With the tape covering his entire face, it was hard to recognize him, but with the blade in his hand, people would know that it was him. Zabuza, you dare come back in the mist? Moji grit his teeth. A few years ago, Zabuza had left the village with one of the 7 mist swords, and he had even killed a few mist shinobis in the process. Later, Moji found out that Zabuza was selling his services to the highest bidder, but he never expected the traitor to come back at such a crucial time. Zabuza lifted the blade and placed it on his own shoulder as he stood in front of the Terumi couple, blocking them from any incoming attack, and said, Moji, this is my village as well. Why won't I come back? You got some nerve helping those Bloodline clan bastards. And are you in cahoots with the Genjutsu Demon? Ally with other villages to kill your own people. Has your greed reached such heights? Moji asked, completely furious. Zabuza chuckled and said, leave those speeches for kids whom you brainwash. They will have no effect on me, and as for allying with the Genjutsu Demon, let's just say he is the highest bidder for my services. While this was going on, Ji came towards Jiro and whispered something in his ears. Jiro nodded and walked close to Moji and said a few things as well. The 3 men nodded at each other and commanded together, the exchange has failed, retreat and save yourselves. Chapter 278, Headless Chickens? They shouted the last part and started retreating in a particular direction. Seeing that the direction was far from where the released prisoners, including the Terumi couple, were standing, Santo and Kana sighed in relief. "I don't think there is a better time to attack them, old man," Riko said as he was ready to chase the retreating mist and stone shinobis. Asami also agreed with his request and looked at the old man for approval. While Yoshiro was busy instructing his men to create a secure way to bring the Terumi couple to him, Zabuza started walking toward Yami. At first, he was going to act as if he did all this on his own, but when he heard Yami take credit for breaking the shinobis out of prison, he understood that his alliance with Yami had been exposed. In the letter which Yami had given Haku when he sent her out of prison, he had instructed Zabuza to break out the Bloodline clan shinobis which were imprisoned by Moji and his faction. Turns out many of them were declared dead even though they were just in a prison cell. Zabuza stood close to Yami and said, "Why did you have me wear this tape on my head? I am sure they would love my new look. And Haku is angry that you told him not to interfere in this matter. He is not that weak, you know." Yami deactivated his Sharingan and without looking at Zabuza he said, "If Kakashi and the others see your face and show it to Lady Tsunade, then she would know that it was you who gave the letter, the same reason to keep Haku hidden. Now we have to be more careful since anything related to you can be easily tracked to me." Yami said all this while showing his back to Kakashi. He knew how good Kakashi was with lip reading, so it was better to hide his face while talking. "Yami, aren't you going to introduce me to your new friend here?" Kakashi said as he walked toward Yami. He didn't look or sound serious while saying this, but everyone present there knew how serious Kakashi was. Contracting a criminal from the bingo book to kill shinobis of his own village was not a small offense if seen this way. "Kakashi, I think we should let Yami explain when he feels like it," Kurenai interrupted. She didn't want Kakashi to interrogate Yami. She knew that Kakashi was doing this just to show the boundaries a shinobi must never cross. Yami looked at Kakashi and said, "While I was attacking the medium-sized base, I faced a few obstacles in which Zabuza helped me. As our goals to defeat the Mizukage faction aligned, we decided to work together again." Yami then looked at Zabuza, who nodded and said, "Of course, and at that time I didn't know who the Genjutsu Demon was or what he did. In fact, if I knew he was a kid then I wouldn't have aligned myself with him," Zabuza said and ruffled Yami's hair. Yami tilted his head a little looking at Zabuza, which made him remove his hand from Yami's head awkwardly. Zabuza did try his best to show that he regarded Yami as his equal and treated him like a kid, but from seeing his expression it was evident to everyone that he was horrified by Yami. "Yami, it is good that you are here now, but what are we going to do next? Tell us any information that you can think of so we can make a plan," Asuma asked as he looked in the direction Moji, Jiro, and the others left. "I think we should postpone any attack for a few days. Let's get the prisoners back to the Bloodline faction and get them treated and properly fed. They all look so malnourished," Mei said as she waved her hand toward the prisoners who were being supported by the shinobis. Yami shook his head subtly, which was noticed by everyone, but the first to ask was Mina, the Terumi siblings' mother. "Kid, you don't seem to agree with what my niece Mei suggested just now. Since you have done so much for our faction, tell me what you think is the right move," Mina asked. Yami looked at Asuma and Kakashi, who nodded, permitting him to speak freely. Yami saw that even though the woman was in ragtag clothes and looked a bit weak, Yoshiro or the other clan leaders did not question her authority. "I do not know why they all went in that direction, but I can guess that they will take refuge in the large base nearby. They must have also had their troops lay in wait in the direction somewhere around the base so they could jump in and start the war." Mina and the clan leaders nodded. For the next few seconds, they whispered among each other. "Are you suggesting that we must launch an attack on their base with their army backing them?" Yami shook his head and said, "No, you all could take advantage of this situation and get the hidden mist rid of the other bases. All the while only keeping an eye on where Moji and the others are hiding. What good will that do? They have a hidden stone backing them. They can build those bases back within a week," the old man asked. Yami didn't reply, which got the others curious, and then he saw a man walk toward him from the side. Yami looked in that direction and saw it was Mina's husband walking toward Yami while taking Santo's support. He was a bit taller than normal people, so he looked down at Yami and asked, "Kid, why does it feel like you are still holding out on us?" "Yami, what is it that you are hiding?" Kurenai asked as well. This was becoming a headache for Yami. "That's why I like to work in the dark," Yami thought. Yami, so that's his real name. Everyone except the three-leaf Jonins thought at the same time. Yami looked at everyone and said, "To defeat an enemy you must know what it wants and what ticks the enemy. I know what Moji and Jiro want, but what I don't understand is why the Jashin cult is involved. Many people think that all cults are just lunatics and do things without any aim or goal, but I beg to differ. G took me hostage, in the middle of the exchange, derailing Moji and Jiro's plans, which means he is more desperate than the other two. Are you saying that his reason to attack is more dangerous than Moji and Jiro's goal to wipe out the Bloodline clans?" Asami asked. Yami shrugged and said, "Could be. I am sure Kakashi would fill you in about the Jashin cult." Asami looked at Kakashi and the other two Jonins with him and asked, "Is that your recommendation as well?" The clan leaders didn't know how much of a threat the Jashin cult possessed, but now that they were ready to initiate the war, they didn't want to back down. The old man thought for a few seconds and said, "I cannot waste more time on this kid. We will destroy the nearby bases to isolate the base where Moji, Jiro, and the others are hiding. But all that only till tonight. Just as the sun rises tomorrow morning, we will launch our attack, whether with the help of the Hidden Leaf or without their help." Yami nodded and said, "Then I better get going now." Kana and Mei wanted to stop Yami and say something, but they then saw this body disintegrate into multiple bats and they all flew away in different directions. Seeing that Yami had left, Zabuza also wanted to leave, but Yoshiro stopped him and said, "Zabuza, I don't know what you have done these past few years, but I thank you for setting our shinobis free. Please come with us to the Terumi estate. The morale of the forces will surely increase once they know that one of the 7 missed swordsmen has sided with us." Weighing the pros and cons, Zabuza decided to go with Yoshiro to the Bloodline clans. The large base belongs to Jiro and Moji. Jiro was sitting in the corner of a big room with a doctor to his side. The doctor was trying to heal his eye as he sat beside him. On a sofa a few feet away from him sat Moji and Jiro, surrounded by a few stone shinobis. "What the hell just happened out there?" Moji asked, but Jiro didn't answer. After a few seconds, G groaned and said, "The helpless kid turned out to be the Genjutsu Demon." Moji and Jiro both looked at G with anger as they heard his voice, to which G spread his hands and said, "What? If it wasn't for me stopping the exchange, we would have never found out, so don't look at me like that." Chapter 279, Animal. Enough with the gloating G. Now, what should we do further? We need to plan our next move or we might get annihilated before we even know it, Jiro said as massaged his forehead. "We can't wait. We can't afford to wait now. I say we launch our attack today itself," G said as he swatted the doctor's hand away and stood up from his chair. Moji looked at him and said, "No, Jiro is right. We can't take our next step without a concrete plan of action. I think we should wait for a few days and make a plan to attack some vital places of the Bloodline clans." Moji denied G's suggestion completely. G walked closer to the sofa and said, "Do you think the Bloodline clans are also waiting? If I am not wrong, then they must be using this opportunity to take away most of our strongholds. Think about this, Lord Moji. What would you do without the Mizukage building under your control?" G asked. Moji looked at him in anger and said, "G, don't think that me and Jiro haven't noticed you trying to instigate conflict between us and the Bloodline clans. I don't know why you are getting so desperate all of a sudden, but I am sure that you have a reason behind it." Moji then looked at Jiro and said, "Jiro, it is you who has brought him to the table, and I expect you to keep your dog on a leash." As soon as G heard that, he growled a little and jumped on Moji. This was completely unexpected by those in the office. Jiro also stood up from his place to stop G while Moji pushed G to the side and took a few steps back. "You fucking animal, a lunatic like you dares to attack me? The next Mizukage Blood Squad," Moji shouted, and instantly 4 shinobis wearing the Blood Squad attire appeared inside the room. Moji looked at Jiro with a furious gaze and said, "Jiro, if you can't control this animal, then I will put him down." Moji then pointed at G and said, "Behead that bastard." The four shinobis just took a single step toward Priest G when they suddenly stopped. Moji and Jiro were confused when they saw that the shinobis had stopped and G had raised both of his arms with his palms facing the shinobis and Moji. As Moji was about to ask why the shinobis stopped, he noticed that tattoos started glowing on G's arm and his palm as well. He saw that there was a tattoo of an eye on both of his palms, which were now glowing red. He then noticed that tattoos started appearing on the four shinobis' faces as well. But they had tattoos only on their forehead. It was the tattoo of an eye and it was also glowing red. Moji and Jiro understood that the eye on G's palm and the one on the shinobi's forehead had some connection. "What is happening? What did you do to them?" Moji asked as he looked at G. Priest G gave an evil smile as he heard this and said, "What did I do? You were the one who sent them to me. I just experimented on them. Luckily, I was able to bring their mind under my control. Though they won't live long, they are strong as an elite jonin for the next few days." G then lowered his hands and said, "Bring him to me on his knees." The shinobis, without saying anything, turned around toward Moji. Before Moji could make a move, all four of them held him together. He looked at Jiro and shouted, "What are you doing? Help me or this lunatic will kill us." Jiro looked at G and said, "Killing him could make us an enemy of his faction as well. Don't do something stupid." G smirked and said, "Don't worry, why would I kill someone who can become such a good puppet of mine as well as a scapegoat?" "What do you mean? Why are you even doing this?" Jiro asked. He didn't know what G's real intention was because what he needed was a powerful army and G's demon heart gave him just that. G didn't say anything for a few seconds and then sat in the same place Moji was sitting a minute ago. In one corner of the room was Moji on his knees by the four shinobis while Jiro was standing in front of G. He didn't want to show any sign of weakness in front of G, but he also didn't want to anger G as Moji did. G looked at Jiro and said, "I want to create a bloodbath tonight. I don't care who all die, whether they're from our side or from the Bloodline clan side, but it should happen today." "A bloodbath? Why?" Jiro asked in a confused tone, to which G looked at the small window in the room and said, "Because 2 days ago my cult started a ritual and the last step of the ritual is a sacrifice of an enormous amount of chakra-infused blood. I have to prepare the sacrifice before the dawn of tomorrow or else all the power given to us by Lord Jashin will be taken back along with interest, which will be our life force." As Moji heard that, he started laughing and said, "Haha, that's the price you have to pay when you make a deal with the devil. I am so happy that I didn't start the war today. I would love to see you get your life force sucked out tomorrow morning." Hearing the reason, Moji understood why G was so desperate, and anyone in his position would have been as today. When Moji and Jiro thought that G would be angry to hear something like this, G smiled as he looked at Moji. He stood up from his sofa and walked toward Moji. He bent down, and as Moji thought that he was going to come close to say something, G lifted his leg and slammed it on Moji's head, making it crash into the floor. This didn't hurt Moji much except for a few scratches, but being stepped on in the middle of his own base was too much humiliation for Moji. G lifted his feet and said, "Look at me, you idiot." Moji tilted his head and looked at G, who had a maniac-like smile on his face. G bowed a little and said, "As only shinobi blood has chakra in it, I will have to kill many shinobis. Now the ones who will die if the sacrifice isn't prepaid aren't just my guys, but Jiro's and your men as well, who I had hearts transplanted into. Do you think if they find out that they will die if they don't kill the shinobis they see nearby, what will they do?" Moji and Jiro both understood what G was trying to say. Jiro quickly said, "But if our shinobis fight and kill among ourselves, then we won't stand a chance against the Bloodline factions. And what will I say to the Hidden Stone Elders when they try to interrogate me about this?" G stood up straight and looked back at Jiro and said, "That's why, go and prepare for the war. It will happen today, and if you don't want to get your people's blood spilled tonight, then make a plan faster." G then looked at the shinobis and said, "Put on chakra seals under his clothes and let him roam freely inside this office. If anyone from his faction comes, then let him talk to them, but keep a good eye." G then looked at Moji and said, "Don't make this more difficult than it already is. If anyone finds out what happened here or what is going to happen and why, I will make sure that you are one of the sacrifices and your people as well. They are all cannon fodder anyway. Ji then left the office and the shinobis also let Moji go but stayed inside the office. They were given strict instructions to keep a closer eye on him. What do we do now? What Ji is suggesting sounds more like a suicide mission. Jiro said. Moji shook his head and said, after the death of the fourth Mizukage, I thought that I wouldn't have to hear the ramblings of a madman, but it seems like I jinxed it. Prepare for the war and pray that we are not among the sacrifices. Moji said as he tidied his own clothes. Ji just exited the building of the base when he saw a hooded figure waiting for him outside. This hooded figure was another member of the Jashin cult. He walked side by side with Ji and asked what happened. Were you able to convince everyone to attack? Ji looked at the hooded figure and said, Nah, I had to force their hand. I told them about the ritual and the sacrifice. You told them everything? The hooded figure asked in a shocked tone and even stopped walking. Yami tapped the man's shoulder and said, Not everything. Only enough to motivate them to fight today. Chapter 280, Artifact. The hooded man nodded and said that is good. I just hope Moji doesn't do anything stupid and delay our plans. Back at the shrine, the high priest and the bishop need the sacrifices to be done today itself. Last week I had assured them that it would be done before the night even starts. Ji showed a little bit of fear when he heard the word bishop, but he quickly regained his composure and said, Make sure our people and the ones we have transplanted hearts into are spread out evenly throughout the fighting force. We can't rule out the possibility of Moji and Jiro turning on us at this crucial moment. And do you have the latest update on the movements of the Bloodline faction? The hooded figure nodded and said, As for spreading the men, I have already done that, but we don't have many of the hidden mist shinobis that had their hearts transplanted. We only got 16, out of which 4 are Moji's guards and the others are part of the Blood Squad now. And talking about the Bloodline faction, they didn't chase us as we expected. Now we do see them at the edge of the forest circling our entire base, but they are too thinly spread to be the main attack force. I think they are just there to keep an eye on us. Ji clenched his fists and said the interference of the hidden leaf has done way more damage than good. Especially the appearance of the Genjutsu Demon. The hooded figure nodded and said in an excited tone, Yet even I was shocked to see that the Genjutsu Demon is just a kid. I wouldn't have believed even if they told me that he has a demon heart transplanted in him. No kid should be this strong, but we can't deny his own prowess, so we must be careful. When we activate the power given to us by Lord Jashin, we might be able to restrict his Genjutsu to a certain extent. That kid must definitely have some secret. Even though the Hidden Leaf is known as the land of prodigies, this kid is too much. Ji said. The hooded figure shook his head and said I wouldn't be so fast to judge. I remember the high priest saying that the shinobis during the warring eras were very strong and brutal. Don't even get me started on people at the level of Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. That man subdued all tailed beasts single-handedly. I won't say that the kid is too strong, but the shinobis of this era are too weak. All we have heard are stories and legends of these people. So I myself find it hard to believe. Ji said as he waved his hand. The hooded man then pointed at the patched eye and said, How is your eye? It looked pretty bad when he attacked you. Ji swatted the man's hand away and said nothing to worry about. It will heal in a few hours. The kid hadn't used chakra to coat the blade, so it was just a simple stab. And the blade was mine, so it didn't have any poison on it. Fine, I will get to work then. We still have the entire afternoon and the evening to come up with a plan, or else we will be rushing in blind. Ji, the hooded man said in a serious tone, to which Ji looked at him and said, I know, no need to remind me. I have already invested so much time and blood in this that I will see through it till the end. You just give me the blood crystal when we start the last phase of the ritual here. The bishop took nearly a decade to create it. Ji said, and was about to walk away when he looked back and saw a water fountain with a big glass diamond in the middle of it. The diamond-shaped glass had a lot of scratches, even some nicked corners, which made it look a little ugly. Why is such a pathetic showpiece here? Ji asked as he looked at it, to which the hooded man replied, That's because it's not just a showpiece. This is a sign of victory that the fourth Mizukage had kept here when he annihilated the Yuki clan and built the base on it. This big piece of glass was their ancestral artifact and also the centerpiece in their patriarch's house. G raised his eyebrows and said, I thought I sensed something, but it looks like it is because this thing is an artifact. It doesn't look useful now, G said and left the vicinity. The hooded man also glanced at the glass diamond and left the area. After they left, a mild image of a hand appeared on the glass of the surface of the diamond, but from the inside. Beside the hand, a face started appearing. Within a few seconds, the face became clearer and Haku's face was seen looking around from inside the diamond. Suddenly her entire figure disappeared as he heard a few footsteps coming her way. Far away from the base in the tavern where Yami had booked a room, Haku was sitting on the bed with a piece of squared glass floating in front of him. Haku's head and half of his arm were inside the piece of glass. He removed the head and a half from inside the glass and instantly broke into several pieces, disappearing in the air. Haku looked to the side and saw Yami eating some ramen while sitting on the nearby chair. How did it go? Were you able to make a connection? Yami asked with a mouthful of noodles. A bright smile instantly appeared on Haku's face as he nodded and said, yes, I was able to create a connection. I sensed the artifact when I was locked up in the Mizukichi prison. It took a lot of time to locate it mentally and build a connection, but I had all the time in the world to do that while shut in a cell. Though it isn't as stable as the elders of our clan did it, but it was really a different feeling. As if my powers have been amplified. I wasn't able to see everything clearly, but listening to the talks going around, it was a piece of cake. Yeah, I get it. So were you able to hear something useful? Trying to infiltrate the base and get any information would take a lot of time and risk, so I had to resort to placing my bet on you, Yami said as he sipped the last remaining soup from the bowl and laid the bowl on the table beside him. So tell me everything that you heard, Yami said, and Haku started narrating the things that she heard happen in the office as well as what G and the hooded figure talked about outside the main building of the base. I don't know what those demon hearts that they were talking about, but I am sure I didn't hear anything wrong, Haku said. Yami nodded and said, I know what it means, don't worry. It is good that we understood his own motivation. What are you going to do now? Having them avoid the fight tonight will cause them to fight against each other, and maybe the cultists will leave the hidden mist when the sacrifice is over and the Bloodline clans won't have to fight against them, Haku said excitedly. The alliance between the Bloodline clans and the Hidden Leaf would be stronger if the war happened today, as Kakashi and the others would be actually fighting with them side by side. The alliance is already good enough, as I have helped them so much as the Genjutsu Demon and even freed the prisoners. What I am most curious about is the blood crystal that Priest G talked about and what the reward of completing the ritual will be, Yami thought. That's not for me to decide. Write everything that you heard in a letter without telling them how I know it so that I can send it to Kakashi. He along with the clan leaders will know what to do, Yami said and handed a long sheet of paper to Haku. After writing everything on the paper, Yami tied it to a bat's legs and sent it to deliver the letter. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all in part 8. Peace.